Chapter 11. The drive to Eastvale went smoothly enough. Banks ordered an unmarked car and driver from Millgarth and left through a side exit with Julia Ford and Lucy Payne. They didn't run into any reporters. During the journey, Banks sat in the front with the driver, a young female DC, and Julia Ford and Lucy Payne sat in the back. Nobody spoke a word. Banks was preoccupied by the discovery of another body in the Paynes' back garden, news he had just received from Stefan Novak on his mobile as they set off from the infirmary. That made one body too many, and by the sound of it, he didn't think this one was Leanne Ray's either. Occasionally, Banks caught a glimpse of Lucy in the rear-view mirror and saw that she was mostly gazing out of the window. He couldn't read her expression. Just beyond the safe side, they entered the Eastvale police station through the rear entrance. Banks settled Lucy and Julia in an interview room and went to his office, where he walked over to the window and lit a cigarette and prepared himself for the coming interview. He had been so preoccupied with the extra body on the journey up that he had hardly noticed it was another gorgeous day out there. There were plenty of cars and coaches parked on the cobbled market square, family groups milling about, holding onto their children's hands, women with cardigans fastened loosely by the sleeves around their necks, just in case a cool breeze sprang up, clutching umbrellas against the possibility of rain. Why is it we English can never quite entrust ourselves to believe that fine weather will last, Banks wondered. We're always expecting the worst. That was why the forecasters covered all bases, sunny with cloudy periods and the chance of a shower. The interview room smelled of disinfectant because its last inhabitant, a drunken 17-year-old joyrider, had puked up a takeaway pizza all over the floor. Other than that, the room was clean enough, though very little light filtered in through the high barred window. Banks inserted tapes in the machine, tested them, and then went through the immediate formalities of time, date, and those present. "Right, Lucy," he said when he'd finished. "Ready to begin?" "If you like." "How long have you been living in Leeds?" "What?" Banks repeated the question. Lucy looked puzzled by it, but said, 4 years, more or less, ever since I started working at the bank." "And you came from Hull, from your foster parents, Clive and Hilary Liversedge?" "Yes, you know that already." "Just getting the background clear, Lucy. Where did you live before then?" Lucy started to fidget with her wedding ring. "Alderthorpe," she said quietly. "I lived at number 4 Spurn Road." "And your parents?" "Yes." "Yes, what?" "Yes, they lived there too." Banks sighed. "Don't play games with me, Lucy. This is a serious business." "Don't you think I don't know that?" Lucy snapped. "You dragged me out of hospital all the way up here for no reason, and then you start asking about my childhood. You're not a psychiatrist." "I'm just interested, that's all." "Well, it wasn't very interesting. Yes, they abused me, and yes, I was taken into care. The Liversedges were good to me, but it's not as if they were my real parents or anything. When the time came, I wanted to go out on my own in the world, put my childhood behind me and make my own way. Is there anything wrong with that?" "No," said Banks. He wanted to find out more about Lucy's childhood, especially the events that occurred when she was 12, but he knew he wasn't likely to find out much from her. "Is that why you changed your name from Linda Godwin to Lucy Liversedge?" "Yes. Reporters kept bothering me. The Liversedges arranged it with the social services." "What made you choose to move to Leeds?" "That's where the job was." "The first one you applied for?" "That I really wanted, yes." "Where did you live?" "I had a flat off Tong Road at first. When Terry got the job at Silver Hill, we bought the house on the hill. The one you say I can't go back to, even though it's my home. I suppose you expect me to keep making the mortgage payments while your men rip the place apart, too." "You moved in together before you were married?" "We already knew we were getting married. It was such a good deal at the time that we'd have been fools to turn it down." When did you marry Terry?
Just last year. The 22nd of May. We'd been going out together since the summer before.
How did you meet him?
What does that matter?
I'm just curious. Surely it's a harmless question.
In a pub.
Which pub?
I can't remember what it was called. It was a big one, though, with live music.
Where was it?
Seacroft.
Was he by himself?
I think so. Why?
Did he chat you up?
Not in so many words. I don't remember.
Did you ever stay at his flat?
Yes, of course I did. It wasn't wrong. We were in love. We were going to get married. We were engaged.
Even then?
It was love at first sight. You might not believe me, but it was. We'd only been going out 2 weeks. When he bought me my engagement ring, it cost nearly £1,000.
Did he have other girlfriends?
Not when we met.
But before?
I suppose so. I didn't make a fuss about it. I assumed he'd led a pretty normal life.
Normal?
Why not?
Did you ever see any evidence of other women in his flat?
No.
What were you doing in Seacroft when you lived off Tong Road? It's a long way.
We'd just finished a week's training course in town, and one of the girls said it was a good place for a night out.
Had you heard of the man the papers at the time called the Seacroft rapist?
Yes, everybody had.
But it didn't stop you going to Seacroft.
You have to live your life. You can't let fear get the better of you, or a woman wouldn't even dare go out of the house alone.
That's true enough, said Banks. So you never suspected that this man you met might be the Seacroft rapist?
Terry? No, of course not. Why should I?
Was there anything at all in Terry's behaviour that gave you cause for concern?
No. We were in love.
But he abused you. You admitted this the last time we talked. She looked away.
That came later.
How much later?
I don't know. Christmas, maybe.
Last Christmas?
Yes, around then. But it wasn't like that all the time. Afterwards, he was wonderful. He always felt guilty. He'd buy me presents, flowers, bracelets, necklaces. I really wish I had them with me now to remember him by.
In time, Lucy. So he always made up to you after he hit you?
Yes, he was wonderful to me for days.
Was he drinking more these past few months?
Yes. He was out more too. I didn't see him as much.
Where was he?
I don't know, he didn't tell me.
Didn't you ever ask him? Lucy looked away demurely, turning her bruised side on him. Banks got the message. I think we can move on, can't we, Superintendent? Said Julia Ford. My client's clearly getting upset with this line of questioning. Pity for her, Banks wanted to say, but he had plenty more ground to cover. Very well. He turned to Lucy again. Did you have anything to do with the abduction, rape and murder of Kimberly Myers? Lucy met his gaze, but he couldn't see anything in her dark eyes. If the eyes were the windows of the soul, then Lucy Payne's were made of tinted glass, and her soul wore sunglasses.
No, I didn't, she said.
What about Melissa Horrocks?
No, I had nothing to do with any of them.
How many were there, Lucy?
You know how many.
Tell me.
5. That's what I read in the papers anyway.
What did you do with Leanne Ray?
I don't understand.
Where is she, Lucy? Where's Leanne Ray? Where did you and Terry bury her? What made her different from the others? Lucy looked in consternation at Julia Ford.
I don't know what he's talking about, she said. Ask him to stop.
Superintendent, Julia said, my client has already made it clear she knows nothing about this person. I think you should move on. Did your husband ever mention any of these girls?
No. Terry never mentioned any of them.
Did you ever go in that cellar, Lucy?
You've asked me all this before.
I'm giving you a chance to change your answer, to go on record.
I told you I don't remember. I might have done, but I don't remember. I've got retrograde amnesia.
Who told you that?
My doctor at the hospital.
Dr. Landsberg?
Yes, it's part of my post-traumatic shock disorder.
It was the first Banks had heard of it. Dr. Landsberg had told him she was no expert on the subject. Well, I'm very glad you can put a name to what's wrong with you. On how many occasions might you have gone down in the cellar, if you could remember?
Just the once.
When?
The day it happened. When I got put in hospital, early last Monday morning.
So you admit that you may have gone down there?
If you say so, I can't remember. If I ever did go down, it was then.
It's not me who says so, Lucy. It's the scientific evidence. The lab found traces of Kimberly Myers's blood on the sleeves of your dressing gown. How did it get there?
I don't know.
There's only two ways it could have got there. Either before she was in the cellar, or after she was in the cellar. Which is it, Lucy?
It must be after.
Why?
Because I never saw her before.
But she didn't live far away. Hadn't you seen her around?
In the street, maybe, or the shops, yes, but I never talked to her.
Banks paused and shuffled some papers in front of him. So you admit now that you might have been in the cellar?
But I don't remember.
What do you think might have happened, hypothetically speaking?
Well, I might have heard a noise.
What sort of noise?
I don't know.
Lucy paused and put her hand to her throat.
A scream, maybe.
The only screams Maggie Forrest heard were yours.
Well, maybe you could only hear it if you were inside the house. Maybe it came up from the cellar. When Maggie heard me, I was in the hall.
You remember that, being in the hall?
Only very vaguely.
Go on.
So I might have heard a noise and gone down to investigate.
Even though you knew it was Terry's private den, and he'd kill you if you did?
Yes. Maybe I was disturbed enough.
By what?
By what I heard.
But the cellar was very well soundproofed, Lucy, and the door was closed when the police got there.
Then I don't know. I'm just trying to find a reason.
Go on. What might you have found there if you did go down?
That girl. I might have gone over to her to see if there was anything I could do.
What about the yellow fibres?
What about them?
They were from the plastic clothesline that was wrapped around Kimberly Myers's neck. The pathologist determined ligature strangulation by that line as cause of death. Fibres were also embedded in Kimberly's throat.
I must have tried to get it off her.
Do you remember doing this?
No, I'm still imagining how it might have happened.
Go on.
Then Terry must have found me and chased me upstairs and hit me.
Why didn't he drag you back down the cellar and kill you too?
I don't know. He was my husband. He loved me. He couldn't just kill me like
some teenage girl. Superintendent, Julia Ford cut in. I don't think speculation about what Mr. Payne did or didn't do is relevant here. My client says she might have gone down in the cellar and surprised her husband at whatever he was doing and thus provoked him. That should explain your findings. It should also be enough. But you said Terry would kill you if you went in the cellar. Why didn't he? Banks persisted.
I don't know. Maybe he was going to. Maybe he had something else to do first.
Like what?
I don't know.
Kill Kimberly?
Maybe.
But wasn't she already dead?
I don't know.
Get rid of her body?
Maybe. I don't know. I was unconscious.
Oh, come on, Lucy. This is rubbish, said Banks. The next thing you'll be trying to convince me you did it while you were sleepwalking. You killed Kimberly Myers, didn't you, Lucy? You went down in the cellar and saw her lying there and you strangled her.
I didn't. Why would I do a thing like that?
Because you were jealous. Terry wanted Kimberly more than he wanted you. He wanted to keep her. Lucy banged the table with her fist.
That's not true. You're making it up.
Well, why else did he have her staked out there, naked on the mattress? To give her a biology lesson? It was quite a biology lesson, Lucy. He raped her repeatedly, both vaginally and anally. He forced her to fillet him. Then he, or someone, strangled her with a length of yellow plastic clothesline. Lucy put her head in her hands and sobbed. "Is this kind of gruesome detail really necessary?" asked Julia Ford. "What's wrong?" Banks asked her. "Afraid of the truth?" "It's just a bit over the top, that's all. Over the top. I'll tell you what's over the bloody top." Banks pointed at Lucy. "Kimberly's blood on the sleeves of her dressing gown. Yellow fibres under her fingernails. She killed Kimberly Myers." "It's all circumstantial," said Julia Ford. "Lucy's already explained to you how it might have happened. She doesn't remember. That's not her fault. The poor woman was traumatized." "Either that or she's a damn good actress," said Banks. "Superintendent." Banks turned back to Lucy. "Who are the other girls, Lucy?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "We found 2 unidentified bodies in the back garden. Skeletal remains, at any rate. That makes 6 altogether, including Kimberly. We were only looking into 5 disappearances, and we haven't even found all of those yet. We don't know of these 2. Who are they?" "I've no idea." "Did you ever go out in the car with your husband and pick up a teenage girl?" The change of direction seemed to shock Lucy into silence, but she soon found her voice and regained her composure. "No, I did not." "So you knew nothing about the missing girls?" "No, only what I read in the papers. I told you, I didn't go in the cellar, and Terry certainly didn't tell me. So how could I know?" "How indeed?" Banks scratched the little scar beside his right eye. "I'm more concerned with how you could possibly not have known. The man you're living with, your own husband, abducts and brings home 6 young girls that we know of so far, keeps them in the cellar for God knows how long, while he rapes and tortures them. Then he buries them either in the garden or in the cellar. And all this time you're living in the house, only 1 floor away, 2 at the most. And you expect me to believe you didn't know anything, didn't even smell anything? Do I look as if I was born yesterday, Lucy? I don't see how you could fail to know." "I told you, I never went down there." "Didn't you notice when your husband was missing in the middle of the night?" "No. I always sleep very heavily. I think Terry must have been giving me sleeping pills with my cocoa. That's why I never noticed anything." "We didn't find any sleeping pills at the house, Lucy." "He must have run out. That must be why I woke up on Monday morning and thought something was wrong. Or he forgot." "Did either of you have a prescription for sleeping tablets?" "I didn't. I don't know if Terry did. Maybe he got them from a drug pusher." Banks made a note to look into the matter of sleeping tablets. "Why do you think he might have forgotten to drug you this time? Why did you go down to the cellar this time?" he went on. "What was so different about this time, about Kimberly? Was it because she was too close to home for comfort? Terry must have known he was taking a huge risk in abducting Kimberly, mustn't he? Was he obsessed with her, Lucy? Was that it? Were the others merely practice, substitutes, until he could no longer stop himself from taking the one he really wanted? How did you feel about that, Lucy? That Terry wanted Kimberly more than you, more than life itself, more than freedom?" Lucy put her hands to her ears. "Stop it! It's lies, all lies! I don't know what you mean. I don't understand what's going on. Why are you persecuting me like this?" She turned to Julia Ford. "Get me out of here now, please. I don't have to stay and listen to any more of this, do I?" "No," said Julia Ford, standing up. "You can leave whenever you like." "I don't think so." Banks stood up and took a deep breath. "Lucy Payne, I'm arresting you as an accessory in the murder of Kimberly Myers." "This is ludicrous," shot Julia Ford. "It's a travesty." "I don't believe your client's story," said Banks. He turned to Lucy again. "You don't have to say anything, Lucy. But if you fail to say something now that you later rely on in court, it might be held against you. Do you understand?" Banks opened the door and got 2 uniformed officers to take Lucy down to the custody officer. When they came towards her, she turned pale. "Please," she said, "I'll come back whenever you want. Please, I'm begging you. Don't lock me all alone in a dark cell." For the first time in his dealings with her, Banks got the sense that Lucy Payne was genuinely afraid. He remembered what Jenny had told him about the Alderthorpe 7, kept in cages without food for days. He almost faltered, but there was no going back now. He forced himself to remember Kimberly Myers spread-eagled on the bed in Lucy Payne's dark cellar. Nobody had given her a chance. "The cells aren't dark, Lucy," he said. "They're well lit and very comfortable. They regularly get 4 stars in the police accommodation guide." Julia Ford gave him a disgusted look. Lucy shook her head. Banks nodded towards the officers. "Take her to the cells." He'd managed it by the skin of his teeth, and he didn't even feel as good about it as he had thought he would. But he'd got Lucy Payne where he wanted her for 24 hours. 24 hours to find some real evidence against her. Annie felt only indifference towards Terence Payne's corpse laid out naked on the steel autopsy table. It was simply the shell, the deceptive outer human form of an aberration, a changeling, a demon. Come to think about it, though, she wasn't even certain she believed that. Terence Payne's evil was all too human. Over the centuries, men had raped and mutilated women, whether as acts of plunder in wartime, for dark pleasures in the back alleys and cheap rooms of decaying cities, in the isolation of the countryside, or in the drawing rooms of the rich. It hardly needed a demon in human form to do what men themselves already did so well. She turned her attention to events at hand. Dr. Mackenzie's close examination of the exterior of Terence Payne's skull. Identity and time of death had not been a problem in this case. Payne had been pronounced dead by Dr. Mugabe at Leeds General Infirmary at 8:13 p.m. the previous evening. Naturally, Dr. Mackenzie would do a thorough job. His assistant had already carried out the weighing and measuring, and photographs and x-rays had been taken. Indeed, Annie guessed Mackenzie to be the kind of doctor who would do a thorough post-mortem on a man shot dead right in front of his very eyes. It didn't do to make assumptions. His body was clean and ready for cutting, as there's no man cleaner than one who has just been through surgery. Luckily, the police surgeon had been dispatched to take fingernail scrapings, blood-stained clothing and blood samples when Payne had first arrived at the infirmary, so no evidence had been lost owing to the scruples of hospital hygiene. At the moment, Annie was interested only in the blows to Payne's head, and Dr. Mackenzie was paying particular attention to the cranium before performing the full post-mortem. They had already examined the fractured wrist and determined that it was broken by a blow from PC Janet Taylor's baton, which lay on the lab bench by the white-tiled wall. And there were also several defence bruises on Payne's arms, where he had tried to ward off PC Taylor's blows. Unless Payne had been murdered by a nurse or doctor while he was in hospital, PC Janet Taylor's actions were most likely directly responsible for his death. What had yet to be determined was just how culpable she was. An emergency operation to relieve a subdural hematoma had complicated matters, Dr. Mackenzie had told Annie, but it should be easy enough to separate the surgical procedure from the unskilled bludgeoning. Payne's head had already been shaved before his surgery, which made the injuries easier to identify. After a close examination, Mackenzie turned to Annie and said, "I'm not going to be able to tell you the exact sequence of blows, but there are some interesting clusters." "Clusters?" "Yes, come here, look." Dr. Mackenzie pointed towards Payne's left temple, which looked to Annie, with its shaved hair and bloody rawness, rather like a dead rat in a trap. "There are at least 3 distinct wounds overlapping here," Dr. Mackenzie went on, tracing the outlines as he went. "From the first one, this indentation here, followed by a later wound superimposed, and a third here, which overlaps parts of both." "Could they have been delivered in quick succession?" Annie asked, remembering what Janet Taylor had told her about the flurry of blows, and the way she had imagined it all herself when she had visited the scene. "It's possible," Dr. Mackenzie admitted, "but I'd say any one of these blows would have incapacitated him for a while, and perhaps changed his position in relation to his attacker.
Can you explain?
Dr. Mackenzie brought his hand around gently to the side of Annie's head and pushed. She went with a light pressure and stepped back, head turned. When he reached out again, his hand was closer to the back of her head. "Had that been a real blow," he said, "you would have been turned even further away from me, and the blow would have stunned you. It might have taken you a little time to get back to the same position."
"I see what you mean," Annie said. "So that would lead you to believe that perhaps other blows came in between."
There's angles to consider, too. If you look very closely at the indentations, you'll see that the first blow came when the victim was standing. He glanced towards the baton. See, the wound is relatively smooth and even, allowing for the differences in height between P.C. Taylor and the victim. I've measured the baton, by the way, and matched it closely to each wound, and that, along with the X-rays, gives me a better idea of the victim's position at the time of each blow. He pointed again. At least one of those blows to the temple was delivered when the victim was on his knees. You can see the way the impression deepens. It's even clearer on the X-ray. Dr. Mackenzie led Annie over to the X-ray viewer on the wall, slipped in a sheet of film and turned on the light. He was right. When he pointed to it, Annie could see how the wound was deeper towards the back, indicating that the baton had come down at an angle. They went back to the table.
"Could he have got up again after a blow like that?" Annie asked.
"It's possible. There's no telling with head wounds. People have been known to walk around for days with a bullet in their brains. The main problem would be the rate of blood loss. Head wounds bleed an awful lot. That's why we usually leave the brain until last in a post-mortem. Most of the blood has drained off by then. Less messy."
"What are you going to do with Payne's brain?" Annie asked. "Keep it for scientific study?"
Dr. Mackenzie snorted. "I'd as soon read his character by the bumps on his head," he said. "And speaking of which..."
He asked his assistants to turn the body over. Annie saw another raw, pulpy area at the back of Payne's head. She thought she could see splinters of bone sticking out, but realized she must be imagining things. Payne had been treated in hospital, and they wouldn't leave bone splinters sticking out of the back of his head. There was also some evidence of surgical stitching, which probably gave the impression of splinters. She only shivered because it was cold in the room, she told herself.
These wounds were almost certainly inflicted when the victim was at an inferior level, say on his hands and knees, and they were delivered from behind.
As if he were moving away from his attacker on all fours, looking for something.
"I wouldn't know about that," said Mackenzie, "but it's possible."
"It's just that at one point she says she hit him on the wrist, and he dropped his machete, which she kicked into a corner. Apparently he went scrabbling after it on his hands and knees, and she hit him again."
"That would concur with this kind of injury," Dr. Mackenzie conceded, "though I count 3 blows to the same general area. The brainstem, by the way, by far the most dangerous and vulnerable to attack."
"She hit him there 3 times?"
"Yes."
"Would he have been able to get up after that?"
"Again, I can't say. A weaker man might well have been dead by then. Mr. Payne survived for 3 days. Perhaps he found his machete and got up again."
"So that is a possible scenario."
"I can't rule it out. But look at these."
Dr. Mackenzie directed Annie's attention towards the deep depressions at the top of the skull.
"These 2 wounds, I can say with some certainty, were administered when the victim was in an inferior position to the attacker, perhaps sitting or squatting, given the angle, and they were administered with tremendous power."
"What sort of power?"
Mackenzie stood back, raised both his arms high in the air, behind his head, and clasped his hands. Then he brought them down, as if wielding an imaginary hammer, with all his might onto the head of an imaginary victim. "Like that," he said. And there was no resistance. Annie swallowed. Damn. This was turning into a real bugger of a case. Elizabeth Bell, the social worker in charge of the Alderthorpe 7 investigation, hadn't retired, but she had changed jobs and relocated to York, which made it easy for Jenny to drop in on her after a quick stop by her office at the university. She found a narrow parking spot several doors away from the terrace house off Fulford Road, not far from the river, and managed to squeeze her car in without doing any damage. Elizabeth answered the door, as quickly as if she had been standing right behind it, though Jenny had been vague on the phone about her time of arrival. It hadn't mattered, Elizabeth said, as Friday was her day off this week, the kids were at school, and she had ironing to catch up with. "You must be Dr. Fuller," Elizabeth said. "That's me, but call me Jenny." Elizabeth led Jenny inside. "I still don't know what you want to see me about, but do come on in." She led Jenny into a small living room, made even smaller by the ironing board and basket of laundry balanced on a chair. Jenny could smell the lemon detergent and fabric softener, along with that warm and comforting smell of freshly ironed clothes. The television was on, showing an old black-and-white thriller starring Jack Warner. Elizabeth cleared a pile of folded clothes from the armchair and bade Jenny sit. "Excuse the mess," she said. "Such a tiny house. But they're so expensive around here, and we do so love the location." "Why did you move from Hull?" "We'd been looking to move for a while, then Roger, that's my husband, got a promotion. He's a civil servant. Well, hardly all that civil, if you catch my drift." "What about you? Job, I mean." "Still the social. Only now I work down the benefits office. Do you mind if I carry on ironing while we talk? Only I've got to get it all done." "No, not at all." Jenny looked at Elizabeth. She was a tall, big-boned woman, wearing jeans and a plaid button-down shirt. The knees of her jeans were stained, Jenny noticed, as if she had been gardening. Under her short, no-nonsense haircut, her face was hard and prematurely lined, but not without kindness, which showed in her eyes and in the expressions that suddenly softened the hardness as she spoke. "How many children do you have?" Jenny asked. "Only 2, William and Pauline." She nodded towards a photograph of 2 children that stood on the mantelpiece, smiling in a playground. "Anyway, I'm intrigued. Why are you here? You didn't tell me very much over the telephone. I'm sorry. I wasn't meaning to be mysterious, honestly. I'm here about the Alderthorpe 7. I understand you were involved." "How could I forget?" "Why do you want to know? It was all over 10 years ago." "Nothing's ever all over in my line of work," said Jenny. She had debated how much to tell Elizabeth, and had even spoken with Banks on the phone about this. Useful as ever, he had said, "As much as you have to, and as little as you need to." Jenny had already asked Mr. and Mrs. Liversedge not to reveal Lucy's true origins or name to reporters, but it wouldn't be long before some bright spark came across a slip of paper or recognised a photo from the newspaper's obituary. She knew that she and Banks had a very narrow window of opportunity in which to operate before trainloads of media people got off at York and Hull, and even found their way to sleepy little Alderthorpe. She took a risk that Elizabeth Bell wasn't likely to tip them off either. "Can you keep a secret?" she asked. Elizabeth looked up from the shirt she was ironing. "If I have to, I have done before. The person I'm interested in is Lucy Payne." "Lucy Payne?" "Yes. That name is familiar, but I'm afraid you'll have to jog my memory. It's been in the news a lot recently. She was married to Terence Payne, the schoolteacher the police believe was responsible for the murder of 6 young girls." "Of course. Yes, I did see her mentioned in the paper, but I must admit that I don't follow such things." "Understandable. Anyway, Lucy's parents, Clive and Hilary Liversedge, turned out to be foster parents. Lucy was one of the Alderthorpe 7. You'd probably remember her as Linda Godwin. Good heavens! Elizabeth paused, holding the iron in mid-air, as if travelling back in her memory. Little Linda Godwin. The poor wee thing. Perhaps now you can see why I asked you about keeping secrets. The press would have a field day. Indeed they would. Probably will eventually. They won't find out anything from me. A worthwhile risk, then. Good, said Jenny. I think I'd better sit down. Elizabeth propped the iron on its end and sat opposite Jenny. What do you want to know? Whatever you can tell me. How did it all begin, for a start? It was a local schoolteacher who tipped us off, said Elizabeth. Maureen Nesbit. She had been suspicious about the state of some of the children for some time, and some of the things they said when they thought no one could overhear them. Then young Kathleen didn't show up for school for a week, and nobody had a reasonable explanation. That would be Kathleen Murray. You know about her? I just did a bit of background research among old newspapers at the library. I know that Kathleen Murray was the one who died, was murdered. Should have been the Alderthorpe Six, as one of them was already dead by the time the whole thing blew up. Where did Kathleen fit in? There were two families involved, Oliver and Geraldine Murray, and Michael and Pamela Godwin. The Murrays had 4 children, ranging from Keith, aged 11, to Susan, aged 8. The 2 in the middle were Diane and Kathleen, aged 10 and 9, respectively. The Godwins had 3 children. Linda, at 12, was the eldest. Then came Tom, who was 10, and Laura, 9. Good Lord. It sounds complicated. Elizabeth grinned. It gets worse. Oliver Murray and Pamela Godwin were brother and sister, and nobody was quite sure exactly who fathered whom. Extended family abuse. It's not as uncommon as it should be, especially in small, isolated communities. The families lived next door to one another in 2 semis in Alderthorpe, just far enough away from the other houses in the village to be guaranteed their privacy. It's a remote enough part of the world to begin with. Have you ever been there? Not yet. You should. Just to get the feel of the place. It's creepy. I intend to. Were they true, then, the allegations? The police would be able to tell you more about that. I was mostly responsible for separating the children and making sure they were cared for, getting them examined, and for fostering them too, of course. All of them. I didn't do it all on my own, but I was in overall charge, yes. Did any of them ever go back to their parents? No. Oliver and Geraldine Murray were charged with Kathleen's murder, and are still in jail, as far as I know. Michael Godwin committed suicide 2 days before the trial, and his wife was declared unfit to stand trial. I believe she's still in care. A mental institution, I mean. There's no doubt about who did what, then. As I said, the police would know more about that than me, but if ever I've come face to face with evil in my life, it was there that morning. What happened? Nothing happened. It was just, I don't know, the aura around the place. Did you go inside? No. The police wouldn't let us. They said we'd only contaminate the scene. We had a van, a heated van, and they brought the children out to us. What about the satanic angle? I understand it didn't come up in court. Wasn't necessary, the lawyers said. Would only confuse things. Was there any evidence? Oh, yes. But if you ask me, it was nothing but a load of mumbo-jumbo to justify drinking, drug-taking, and abusing the children. The police found cocaine and marijuana in both houses, you know, along with some LSD, ketamine and ecstasy. Is that case why you gave up social work? Elizabeth paused before answering. Partly, yes. It was the straw that broke the camel's back, if you like. But I was already close to burning out long before that. It takes it out of you, it does.
dealing with ill-treated kids all the time. You lose sight of the humanity, the dignity of life. Do you know what I mean? I think so, said Jenny. Spending too much time with criminals has a similar effect. But these were children. They had no choice. I see what you mean. You meet some proper losers down at the benefits office, believe me, but it's not like childcare. What state was Lucy in? Same as the rest. Dirty, hungry, bruised. Sexually abused? Elizabeth nodded. What was she like? Linda, or I suppose I'd better start calling her Lucy from now on, hadn't I? She was a sweet little thing, shy and scared, standing there with a blanket around her, and that look on her face like a grubby little angel. She hardly said a word. Could she speak? Oh, yes. One of the children, Susan, I think, lost the use of her voice, but not Lucy. She had been abused in just about every way imaginable. Yet she was surprisingly resilient. She'd speak if she wanted to, but I never once saw her cry. In fact, she seemed to have assumed the role of caregiver to the younger ones, though she wasn't in a position to offer much in the way of care. She was the eldest, at least, so maybe she could offer them some comfort. You'd know more about this than I do, but I guessed she was repressing the full horror of what she'd been through, holding it back. I often wondered what would become of her. I never suspected anything like this. The problem is, Elizabeth, call me Liz, please. Everyone does. Okay, Liz. The problem is that we just don't know what Lucy's role in all this is. She claims amnesia, and she was certainly abused by her husband. We're trying to find out whether she knew anything about his other activities, or to what degree she might have been involved. You can't be serious. Lucy involved in something like that? Surely her own experiences. I know it sounds crazy, Liz, but the abused often become the abusers. It's all they know. Power, pain, withholding, tormenting. It's a familiar cycle. Studies have shown that abused children as young as 8 or 10 have gone on to abuse their younger siblings or neighbours. But not Lucy, surely. We don't know. That's why I'm asking questions, trying to fit the psychology together, build a profile of her. Is there anything more you can tell me? Well, as I said, she was quiet, resilient, and the other children, the younger ones, seemed to defer to her. Were they afraid of her? I can't say I got that impression, but they took notice of her. Yes, she was definitely the boss. What else can you tell me about Lucy's personality, then? Let me think. Not much, really. She was a very private person. She'd only let you see what she wanted you to see. You have to realize that these children were probably as much, if not more, shaken up by the raid, by being taken from their parents so abruptly. That was all they knew, after all. It might have been hell, but it was a familiar hell. Lucy always seemed gentle, but like most children, she could be cruel on occasion. Oh, I don't mean pulling the wings off flies or that sort of thing, said Elizabeth. I assume that is the sort of thing you're looking for, isn't it? Such early patterns of behaviour can be a useful guide, but I've always thought they were overrated. To be honest, I once pulled the wings off a fly myself. No, I just want to know about her. How could she be cruel, for example? When we were arranging for foster parents, for example, you realise it was impossible to keep the siblings together, so they had to be split up. It was more important at the time that each child have a stable, possible long-term caring environment. Anyway, I remember Laura in particular, Lucy's younger sister, was upset. But all Lucy said was she'd just have to get used to it. Poor girl just wouldn't stop crying. Where does she end up? Laura? With a family in Hull, I believe. It's a long time ago, so forgive me if I don't remember all the details. Of course. Can you tell me what happened to any of the other children at all? I'm afraid I left there shortly after, so I never got to keep track of them. I often wish I had, but is there anything more you can tell me?" Elizabeth stood up and went back to her ironing. "Not that I can think of." Jenny stood up, took her card from her purse and handed it over. "If you think of anything at all—" Elizabeth peered at the card and set it on the edge of the ironing board. "Yes, of course. I'm only too glad to have been of help." But she didn't look it, Jenny thought as she manoeuvred her car out of the tiny parking spot. Elizabeth Bell had looked like a woman forced to confront memories she would sooner forget, and Jenny didn't blame her. She didn't know if she'd learned anything much of value except confirmation that satanic paraphernalia had been found in the cellar. Banks would certainly be interested in that. Tomorrow, she would go all the way to Alderthorpe and see if she could find anyone who knew the families before the investigation, and, as Elizabeth had suggested, to get the feel of the place. Chapter 12. Banks hadn't had a break all day, had even missed his lunch interviewing Lucy Payne. So, with no real plan in mind, around 3 o'clock that afternoon, he found himself wandering down an alley off North Market Street, towards the Old Ship Inn, heavy with the recent news that the second body discovered in the back garden of 35 The Hill was definitely not Leanne Ray's. Lucy Payne was being held in a cell in the basement of police headquarters, and Julia Ford had booked herself in at the Burgundy, Eastvale's best, most expensive hotel. The task force and forensics people were working as fast and as hard as they could, and Jenny Fuller was probing Lucy's past, all looking for that one little chink in her armour, that one little piece of hard evidence that she was more involved with the killings than she let on. Banks knew that if they unearthed nothing more by noon tomorrow, he'd have to let her go. He had one more visit to make today, to talk to George Woodward, the detective inspector, who had done most of the legwork on the Alderthorpe investigation, now retired and running a B&B in Withensea. Banks glanced at his watch. It would take him about 2 hours, plenty of time to head out there after a drink and a bite to eat, and still get back before too late. The Old Ship was a shabby, undistinguished Victorian watering hole, with a few benches scattered in the cobbled alley out front. Not much light got in, as the buildings all around were dark and high. Its claim to fame was that it was well hidden, and known to be tolerant of underage drinkers. Many an Eastvale lad, so Banks had heard, had sipped his first pint at the Old Ship, well before his 18th birthday. The sign showed an old clipper ship, and the windows were of smoked etched glass. It wasn't very busy at that time of day, between the lunch hour and the after-work crowd. Indeed, the Old Ship wasn't busy very often at all, as few tourists liked the look of it, and most locals knew better places to drink. The interior was dim, and the air stale and acrid, with more than 100 years' accumulated smoke and beer spills. Which made it all the more surprising that the barmaid was a pretty young girl with short dyed red hair and an oval face, a smooth complexion, a bright smile and a cheerful disposition. Banks leaned against the bar. "I don't suppose there's any chance of a cheese and onion sandwich, is there?" "Sorry," she said. "We don't serve food after 2. Packet of chips? Sorry, crisps, okay?" "Better than nothing," said Banks. "What flavour?" "Plain will do. And a pint of bitter shandy too, please." As she was pouring the drink, and Banks was dipping into a packet of rather soggy potato crisps, she kept glancing at him out of the corner of her eye and finally said, "Aren't you the policeman who was here about that girl who disappeared a month or so ago?" "Leanne Ray," said Banks. "Yes. I thought so. I saw you here. You weren't the policeman I talked to, but you were here. Have you found her yet?" "It's Shannon, isn't it?" She smiled. "You remember my name, and you never even talked to me. I'm impressed." Shannon, Banks remembered from the statement taken by D.C. Winsome Jackman, was an American student taking a year off from her studies. She had already travelled around most of Europe,
And through relatives and, Banks suspected, a boyfriend, she had ended up spending a few months in Yorkshire, which she seemed to like. Banks guessed that she was working at the old ship, perhaps because the manager wasn't concerned about visas and permits, and paid cash in hand. Probably not much of it either. Banks lit a cigarette and glanced around. A couple of old men sat smoking pipes by the window, not speaking, not making eye contact with each other. They seemed as if they might have been there since the place first opened in the 19th century. The floor was worn stone, and the tables scored and wobbly. A watercolour of a huge sailing ship hung crookedly on one wall, and on the opposite one, a series of framed charcoal sketches of seagoing scenes, quite good to Banks's untrained eye. "I wasn't trying to be nosy," Shannon said. "I was only asking because I haven't seen you since, and I've been reading about those girls in Leeds." She gave a little shudder. "It's horrible. I remember being in Milwaukee. That's where I'm from, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, when all the Jeffrey Dahmer stuff was going on. I was only a kid, but I knew what it was all about, and we were all scared and confused. I don't know how people can do things like that. Do you?" Banks looked at her, saw the innocence, the hope and the faith that her life would turn out to be worth living, and that the world wasn't an entirely evil place, no matter what bad things happen in it. "No," he said, "I don't." "So you haven't found her then, Leanne?" "No. It's not that I knew her or anything. I only saw her once. But you know, when something like that happens, like you think you might be the last person to have seen someone, well..." She rested her hand on her chest. "It sort of sticks with you, if you know what I mean. I can't get the picture out of my mind. Her sitting over there by the fireplace." Banks thought of Claire Toth, whipping herself over Kimberly Myers's murder, and he knew that anyone remotely connected with what Payne had done felt tainted by it. "I know what you mean," he said. One of the old men came up to the bar and plonked his half-pint glass down. Shannon filled it for him. He paid and went back to his chair. She wrinkled her nose. "They're in every day. You can set your watch by them. If one of them didn't turn up, I'd have to call an ambulance." "When you say you can't get Leanne's image out of your mind, does that mean you've given any more thought to that evening?" "Not really," said Shannon. "I mean, I thought, that she'd been taken like the others. That's what everyone thought." "I'm starting to believe that might not be the case," said Banks, putting his fear into words for the first time. "In fact, I'm beginning to think we might have been barking up the wrong tree on that one. I don't understand. Anyway," Banks went on, "I just thought I'd drop by, to see if you remembered anything you forgot to mention before, that sort of thing. It's been a while." And that, he knew, meant that any trail Leanne may have left would have gone cold. If they had screwed up in assuming too quickly that Leanne Ray had been abducted by the same person, or persons, as Kelly Matthews and Samantha Foster, then any clues as to what had really happened could well have vanished forever by now. "I don't know how I can help," said Shannon. "Tell me," said Banks. "You say they were sitting over there, right?" He pointed to the table by the empty tiled fireplace. "Yes, 4 of them, at that table." "Did they drink much?" "No, I told the policewoman before. They only had a drink or 2 each. I didn't think she was old enough, but the landlord tells us not to bother too much unless it's really obvious." She put a hand over her mouth. "Shoot, I probably shouldn't have said that, should I? Don't worry about it. We know all about Mr. Parkinson's practices. And don't worry about what you told us before, Shannon. I know I could go and look it all up in the files if I wanted. But I want you to start again, as if it had never happened before." It was hard to explain to a civilian, but Banks needed the feel of investigating Leanne's disappearance as if it were a fresh crime. He didn't want to start by poring over old files in his office, though it would no doubt come to that if something didn't turn up soon. He wanted to start by revisiting the place where she had last been seen. "Did Leanne seem intoxicated at all?" he asked. "She was a bit giggly, a bit loud, as if maybe she wasn't used to the drink." "What was she drinking?" I can't remember. Not beer, maybe wine, or it could have been Pernod, something like that. Did you get the impression that the four of them had paired off, anything along those lines? Shannon thought for a moment. No, two of them were clearly a couple. You could tell by the way they were touching one another casually. I mean, it's not as if they were necking or anything, but the other two, Leanne and Mick Blair, said Banks. I don't know their names. Anyway, I got the impression he might have been a bit keen and she was flirting a bit. Maybe because of the drinks. Was he bothering her at all? Oh, no, nothing like that. Or I'd have made a point of saying so before. No, just the way I caught him looking at her once or twice. They seemed comfortable enough together, but as I say, I just thought maybe he fancied her and she was playing him along a bit, that's all. You didn't mention this before. It didn't seem important. Besides, nobody asked me. Back then, everyone was more concerned that she'd been abducted by a serial killer. True enough, Banks thought with a sigh. Leanne's parents had been adamant that she was a good girl and would never under any normal circumstances break a curfew. So certain were they that she must have been attacked or abducted that their certainty influenced the investigation, and the police broke one of their cardinal rules. Don't make assumptions until you've checked out every possible angle. People were also making noises about Kelly Matthews and Samantha Foster at the time, too. So Leanne's disappearance, another nice, well-adjusted teenager, became linked with theirs. And there was, of course, the matter of the abandoned shoulder bag. In it were Leanne's inhaler, which she needed in case of an asthma attack, and her purse, which contained £25 and a handful of change. It made no sense that she would throw away her money if she was running away from home. Surely she would need all she could get. D.C. Winsome Jackman had questioned Shannon, and perhaps she should have asked more probing questions, but Banks couldn't blame Winsome for the omissions. She had discovered what mattered at the time, that the group had been well behaved, that they had caused no problems, that there had been no arguments, that they weren't drunk, and that there had been no unwelcome attention from strangers. What was their general mood? Banks asked. Did they seem quiet, rambunctious, or what? I don't remember anything unusual about them. They weren't causing any trouble, or I'm sure I'd have said. Usually you get that with people who know they're drinking underage. They know they're under sufferance, if you know what I mean, so they tend not to draw attention to themselves. Banks remembered the feeling well. At 16 he had sat, proud and terrified, with his mate Steve in a poky little pub a mile or so from the estate where they both lived, drinking their first pints of bitter in a corner by the jukebox, smoking Park Drive tipped. They had felt like real grown-ups, but Banks also remembered being worried in case the police came around, or someone who knew them came in, one of his father's friends, for example, so they tried to fade into the woodwork as much as possible. He sipped his shandy and crumpled up the crisp packet. Shannon took it from him and put it in the waste bin behind the bar. I do remember that they seemed excited about something just before they left, though, Shannon added. I mean, they were too far away for me to hear anything, and they weren't really noisy about it, but I could tell someone had come up with a good idea for something to do. Banks hadn't heard about this before. You've no idea what it was? No. It was just like they were going, yeah, let's do that. Then a couple of minutes later, they left. What time was this? Must have been about 11:15. And they were all excited about this idea, including Leanne. I couldn't honestly separate out the reactions for you, Shannon said with a frown. It was just a general sort of thing, as if someone had an idea for something to do and they all thought it would be fun. This great idea, did you get the impression it was something they were going to do right then, after they left here? I don't know. Perhaps. Why? Banks finished his drink. Because Leanne Ray had an 11 o'clock curfew, he said. And according to her parents, she never stayed out past her curfew. If she was planning on going off anywhere with them after they'd been here, she'd have missed it. There's something else, too. What? If they were all planning to do something, it means her friends all lied. Shannon thought for a moment. I see what you mean. But there was no reason to think she wasn't going home. She might have. I mean, it could have been just the three of them planning something. Look, I'm really sorry. I mean, I never thought, last time. I tried to remember everything that was important. It's okay, said Banks, smiling. Not your fault. He looked at his watch. Time to head out for Withensea. Must dash. Oh, I'm leaving at the end of next week, said Shannon. I mean, my last night's a week next Wednesday. If you'd like to stop by for a drink, say goodbye. Banks didn't know how to take the invitation. Was it a come-on? Surely not. Shannon couldn't have been a day over 21. Still, it was nice to think there was even the remotest chance that a younger girl fancied him. Thanks, he said. I'm not sure I'll be able to make it, so in case I don't, I'll say bon voyage now. Shannon gave a little whatever sort of shrug, and Banks walked out into the dismal alley. It was only mid-afternoon, but Annie would have sworn that Janet Taylor was drunk, not totally falling down pissed, but emitting a slight buzz, fuzzy around the edges. She had had a bit of experience with drunks at the artists' commune where she had grown up with her father, Ray. There had once briefly been an alcoholic writer, she remembered, a big, smelly man with rheumy eyes and a thick, matted beard. He hid bottles all over the place. Her father told her to stay away from him, and once, when the man, whose name she couldn't remember, started talking to her, her father got angry and made him leave the room. It was one of the few times she had ever seen Ray really angry. He liked a drop or two of wine now and then, and no doubt he still smoked a bit of pot, but he wasn't a drunk or a drug addict. Most of the time he was consumed by his work, whatever painting it happened to be at the time, to the exclusion of pretty much everything, including Annie. Janet's flat was a mess, with clothes strewn everywhere, and half-full cups of tea on the windowsill and mantelpiece. It also smelled like a drunk's room, that peculiar mix of stale skin and the sweet and sour smell of booze, gin in Janet's case. Janet slumped onto a wrinkled T-shirt and a pair of jeans on the armchair, leaving Annie to fend for herself. She cleared some newspapers off a hard-backed chair and sat. "So what is it now?" Janet asked. "You come to arrest me?" "Not yet." "What then? More questions?" "You heard Terence Payne died?" "I've heard." "How are you doing, Janet?" "How am I doing? Ha! That's a good one. Well, let me see." She started counting off on her fingers as she spoke. "Apart from not being able to sleep, apart from pacing the flat and feeling claustrophobic whenever it gets dark, apart from reliving the moment over and over again whenever I close my eyes, apart from the fact that my career's pretty much fucked, let me see, I feel just fine." Annie took a deep breath. She certainly wasn't there to make Janet feel any better, though in a way she wished she could. You really should seek some sort of counselling, Janet. The Federation will— No, I'm not seeing any shrinks. I'll not have them messing with my head. Not with all this shit going on. When they've done with me, I'll not know whether I'm coming or going. Imagine how that would look in court. Annie held her hands up. Okay. It's your choice. She took some papers from her briefcase. "I've attended Terence Payne's post-mortem, and there's a couple of things I'd like to go over on your statement." "Are you saying I was lying?" "No, not at all." Janet ran her hand through her lifeless, greasy hair. "Because I'm not a liar. I might have been a bit confused about the sequence of events. It all happened so fast, but I told it as I remember it." "Okay, Janet, that's fine. Look, in your statement, you say you hit Payne 3 times on the left temple and once on his wrist, and that one of the blows to the temple was delivered two-handed. Did I?" "Yes. Is that correct?"
I couldn't remember exactly how many times or where I hit him, but that seemed about right, yes. Why? According to Dr. Mackenzie's post-mortem, you hit Payne 9 times. 3 on the temple, 1 to the wrist, 1 on the cheek, 2 to the base of the skull while he was crouching or kneeling, and 2 to the top of his head while he was squatting or sitting. Janet said nothing, and a jet from the airport streamed into the silence, filling it with the roar of engines and the promise of distant exotic places. Anywhere but here, Annie was thinking, and she guessed that Janet probably felt the same. Janet? What? I wasn't aware you'd asked me a question. How do you respond to what I just said? I don't know. I told you I wasn't counting. I was just trying to save my life. Are you sure you weren't acting out of revenge for Dennis? What do you mean? The number of blows, the position of the victim, the violence of the blows. Janet turned red. Victim? Is that what you call the bastard? Victim? When Dennis was lying there on the floor, with his lifeblood pumping away, you called Terence Payne a victim? How dare you? I'm sorry, Janet, but that's the way a case would be presented in court, and you'd better get used to the idea. Janet said nothing. Why did you say what you did to the ambulance attendant? What did I say? Is he dead? Did I kill the bastard? What did you mean by that? I don't know. I don't even remember saying it. It could be construed as meaning you set out to kill him, do you see? I suppose it could be twisted that way, yes. Did you, Janet? Did you intend to kill Terence Payne? No, I told you. I was trying to save my life. Why can't you believe me? What about the blows to the back of his head? When might those have occurred in the sequence of events? I don't know. Try harder. You can do better than that. Maybe when he was bent over reaching for his machete. Okay, but you don't remember delivering them. No, but I suppose I must have done if you say so. What about those 2 blows to the top of his head? Dr. Mackenzie tells me they were delivered with a lot of force. They weren't just random hits. Janet shook her head. I don't know. I don't know. Annie leaned forward and held Janet's chin between thumb and forefinger, looking into her blurry, scared eyes. Listen to me, Janet. Terence Payne was taller than you. By the angle and force of those blows, the only way they could have been delivered was if he was sitting and the attacker had plenty of time to take a huge, uninterrupted downward swing and... Well, you get the picture. Come on, Janet, talk to me. Believe it or not, I'm trying to help you. Janet twisted her chin from Annie's grip and looked away. What do you want me to say? I'll only get myself deeper in trouble. Not true. You'll get nowhere if you're perceived as lying or covering up your actions. That'll only lead to perjury. The truth's your best defense. Do you think there's a person on that jury, if that's what it comes to, who won't sympathize with your predicament? Even if you did admit to losing it for a few moments? Give yourself a break here, Janet. What do you want me to say? Tell the truth. Was that how it happened? Was he down, and you just lost your temper, gave him one for Dennis, and crack, there's another? Is that how it happened? Janet jumped up and began pacing, wringing her hands. So what if I did give him 1 or 2 for Dennis? It was nothing less than he deserved. That's what you did. You remember now. Janet stopped and narrowed her eyes. Then she poured herself 2 fingers of gin and knocked it back. Not clearly, no. But if you're telling me that's how it happened, I can hardly deny it, can I? Not in the face of the pathologist's evidence. Pathologists can be wrong, Annie said, though not, she thought, about the number, strength, and angle of the blows. But who will they believe in court? I've told you. If it comes to that, you'll get a lot of sympathy. But it might not come to court. Janet sat down again, perched at the edge of the armchair. What do you mean? It's up to the CPS. I'll be meeting with them on Monday. In the meantime, if you want to alter your statement at all before then, now's the time to do it." "It's no good," said Janet, holding her head in her hands and weeping. "I don't remember it clearly. It all seemed to happen so fast. It was over before I knew what was happening, and Dennis was dead, bleeding on my lap. That went on forever. Me telling him to hang on, trying to staunch the blood." She looked at her hands, as if seeing the same thing Lady Macbeth saw, what she couldn't wash away. "But it wouldn't stop bleeding. I couldn't stop it from coming out. Maybe it happened as you said. Maybe that's the only way it could have happened. All I remember is the fear, the adrenaline, the anger, Janet. Is that what you were going to say?" Janet shot her a defiant glance. "What if I was? Wasn't I right to feel anger?" "I'm not here to judge you. I think I'd have been angry myself, maybe done exactly the same as you. But we've got to get this sorted. There's no way it'll simply disappear. As I say, the CPS might decide not to press charges. At the worst, you'll be looking at excusable homicide, maybe even justifiable. We're not talking jail time here, Janet. Thing is, though, we can't hide it, and it won't go away. There's got to be some action." Annie spoke softly and clearly, as if to a frightened child. "I hear what you're saying," Janet said. "It's like I'm some sort of sacrificial lamb, tossed to the slaughter to appease public opinion." "Not at all." Annie stood up. "Public opinion is far more likely to be on your side. It's just procedure that has to be followed. Look, if you want to get in touch with me about anything at all before Monday, here's my card." She wrote her home and mobile numbers on the back. "Thanks." Janet took the card, glanced at it, and set it on the coffee table. "You know," Annie said at the door, "I'm not your enemy, Janet. Yes, I'd have to give evidence if it came to court, but I'm not against you." Janet gave her a twisted smile. "Yeah, I know," she said, reaching for the gin again. "Life's a bitch, isn't it?" "Sure is." Annie smiled back. "Then you die." "Claire, it's so nice to see you again. Come in." Claire Toth walked into Maggie's hall and followed her through to the front room, where she slouched on the sofa. The first things Maggie noticed about her were how pale she was, and that she had cut off all her beautiful long blonde hair. What left lay jaggedly over her skull, in a way that suggested she had cut it herself. She wasn't wearing her school uniform, but a pair of baggy jeans and a baggy sweatshirt that hid all the signs that she was an attractive young woman. She wore no makeup, and her face was dotted with acne. Maggie remembered what Dr. Sims had said about the possible reactions of Kimberly's close friends, that some might suppress their sexuality, because they thought that would protect them from predators such as Terence Payne. It looked as if Claire was trying to do just that. Maggie wondered if she should comment, but decided not to. "Milk and cookies?" she asked. Claire shook her head. "What is it, sweetheart?" Maggie asked. "What's wrong?" "I don't know," said Claire. "I can't sleep. I just keep thinking of her. I just lie awake all night with it going through my head. What must have happened to her? What she must have felt like. I can't bear it. It's awful." "What do your parents say?" Claire looked away. "I can't talk to them. I thought, you might understand better." "Let me get those cookies anyway. I could do with one myself." Maggie fetched 2 glasses of milk and a plate of chocolate chip cookies from the kitchen and put them down on the coffee table. Claire picked up her milk and sipped at it, then reached out and picked up a cookie. "You read about me in the papers, then?" Maggie said. Claire nodded. "And what do you think?" "At first I couldn't believe it. Not you. Then I realized it could be anybody. That you didn't have to be poor or stupid to be abused. Then I felt sorry for you. Well, please don't do that, said Maggie, trying on a smile. I stopped feeling sorry for myself a long time ago, and now I'm just getting on with my life, all right? Okay. What sort of things do you think about? Do you want to tell me? How terrible it must have been for Kim, with Mr. Payne, doing things to her. Sex. The police didn't say anything to the papers about it, but I know he did horrible things to her. I can just picture him there doing it, hurting her, and Kim so helpless. It's no use imagining what it was like, Claire. It won't do any good. Do you think I don't know that? Do you think I do it on purpose? She shook her head slowly, and I keep going over the details of that night in my mind. How I just said I was staying for a slow dance with Nicky, and Kim said that was okay. She'd probably find somebody to walk home with. But it wasn't very far anyway, and the road was well lit. I should have known something would happen to her. You couldn't know, Claire. How could you possibly know? I should have. We knew about those girls, the ones who'd gone missing. We should have stuck together, been more careful. Claire, listen to me. It's not your fault. And I know this sounds harsh, but if anyone should have been more careful, perhaps it's Kimberly. You can't be blamed for dancing with a boy. If she was concerned, then she should have made sure she had someone to walk home with her, and not gone off alone. Maybe she didn't. What do you mean? Maybe Mr. Payne gave her a lift. You told the police you didn't see him. You didn't, did you? No, but he could have been waiting outside, couldn't he? I suppose so, Maggie admitted. I hate him. I'm glad he's dead. And I hate Nicky Gallagher. I hate all men. Maggie didn't know what to say to that. She could tell Claire that she'd get over it in time, but a fat lot of good that would do. The best thing she could do, she decided, was have a talk with Mrs. Toth and see if they could persuade Claire to go for counselling before things got worse. At least, she seemed to want to talk about her thoughts and feelings, which was a good start. Was she conscious all the time he was doing stuff with her? Claire asked. I mean, was she aware of him doing it to her? Claire, stop it. But Maggie was spared further debate by the phone. She listened, frowning, said a few words and then turned back to Claire, who managed to pull herself out of her absorption with Kimberly's ordeal for a moment, and ask her who it was. It was the local television station, Maggie said, wondering if she sounded as stunned as she felt. A flicker of interest. What did they want? They want me to go on the news show tonight. What did you say? I said yes, said Maggie, as if she couldn't quite believe it herself. Cool, said Claire, squeezing out a tiny smile. There are many English seaside resorts that look as if they have seen better days. Withensea looked as if it had never seen any good days at all. The sun was shining over the rest of the island, but you wouldn't know it at Withensea. A vicious cold rain slanted in from the iron sky, and waves from a North Sea the colour of stained underwear churned up dirty sand and pebbles on the beach. Set back from the front was a strip of gift shops, amusement arcades and bingo halls, their bright-coloured lights garish and lurid in the gloomy afternoon. The bingo callers amplified, "Number 9, doctor's orders," pathetic as it sounded along the deserted promenade. The whole thing reminded Banks of long-ago childhood holidays at Great Yarmouth, Blackpool or Scarborough. July or August days when it seemed to rain non-stop for 2 weeks, and all he could do was wander the amusement arcades, losing pennies in the one-armed bandits, and watching the mechanical claw drop the shiny cigarette lighter just before it reached the winner's chute. He had never played bingo, but had often watched the hard-faced peroxide women sit there, game after game, chain-smoking, and staring down at the little numbers on their cards. On better days, and when he reached his teens, Banks would spend his time searching through the second-hand bookshops for the old panned books of horror stories, or steamy bestsellers such as The Carpetbaggers and Peyton Place. When he was 13 or 14,
Feeling way too grown up to be on holiday with his parents, he would wander off alone for the day, hanging around in coffee bars and browsing through the latest singles in Woolworths or a local record shop. Sometimes he would meet a girl in the same predicament, and he had had his first adolescent kisses and tentative gropings on these holidays. Banks parked by the seafront, and without even stopping for a look at the water, hurried to the house directly across from him, where retired D.I. George Woodward now ran his B&B. The vacancies sign swung in the wind and creaked like a shutter on a haunted house. By the time Banks rang the front doorbell, he was cold and soaked to the skin. George Woodward was a dapper man with grey hair, bristly moustache and the watchful eyes of an ex-copper. There was also an aura of the hangdog about him, most noticeable as he looked over Banks's shoulder at the weather and shook his head slowly. "I did suggest Torquay," he said, "but the wife's mother lives here in Withensea." He ushered Banks in. "Ah, well, it's not that bad. You've just come on a miserable day, that's all. Early in the season, too. You should see it when the sun's shining. The place is full. Different world altogether." Banks wondered on which day of the year that momentous event occurred, but he kept silent. No point antagonizing George Woodward. They were in a large room with a bay window and several tables, clearly the breakfast room where the lucky guests hurried down for their bacon and eggs every morning. The tables were laid out with white linen, but there were no knives and forks, and Banks wondered if the Woodwards had any guests at all at the moment. Without offering tea or anything stronger, George Woodward sat at one of the tables and bade Banks sit opposite. "It's about Alderthorpe, is it, then?" "Yes." Banks had spoken with Jenny Fuller on his mobile on his way out to Withensea, and learned what Elizabeth Bell, the social worker, had to say. Now he was after the policeman's perspective. "I always thought that would come back to haunt us one day." "How do you mean?" "Damage like that. It doesn't go away. It festers." "I suppose you've got a point." Like Jenny had with Elizabeth Bell, Banks decided he had to trust George Woodward. "I'm here about Lucy Payne," he said, watching Woodward's expression. "Linda Godwin, as was. But that's between you and me for the moment." Woodward paled and whistled between his teeth. "My God, I'd never have believed it. Linda Godwin." "That's right. I saw her picture in the paper, but I didn't recognize her. The poor lass. Not any more. Surely you can't think she had anything to do with those girls?" "We don't know what to think, that's the problem. She's claiming loss of memory. There's some circumstantial evidence, but not much. You know the sort of thing I mean. What's your instinct?" "That she's more involved than she's saying. Whether she's an accessory or not, I don't know." "You realize she was only a 12-year-old girl when I met her?" "Yes. 12 going on 40. The responsibility she had." "Responsibility?" Jenny had said something about Lucy taking care of the younger children. He wondered if this was what Woodward meant. "Yes. She was the eldest. For Christ's sake, man. She had a 10-year-old brother who was being regularly buggered by his father and uncle, and there wasn't a damn thing she could do about it. They were doing it to her, too. Can you even begin to imagine how all that made her feel?" Banks admitted he couldn't. "Mind if I smoke?" he asked. "I'll get you an ashtray." "You're lucky Mary's over at her mother's," he winked. "She'd never allow it." Woodward produced a heavy glass ashtray from the cupboard by the door, and surprised Banks by pulling a crumpled packet of Embassy Regal from the shirt pocket under his beige V-neck sweater. He then went on to surprise him even further by suggesting a wee dram. "Not fancy mine, just Bell's." "Bell's will be fine," said Banks. He'd have just the one, as he had a long drive home. The first sip, after they clinked glasses, tasted wonderful. It was everything to do with the cold rain lashing at the bay windows. "Did you get to know Lucy at all?" he asked. Woodward sipped his bells neat and grimaced. Barely spoke to her, or any of the kids for that matter. We left them to the social workers. We'd enough on our hands with the parents. Can you tell me how it went down? Woodward ran his hand over his hair, then took a deep drag on his cigarette. Good Lord, this is going back a bit, he said. Whatever you can remember. Oh, I remember everything as if it was yesterday. That's the problem. Banks tapped some ash from his cigarette and waited for George Woodward to focus his memory on the one day he would probably sooner forget. It was pitch black when we went in, Woodward began, and cold as a witch's tit. The 11th of February, it was, 1990. There was me and Baz, Barry Stevens, my DS, in one car. The bloody heater didn't work properly, I remember, and we were almost blue with cold when we got to Alderthorpe. All the puddles were frozen. There were about 3 more cars and a van for the social workers to isolate the kids like. We were working off a tip from one of the local school teachers who'd got suspicious about some of the truancies, the way the kids looked and behaved, and especially the disappearance of Kathleen Murray. She's the one who was killed, right? That's right. Anyway, there were a couple of lights on in the houses when we got there, and we marched straight up and bashed our way in. We had a warrant, and that was when we saw it. He was silent for a moment, staring somewhere beyond Banks, beyond the bay window, beyond even the North Sea. Then he took another nip of whiskey, coughed, and went on. Of course, we didn't know who was who at first. The 2 households were mixed up, and nobody knew who'd fathered who anyway. What did you find? Most of them were asleep, until we bashed the doors in. They had a vicious dog. Took a chunk out of Baz as we went in. Then we found Oliver Murray and Pamela Godwin, brother and sister, in a bed with one of the Godwin girls, Laura. Lucy's sister, yes. Diane Murray, the second eldest child, was curled up safe and sound in a room with her brother Keith. But their sister, Susan, was sandwiched between the other 2 adults. He swallowed. The place was a pigsty. Both of them smelled terrible. Someone had knocked a hole through the living room wall so they could travel back and forth without going outside and being seen. He paused a moment to collect his thoughts. It's hard to get across the sense of squalor, of depravity you could feel there, but it was tangible, something you could touch and taste. I don't just mean the dirt, the stains, the smells, but more than that, a sort of spiritual squalor, if you catch my drift. Everyone was terrified, of course, especially the kids. He shook his head. Sometimes, looking back, I wonder if we couldn't have done it some other way, some gentler way. I don't know. Too late for that now, and he wrote. I understand you found evidence of satanic rituals. In the cellar of the Godwin house, yes. What did you find? The usual. Incense, robes, books, pentagram, an altar, no doubt on which the Virgin would be penetrated. Other occult paraphernalia. You know what my theory is? No, what? These people weren't witches or Satanists. They were just sick and cruel perverts. I'm sure they used the Satanism as an excuse to take drugs and dance and chant themselves into a frenzy. All that satanic rigmarole, the candles, magic circles, robes, music, chanting and whatnot. It was just something to make it all seem like a game to the children. It was just something that played with their minds like. Didn't let the poor buggers know whether what they were doing was what was supposed to be happening, playing with Mummy and Daddy, even if it hurt sometimes. And they punished you when you were bad or something way out, way over the top. It was both, of course. No wonder they couldn't understand. And all those trappings, they just helped turn it into a kid's game. Ring around the roses, that's all. Satanic paraphernalia had also been found in the Payne's cellar. Banks wondered if there was a connection. Did any of them profess any sort of belief in Satan at any time? Oliver and Pamela tried to confuse the jury with some sort of gobbledygook about the great horned god and 666 at their trial, but nobody took a blind bit of notice of them. Trappings, that's all it were. A kid's game. Let's all go down in the cellar and dress up and play. Where was Lucy? Locked in a cage. We later found out it was a genuine Morrison shelter left over from the war, in the cellar of the Murray house along with her brother, Tom. It was where you got put if you misbehaved or disobeyed, we found out later. We never did find out what the two of them had done to get put there, though, because they wouldn't talk. Wouldn't or couldn't. Wouldn't. They wouldn't talk out against the adults, their parents. They'd been abused and messed up in their minds too long to dare put it into words. He paused a moment. Sometimes. I don't think they could have expressed it all anyway, no matter how much they tried. I mean, where does a 9-year-old or an 11-year-old find the language and points of reference she needs to explain something like that? They weren't just protecting their parents or shutting up in fear of them. It went deeper than that. Anyway, Tom and Linda, they were both naked and dirty, crawling in their own filth, looked as if they hadn't eaten for a couple of days. I mean, most of the children were malnourished and neglected, but they were worse. There was a bucket in the cage, and the smell. And Linda, well, she was 12, and it showed. She was... they'd made no provisions for, time of the month. I'll never forget the look of shame and fear and defiance on that little kid's face when Baz and I walked in on them and turned the light on. Banks took a sip of Bell's, waited until it had burned all the way down, then asked, "What did you do?" "First off, we found some blankets for them, as much for warmth's sake as modesty's, because there wasn't much heat in the place either. After that, we handed them over to the social workers." He gave a little shudder. "One of them couldn't handle it. Well-meaning young lass. Thought she was tough, but she didn't have the stomach." "What did she do?" "Went back to the car and wouldn't get out. Just sat there hunched up, shivering and crying. There was no one to pay her much mind, as we all had our hands full. Me and Baz were mostly occupied with the adults. Did they have much to say? Nah. Surly lot. And Pamela Godwin, well, there was clearly somewhat wrong with her, in the head. She didn't seem to have a clue what was going on. Kept on smiling and asking us if we wanted a cup of tea. Her husband, though, Michael, I'll never forget him. Greasy hair, straggly beard, and that look in his dark eyes. You ever seen pictures of that American killer, Charles Manson? Yes. Like him. That's who Michael Godwin reminded me of. Charles Manson. What did you do with them? We arrested them, all under the Protection of Children Act. To be going on with? They resisted arrest, of course. Picked up a few lumps and bruises. He gave Banks a challenge me on that one if you dare look. Banks didn't. Later, of course, we came up with a list of charges as long as your arm, including murder. That was later, after we found Kathleen Murray's body. When did you find her? Later that day. Where? Out back, in an old sack in the dustbin. I reckon they'd dumped her there until the ground softened a bit and they could bury her. You could see where someone had tried to dig a hole, but they'd given up. The earth was too hard. She'd been doubled over and been there long enough to freeze solid, so the pathologist had to wait till she thawed out before he could do the post-mortem. Were they all charged? Yes. We charged all 4 adults with conspiracy, and they were all committed for trial. Michael Godwin topped himself in his cell, and Pamela was found unfit to stand trial. The jury convicted the other 2 after a morning's deliberation. What evidence did you have? What do you mean? Could anyone else have killed Kathleen? Who? I don't know. One of the other kids, maybe. Woodward's jaw tightened. You didn't see them, he said. If you had, you wouldn't be making suggestions like that. Did anyone suggest it at the time? He gave a harsh laugh. Believe it or not, yes. The adults had the gall to try and pin it on the boy, Tom. But nobody fell for that one, thank the Lord. What about the evidence? How was she killed, for example? Ligature strangulation. Banks held his breath. Another coincidence. With what? Woodward smiled, as if laying down his trump card. Oliver Murray's belt. The pathologist matched it to the wound. He also found traces of Murray's semen in the girl's vagina and anus, not to mention unusual tearing. It looked as if they went too far that once. Maybe she was bleeding to death, I don't know, but they killed her. He killed her. With the knowledge and consent of the others, maybe even with their help, I don't know. How did they plead, the Murrays? What would you expect? Not guilty. They never confessed. No. People like that never do. They don't even think they've done anything wrong. They're so beyond the law, beyond what's normal for the rest of us folks. In the end, they got less than they deserved, in that they're still alive. But at least they're still locked up, out of harm's way. And that, Mr. Banks, is the story of the Alderthorpe Seven. Woodward put his palms on the table and stood up. He seemed less dapper and more weary than when Banks had first arrived. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got the rooms to do before the missus comes back. It seemed like an odd time to be doing the rooms, Banks thought, especially as they were all probably vacant. But he sensed that Woodward had had enough, wanted to be alone and wanted, if he could, to get rid of the bad taste of his memories before his wife came home. Good luck to him. Banks couldn't think of anything more to ask, so he said his goodbyes, buttoned up, and walked out into the rain. He could have sworn he felt a few lumps of hail stinging his bare head before he got into his car. Maggie began to have doubts the moment she got in the taxi to the local television studio. Truth be told, she had been vacillating ever since she first got the call early that afternoon, inviting her to participate in a discussion on domestic violence on the evening magazine show at 6 o'clock after the news. A researcher had seen the article in the newspaper and thought Maggie would make a valuable guest. This was not about Terence and Lucy Payne, the researcher had stressed, and their deeds were not to be discussed. It was an odd legal situation, she explained, that no one had yet been charged with the murders of the girls, and the main suspect was dead but not proven guilty. Could you charge a dead man with murder? Maggie wondered. As the taxi wound down Canal Road, over the bridge and under the viaduct to Kirkstall Road, where the rush-hour traffic was slow and heavy, Maggie felt the butterflies begin to flutter in her stomach. She remembered the newspaper article, how Lorraine Temple had twisted everything, and wondered again if she was doing the right thing or if she was simply walking back into the lion's den. But she did have very good, strong reasons for doing it, she assured herself. In the first place, she wanted to atone for, even correct, the image the newspaper had given of Lucy Payne as being evil and manipulative, if she could slip it in somehow. Lucy was a victim, and the public should be made to realize that. Secondly, she wanted to rid herself of the mousy, nervous image Lorraine Temple had lumbered her with, both for her own sake and in order to get people to take her seriously. She didn't like being thought of as mousy and nervous, and she was damn well going to do something about it. Finally, and this was the reason that pushed her to say yes, was the way that policeman, Banks, had come to the house shouting at her, insulting her intelligence, and telling her what she could and couldn't do. Damn him. She'd show him. She'd show them all. She was feeling empowered now, and if it was her lot to become a spokeswoman for battered wives, then so be it. She was up to the task. Lorraine Temple had let the cat out of the bag about her past anyway, so there was nothing more to hide. She might as well speak out and hope she could do some good for others in her position. No more mousy and nervous. Julia Ford had phoned her that afternoon to tell her that Lucy was being detained in Eastvale for further questioning, and would probably be kept there overnight. Maggie was outraged. What had Lucy done to deserve such treatment? Something was very much out of kilter in the whole business. Maggie paid the taxi driver and kept the receipt. The TV people would reimburse her, they had said. She introduced herself at reception, and the woman behind the desk called the researcher, Tina Driscoll, who turned out to be a cheerful slip of a lass in her early 20s, with short bleached blonde hair and pale skin stretched tight over her high cheekbones. Like most of the other people Maggie saw as she followed Tina through the obligatory television studio maze, she was dressed in jeans and a white blouse. "You're on after the poodle groomer," Tina said, glancing at her watch. "Should be about 20 past. Here's makeup." Tina ushered Maggie into a tiny room with chairs and mirrors, and a whole array of powders, brushes, and potions. "Just here, love, that's right," said the makeup artist, who introduced herself as Charlie. "Won't take a minute." And she started dabbing and brushing away at Maggie's face. Finally, satisfied with the result, she said, "Drop by when you've finished and I'll wipe it off in a jiffy." Maggie didn't see a great deal of difference, though she knew from her previous television experience that the studio lighting and cameras would pick up the subtle nuances. "David will be conducting the interview," said Tina, consulting her clipboard on their way to the green room. David, Maggie knew, was David Hartford, half of the male-female team that hosted the programme. The woman was called Emma Larson, and Maggie had been hoping that she would have been asking the questions. Emma had always come across as sympathetic on women's issues, but David Hartford, Maggie thought, had a cynical and derogatory tone to his questioning of anyone who was passionate about anything. He was also known to be provocative. Still, the way Maggie was feeling, she was quite willing to be provoked. Maggie's fellow guests were waiting in the green room. The grave, bearded Dr. James Bletchley from the local hospital, DC Kathy Proctor of the Domestic Violence Unit, and Michael Groves, a rather shaggy-looking social worker. Maggie realized she was the only victim on the programme. Well, so be it. She could tell them what it was like to be on the receiving end. They all introduced themselves, and then a sort of nervous silence fell over the room, broken only when the poodle emitted a short yap at the entry of the producer, there to check that everyone was present and accounted for. For the remainder of the wait, Maggie chatted briefly with her fellow guests about things in general, and watched the hubbub as people came and went and shouted questions at one another in the corridors outside. Like the other TV studio she had been in, this one also seemed to be in a state of perpetual chaos. There was a monitor in the room, and they were able to watch the show's opening. The light banter of David and Emma, and a recap of the day's main local news stories, including the death of a revered councillor, a proposed new roundabout for the city centre, and a Neighbours from Hell story from the Poplar estate. During the commercial break after the poodle groomer, a set worker got them all in position on the armchairs and sofas, designed to give the feel of a cosy, intimate living room, complete with fake fireplace, wired up their mics and disappeared. David Hartford made himself comfortable, in a position where he could see the guests without having to move too much, and where the cameras would show him to best advantage. The silent countdown came to an end. David Hartford straightened his tie and put on his best smile, and they were off. Close up, Maggie thought, David's skin looked like pink plastic, and she imagined it would feel like a child's doll to the touch. His hair was also too impossibly black to be natural. As soon as David started his introduction to the subject, he swapped his smile for a serious, concerned expression and turned first to Kathy, the policewoman, for a general idea of how many domestic complaints they got and how they dealt with them. After that, it was the social worker, Michael's turn to talk about women's shelters. When David turned to Maggie for the first time, she felt her heart lurch in her chest. He was handsome, in a TV host sort of way, but there was something about him that unnerved her. He didn't seem interested in the problems and the issues, but more in making something dramatically appealing out of it all, of which he was the focus. She supposed that was what television was all about when he came right down to it, making things dramatic and making presenters look good, but still it disturbed her. He asked her when she first knew there was something wrong, and she briefly detailed the signs, the unreasonable demands, flashes of anger, petty punishments, and finally the blows, right up to the time Bill broke her jaw, knocked out 2 of her teeth, and put her in hospital for a week. When Maggie had finished, he turned to the next question on his sheet. "Why didn't you leave? I mean, you've just said you put up with this physical abuse for how long? Nearly 2 years. You're clearly an intelligent and resourceful woman. Why didn't you just get out?" As Maggie sought the words to express why it didn't happen as simply as that, the social worker cut in and explained how easy it was for women to get trapped in the cycle of violence, and how shame often prevented them from speaking out. Finally, Maggie found her voice. "You're right," she said to David. "I could have left. As you say, I'm an intelligent and resourceful woman. I had a good job, good friends, a supportive family. I suppose part of it was that I thought it would go away, that we would work through it. I still loved my husband. Marriage wasn't something I was going to throw away lightly." She paused, and when nobody else dived into the silence, said, "Besides, it wouldn't have made any difference. Even after I did leave, he found me, stalked me, harassed me, assaulted me again, even after the court order." This prompted David to go back to the policewoman and talk about how ineffective the courts were in protecting women at risk with abusive spouses. And Maggie had the chance to take stock of what she had said. She hadn't done too badly, she decided. It was hot under the studio lights, and she felt her brow moisten with sweat. She hoped it wouldn't rinse away the makeup. Next, David turned to the doctor. "Is domestic violence specifically directed from men to women, Dr. Bletchley?" he asked. "There are some cases of husbands being physically abused by their wives," said the doctor, "but relatively few. I think you'll find, statistically," Michael butted in, "that male violence against women by far outstrips women's against men, almost enough to make female violence against men seem insignificant. It's built into our culture. Men hunt down and kill their ex-partners, for example, or commit familial massacres in a way that women do not." "But that aside," David asked next, "don't you think sometimes that a woman might overreact and ruin a man's life? I mean, once such accusations have been made, they are often very difficult to shake off, even if a court finds the person not guilty." "But isn't it worth the risk?" Maggie argued, "if it saves the ones who really need saving?" David smirked. "Well, that's rather like saying what's hanging a few innocent people matter as long as we get the guilty ones too, isn't it?" "Nobody intentionally set out to hang innocent people," Kathy pointed out. "But say if a man retaliates in the face of extreme provocation," David pressed on, "isn't the woman still far more likely to be seen as the victim?" "She is the victim," Maggie said. "That's like saying she asked for it," Michael added. "Just what kind of provocation justifies violence? Are there not also women who actually like it rough?" "Oh, don't be absurd," said Michael. "That's the same sort of thing as suggesting that women ask to be raped by the way they dress." "But there are masochistic personalities, aren't there, Doctor?" "You're talking about women who like their sex rough, yes?" said the doctor. David seemed a little embarrassed by the directness of the question. Clearly he was a man used to asking, not answering, but he nodded. Dr. Bletchley stroked his beard before answering. Well, to answer your question simply, yes, there are masochistic women, just as there are masochistic men. But you have to understand that we're dealing with a very tiny fragment of society here, and not that section of society concerned with domestic violence. Obviously glad to be done with this line of questioning, David moved on to his next question, phrasing it carefully for Maggie. You've recently had some involvement with what's become rather a cause célèbre involving domestic abuse. Now, while we can't discuss the case directly for legal reasons, is there anything you can tell us about that situation? He looked hungry for an answer, Maggie thought. Someone confided in me, she said. Confided that she was being abused by her husband. I offered advice, as much help and support as I could give. But you didn't report it to the authorities. It wasn't my place to do that. What do you think of that, D.C. Proctor? She's right. There's nothing we can do until the persons themselves report the matter. Or until things come to a head, as they did in this instance. Yes, that's often the unfortunate result of the way things work. Thank you very much, David said, about to wrap things up. Maggie realized she had weakened at the end, got sidetracked, so she launched in, interrupting him, and said, If I might add just one more thing, it's that the victims are not always treated with the care, respect, and tenderness we all think they deserve. Right now, there's a young woman in the cells in Eastvale, a woman who, until this morning, was in hospital with injuries she sustained when her husband beat her last weekend. Why is this woman being persecuted like this? Do you have an answer? David asked. He was obviously pissed off at the interruption, but excited by the possibility of controversy. I think it's because her husband's dead, Maggie said. They think he killed some young girls, but he's dead, and they can't exact their pound of flesh. That's why they're picking on her. That's why they're picking on Lucy. Thank you very much, David said, turning to the camera and bringing out his smile again. That just about wraps things up. There was silence when the program ended, and the technician removed their mics. Then the policewoman went over to Maggie and said, I think it was extremely ill-advised of you to say what you did back there. Oh, leave her alone, said Michael. It's about time someone spoke out about it. The doctor had already left, and David and Emma were nowhere to be seen. Fancy a drink? Said Michael to Maggie, as they left the studio after having their makeup removed, and she shook her head. All she wanted to do was get a taxi home and climb into a nice warm bath with a good book. It might be the last bit of peace and quiet she got, if there was a reaction to what she had said tonight. She didn't think she had broken any laws. After all, she hadn't said Terry was guilty of the killings, hadn't even mentioned his name. But she was also certain that the police could find something to charge her with if they wanted to. They seemed to be good at that. And she wouldn't put it past Banks at all. Let them do it, she thought. Just let them make a martyr of her. Are you sure? Just a quick one. She looked at Michael and knew that all he wanted to do was probe her for more details. No, she said. Thank you very much for the offer, but no, I'm going home. Chapter 13. Banks found chaos outside Western Divisional Headquarters early on Saturday morning. Even at the back, where the entrance to the car park was located, reporters and camera-wielding television news teams pushed against one another and shouted out questions about Lucy Payne. Banks cursed to himself, turned off the Dylan CD halfway through Not Dark Yet, and edged his way carefully but firmly through the throng. Inside, things were quieter. Banks slipped into his office and looked out of the window over the market square. More reporters. TV station vans with satellite dishes. The works. Someone had well and truly let the cat out of the bag. First, Banks walked into the detective squad room looking for answers. DC's Jackman and Templeton were at their desks, and Annie Cabot was bending over the low drawer in the filing cabinet. A heart-warming sight in her tight black jeans, Banks thought, remembering they had a date that night. Dinner, video, and... "What the hell's going on out there?" he asked the room in general. Annie looked up. "Don't you know?" "Know what?" "Didn't you see her?" "What are you talking about?" Kevin Templeton and Winsome Jackman kept their heads down, leaving this one well alone. Annie put her hands on her hips. "Last night on the television?" "I was over in Withensea, interviewing a retired copper about Lucy Payne. What did I miss?" Annie walked over to her desk and rested her hip against the edge. "The neighbour, Maggie Forrest, was involved in a television discussion about domestic violence." "Oh, shit." "Indeed. She ended up by accusing us of persecuting Lucy Payne because we can't wreak our revenge on her husband, and she informed the viewers in general that Lucy was being detained here." "Julia Ford," Banks whispered. "Who?" "The lawyer. I'll bet she's the one told Maggie where we were holding Lucy." "Christ, what a mess. Oh, by the way," Annie said with a smile, "A.C. Hartnell's already phoned twice. Asked if you'd ring him as soon as you get in." Banks headed for his office. Before phoning Phil Hartnell, he opened his window as wide as it would go and lit a cigarette. Bugger the rules. It was shaping up to be one of those days, and it had only just begun. Banks should have known Maggie Forrest was a loose cannon, that his warning might well just egg her on to more foolish behaviour. But what else could he do about her? Not much, apparently. She hadn't committed a criminal offence, and certainly there was nothing to be gained by going around and telling her off again. Still, if he did happen to see her for any reason, he'd give her a piece of his mind. She had no idea what she was playing with. When he calmed down, he sat at his desk and reached for the phone, but it rang before he could pick it up and dial Hartnell's number. "Alan, Stefan here. I hope you've got some good news for me, Stefan, because the way this morning's going I could do with some." "That bad?" "Getting that way. Maybe this'll cheer you up then. I just got the DNA comparison in from the lab. And a match. Terence Payne was your Seacroft rapist, all right?" Banks slapped the desk. "Excellent. Anything else?" "Only minor points. The lads going through all the documents and bills taken from the house have found no evidence of sleeping tablets prescribed for either Terence or Lucy Payne, and they didn't find any illegal ones either, as I thought. They did find an electronics catalogue, though, from one of those places that put you on their mailing list when you buy something from them." "What did they buy?" "There's no record if they're buying anything on their credit cards, but we'll approach the company and get someone to go through the purchases, see if they used cash. And another thing. There were some marks on the floor of the cellar that, on further investigation, looked rather like those a tripod would make. I've talked with Luke, and he didn't use a tripod, so someone else did. Looks that way. Then where the hell is it? No idea." "Okay, Stefan, thanks for the good news. Keep looking." "Will do." As soon as he had hung up, Banks dialed Hartnell's number. The man himself answered on the second ring. "Area Commander Hartnell?" "It's Alan," said Banks. "Heard you've been trying to get in touch with me." "Did you see it?" "No, I've only just found out. The place is swarming with media. Surprise, surprise, the stupid woman. What's the situation with Lucy Payne?" "I talked to her yesterday. Got nowhere. Any more evidence?" "Not evidence as such." Banks told him about the Seacroft rapist DNA match, the possibility of a camcorder still being hidden somewhere on the Payne's property, and his talk with George Woodward about the satanic paraphernalia in Alderthorpe, and the ligature strangulation of Kathleen Murray. "It's nothing," said Hartnell. "Certainly not evidence against Lucy Payne. For Christ's sake, Alan, she was a victim of the most appalling abuse. I remember that Alderthorpe case. We don't want all that raked up." Think what it will look like if we start suggesting she killed her own bloody cousin when she was only 12. I thought I might use it to push her a bit, see where she goes. You know as well as I do that blood and fibres aren't enough, and as far as evidence goes, they're all we've got. This speculation about her past will do nothing but gain her more sympathy from the public. There are probably as many people outraged by the crimes and thinking maybe she had more to do with them than she admits. Probably. But they're nowhere near as vocal as the people who've already been phoning Milgarth, believe me. Cut her loose, Alan. But we caught our killer, and he's dead. Let her go. We can't hold her any longer. Banks looked at his watch. We've still got 4 hours. Something might turn up. Nothing will turn up in the next 4 hours, believe me. Release her. What about surveillance? Too bloody expensive. Tell the local police to keep an eye on her, and tell her to stick around. We might want to talk to her again. If she's guilty, she'll disappear. If she's guilty, we'll find the evidence, and then we'll find her. Let me have one more shot at her first. Banks held his breath as Hartnell paused at the other end. All right. Talk to her one more time. If she doesn't confess, let her go. But be bloody careful. I don't want any allegations of Gestapo interrogation tactics. Banks heard a knock at his door, put his hand over the mouthpiece and called out, "Come in." Julia Ford entered and gave him a broad smile. "No worry on that score, sir," Banks said to Hartnell. "Her lawyer will be present at all times." "Quite the zoo out there, isn't it?" Julia Ford said after Banks had hung up. The fine lines around her eyes crinkled when she smiled. She was wearing a different suit this morning, grey with a pearl blouse, but it looked every bit as businesslike. Her hair looked shiny, as if fresh from the shower, and she had applied just enough makeup to take a few years off her age. "Yes," Banks answered. "Looks as if someone tipped the entire British media off about Lucy's whereabouts. Are you going to let her go?" "Soon. I want another chat first." Julia sighed and opened the door for him. "Ah, well, once more unto the breach." Hull and beyond were parts of Yorkshire Jenny hardly knew at all. On her map, there was a tiny village called Kilnsea, right at the southern tip of land where the Humber joined the North Sea, just before a thin strip called Spurn Head, designated as a heritage coast, stuck out into the sea like a witch's crooked wizened finger. It looked so desolate out there that Jenny shuddered just looking at the map. Feeling the ceaseless cold wind and the biting salt spray, she imagined all one would find there. Was it named Spurn Head because someone had spurned there once, she wondered, and her ghost lingered, walking the sands and wailing in the night, or because spurn was a corruption of sperm, and it looked a bit like a sperm wiggling out to sea? It was probably something much more prosaic, like peninsula in Viking. Jenny wondered if anybody ever went there. Birders, perhaps. They were crazy enough to go anywhere in search of the elusive lesser-speckled yellow tree warbler, or some such creature. It didn't look as if there were any holiday resorts in the region except perhaps Withensea, which Banks had visited yesterday. All the hot spots were much further north, Bridlington, Filey, Scarborough, Whitby, all the way up to Saltburn and Redcar in Teesside. It was a fine day, windy but sunny with only an occasional high white cloud passing over. It wasn't exactly warm, definitely light jacket weather, but then it wasn't freezing either. Jenny seemed to be the only car on the road, beyond Patrington, where she stopped briefly for a cup of coffee and a look at St. Patrick's Church, reputed to be one of the finest village churches in England. It was desolate country, mostly flat farmland, green fields and the occasional flash of bright yellow rapeseed. What villages she passed through were no more than mean assemblages of bungalows and the odd row of red-brick terraces. Soon the surrealistic landscape of the North Sea gas terminal, with its twisted metal pipes and storage units, came into view, and Jenny headed up the coast towards Alderthorpe. She'd been thinking about Banks quite a lot during her journey, and came to the conclusion that he wasn't happy. She didn't know why. Apart from Sandra's pregnancy, which was obviously upsetting to him for any number of reasons, he had everything to be thankful for. For a start, his career was back on track, and he had an attractive young girlfriend. At least she assumed that Annie was attractive. But perhaps it was Annie who was making Banks unhappy. He had never seemed quite certain of their relationship whenever Jenny had questioned him. She had assumed that it was mostly due to his innate evasiveness when it came to personal and emotional matters, like most men, but perhaps he was genuinely confused. Not that she could do anything. She remembered how disappointed she had felt last year when he had accepted her dinner invitation and failed to turn up or even phone. Jenny had sat there in her most seductive silky outfit, duck à l'orange in the oven, ready to take a risk again, and waited and waited. At last he had phoned. He had been called to a hostage situation. Well, it was definitely a good excuse. But it didn't do much to dispel her sense of disappointment and loss. Since then, they had been more circumspect with one another, neither willing to risk making an arrangement in case it got screwed up. But still she fretted about Banks, and still she admitted to herself she wanted him. The flat, desolate landscape went on and on. How on earth could anybody live in such a remote and backward spot? Jenny wondered. She saw the sign pointing east, Alderthorpe 1/2 mile, and set off down the narrow, unpaved track, hoping to hell there was no one coming the other way. Still, the landscape was so open, hardly a tree in sight, that she could easily see someone coming from a long way away. The 1/2 mile seemed to go on forever, as short distances often do on country roads. Then she saw a huddle of houses ahead, and she could smell the sea through her open window, though she couldn't see it yet. When she found herself turning left onto a paved street with bungalows on one side and rows of red brick terrace houses on the other, she realized this must be Alderthorpe. There was a small post office cum general store with a rack of newspapers fluttering in the breeze, a greengrocer's and a butcher's, a squat gospel hall, and a mean-looking pub called the Lord Nelson, and that was it. Jenny pulled up behind a blue Citroen outside the post office, and when she got out of the car she thought she could see curtains twitching over the road, feel curious eyes on her back as she opened the post office door. No one comes here, she imagined the people thinking. What could she possibly want? Jenny felt as if she had walked into one of those lost village stories, the place that time forgot, and she had the illogical sense that by walking into it, she was lost too, and all memory of her in the real world was gone. Silly fool, she told herself. But she shivered, and it wasn't cold. The bell pinged above her head, and she found herself in the kind of shop that she guessed had ceased to exist even before she was born, where jars of barley sugar rubbed shoulders with shoelaces and patent medicines on high shelves, and birthday cards stood on a rack next to the half-inch nails and tins of evaporated milk. It smelled both musty and fruity, pear drops, Jenny thought, and the light that filtered in from the street was dim and cast strips of shadow on the sales counter. There was a small post office wicket, and the woman standing there in a threadbare brown coat turned and stared at Jenny when she entered. The postmistress herself peered around her customer and adjusted her glasses. They had clearly been having a good natter, and were none too thrilled at being interrupted. "Can I help you?" the postmistress asked. "I wondered if you could tell me where the old Murray and Godwin houses are," Jenny asked. "Why would you be wanting to know that?" "It's to do with the job I'm doing." "Newspaper reporter, are you?" "As a matter of fact, no. I'm a forensic psychologist." This stopped the woman in her tracks. "It's Spurn Lane you want, just over the street and down the lane to the sea. Last 2 semis, you can't miss them. Nobody's lived there for years." "Do you know if any of the children still live around here?" "I've not seen hide nor hair of any of 'em since it happened." "What about the teacher, Maureen Nesbitt?
Lives in Easington. There's no school here. Thank you very much." As she left, she heard the customer whisper, "Forensic psychologist? Whatever that's when it's at home." "Sightseer," muttered the postmistress. "Ghoul, just like all the rest. Anyway, you were saying about Mary Wallace's husband." Jenny wondered how they would react when the media descended en masse, which they surely would do before long. It's not often a place such as Alderthorpe sees fame more than once in a lifetime. She crossed the high street, still feeling as if she were being watched, and found the unpaved lane that led east to the North Sea. Though there was a chill in the wind, the cloudless sky was such a bright, piercing blue that she put on her sunglasses, remembering with a flutter of anger the day she bought them on Santa Monica Pier with Randy, the two-timing bastard. There were about 5 or 6 bungalows on each side of Spurn Lane near the high street, but about 50 yards along there was only rough ground. Jenny could see 2 dirty brick semis another 50 yards beyond that. They were certainly isolated from the village, which itself was isolated enough to begin with. She imagined that once the reporters and the television cameras had gone 10 years ago, the silence and loneliness and sense of grief must have been devastating for the community. The questions and accusations screaming out loud in the air. Even the residents around the hill, part of a suburb of a large modern city, would be struggling to understand what had happened there for years, and many of the residents would need counselling. Jenny could only imagine what Alderthorpe folk probably thought of counselling. As she approached the houses, she became more and more aware of the salt smell of the sea breeze, and realised that it was out there, only yards away beyond the low dunes and marram grass. Villages along this coastline had disappeared into the sea, Jenny had read. The sandy coastline was always shifting, and maybe in 10 or 20 years' time Alderthorpe would vanish under water too. It was a spooky thought. The houses were beyond repair. The roofs had caved in, and the broken windows and doors were boarded up. Here and there, people had spray-painted graffiti. "Rot in hell," "Bring back hanging," and the simple, touching, "Kathleen, we will not forget." Jenny found herself oddly moved as she stood there playing the voyeur. The gardens were overgrown with weeds and shrubs, but she could make her way through the tangled undergrowth closer to the buildings. There wasn't much to see, and the doors had been so securely boarded up that she couldn't get inside even if she wanted to. In there, she told herself, Lucy Payne and 6 other children had been terrorized, raped, humiliated, tormented and tortured for God knew how many years before the death of one of them. Kathleen Murray led the authorities to the door. Now the place was just a silent ruin. Jenny felt like a bit of a fraud standing there, the way she had in the cellar of the hill. What could she possibly do or say to make sense of the horrors that occurred there? Her science, like all the rest, was inadequate. Even so, she stood there for some time. Then she walked around the buildings, noting that the back gardens were even more overgrown than the front. An empty clothesline hung suspended between 2 rusty poles in one of the gardens. As she was leaving, Jenny almost tripped over something in the undergrowth. At first she thought it was a root, but when she bent down and pulled aside the leaves and twigs, she saw a small teddy bear. It looked so dishevelled, it could have been out there for years. Could even have belonged to one of the Alderthorpe 7, though Jenny doubted it. The police or the social services would have taken everything like that away, so it had probably been left later as a sort of tribute by a local child. When she picked it up, it felt soggy, and a beetle crawled out from a rip in its back onto her hand. Jenny let out a sharp gasp, dropped the teddy bear and headed quickly back to the village. She had intended to knock on a few doors and ask about the Godwins and the Murrays, but Alderthorpe had spooked her so much that she decided instead to head for Easington to talk to Maureen Nesbitt.
Right, Lucy. Shall we start? Banks had turned on the tape recorders and tested them. This time they were in a slightly bigger and more salubrious interview room. In addition to Lucy and Julia Ford, Banks had invited D.C. Jackman along too, though it wasn't her case, mostly to get her impressions of Lucy afterwards. "I suppose so," Lucy said in a resigned, sulky voice. She looked tired and shaken by her night in the cell, Banks thought, even though the cells were the most modern part of the station. The duty officer said she had asked to have the light left on all night, so she couldn't have slept much. "I hope you were comfortable last night," he said. "What do you care?" "It's not my intention to cause you discomfort, Lucy." "Don't worry about me, I'm fine." Julia Ford tapped her watch. "Can we get on with this, Superintendent Banks?" Banks paused, then looked at Lucy. "Let's talk a bit more about your background, shall we?" "What's that got to do with anything?" Julia Ford butted in. "If you'll allow me to ask my questions, you might find out. If it distresses my client..." "Distresses your client?" "The parents of 5 young girls are more than distressed." "That's irrelevant," said Julia. "It's nothing to do with Lucy." Banks ignored the lawyer and turned back to Lucy, who seemed disinterested by the discussion. "Will you describe the cellar at Alderthorpe for me, Lucy?" "The cellar?" "Yes. Don't you remember it?" "It was just the cellar," Lucy said, "dark and cold." "Was there anything else down there?" "I don't know. What?" "Black candles, incense, a pentagram, robes. Wasn't there a lot of dancing and chanting down there, Lucy?" Lucy closed her eyes. "I don't remember. That wasn't me, that was Linda." "Oh, come on, Lucy. You can do better than that. Why is it that whenever we come to something you don't want to talk about, you always conveniently lose your memory?" "Superintendent," Julia Ford said, "remember my client has suffered retrograde amnesia due to post-traumatic shock." Yes, I remember." Impressive words. Banks turned back to Lucy. "You don't remember going into the cellar at the Hill, and you don't remember the dancing and chanting in the cellar at Alderthorpe. Do you remember the cage?" Lucy seemed to draw in on herself. "Do you?" Banks persisted. "The old Morrison shelter." "I remember it," Lucy whispered. "It was where they put us when we were bad." "How were you bad, Lucy?" "I don't understand." "Why were you in the cage when the police came? You and Tom. What had you done to get yourselves put there?" "I don't know. It was never much. You never had to do much. If you didn't clean your plate, not that there was ever much on it to clean, or if you talked back or said no when they wanted to, it was easy to get locked in the cage." "Do you remember Kathleen Murray?" "I remember Kathleen. She was my cousin." "What happened to her?" "They killed her." "Who did?"
"The grown-ups."
"Why did they kill her?"
"I don't know. She just died."
"They said your brother Tom killed her."
"That's ridiculous. Tom wouldn't kill anybody. Tom's gentle."
"Do you remember how it happened?"
"I wasn't there. Just one day they told us Kathleen had gone away and she wouldn't be coming back. I knew she was dead."
"How did you know?"
"I just knew. She cried all the time. She said she was going to tell. They always said they'd kill any of us if they thought we were going to tell."
"Kathleen was strangled, Lucy."
"Was she?"
"Yes. Just like the girls we found in your cellar. Ligature strangulation. Remember those yellow fibres we found under your fingernails, along with Kimberly's blood?" "Where are you going with this, Superintendent?" Julia Ford asked. "There are a lot of similarities between the crimes, that's all." "But surely the killers of Kathleen Murray are behind bars," Julia argued. "It's got nothing to do with Lucy." "She was involved. She was a victim." Always the victim, eh, Lucy? The victim with the bad memory. How does it feel? That's enough, said Julia.
It feels awful, Lucy said in a small voice.
What?
You asked how it feels to be a victim with a bad memory. It feels awful. It feels like I have no self, like I'm lost. I have no control, like I don't count. I can't even remember the bad things that happened to me.
Let me ask you once more, Lucy. Did you ever help your husband to abduct a young girl?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever harm any of the girls he brought home?
I never knew about them. Not until last week.
Why did you get up and go down in the cellar on that particular night? Why not on any of the previous occasions when your husband was entertaining a young girl in the cellar of your house?
I never heard anything before. He must have drugged me.
We found no sleeping tablets in our search of the house, nor do either of you have a prescription for any.
He must have got them illegally. He must have run out. That's why I woke up.
Where would he get them?
School. There's all sorts of drugs in schools.
Lucy, did you know that your husband was a rapist when you met him?
Did I? What?
You heard me. Banks opened the file in front of him. By our count, he had already raped 4 women we know of before he met you at the pub in Seacroft. Terence Payne was the Seacroft rapist. His DNA matches that left in the victims. You don't know what to say?
No.
How did you meet him, Lucy? None of your friends remember seeing you talk to him in the pub that night.
I told you I was on my way out. It was a big pub with lots of rooms. We went into another bar.
Why should you be any different, Lucy?
I don't know what you mean.
I mean, why didn't he follow you out into the street and rape you like he did with the others?
I don't know. How should I know?
You've got to admit it's strange, though, isn't it?
I told you I don't know. He liked me, loved me.
Yet he still continued to rape other young women after he'd met you. Banks consulted his file again, at least 2 more times, according to our account. And they're only the ones who reported it. Some women don't report it, you know. Too upset or too ashamed. See, they blame themselves. Banks thought of Annie Cabot and what she had been through over 2 years ago.
What's that got to do with me?
Why didn't he rape you? Lucy gave him an unfathomable look.
Maybe he did.
Don't be absurd. No woman likes being raped, and she's certainly not going to marry a rapist.
You'd be surprised what you can get used to if you've got no choice.
What do you mean, no choice?
What I say.
It was your choice to marry Terry, wasn't it? Nobody forced you to.
That's not what I mean.
Then what do you mean?
Never mind.
Come on.
Never mind.
Banks shuffled his papers. What was it, Lucy? Did he tell you about what he'd done? Did it excite you? Did he recognize a kindred spirit? Your Hindley to his Brady. Julia Ford shot to her feet. That's enough, Superintendent. One more remark like that, and this interview's over, and I'll be reporting you. Banks ran his hand over his close-cropped hair. It felt spiky. Winsome picked up the questioning. Did he rape you, Lucy? She asked in her lilting Jamaican accent. Did your husband rape you? Lucy turned to look at Winsome, and seemed to Banks to be calculating how to deal with this new factor in the equation.
Of course not. I would never have married a rapist.
So you didn't know about him?
Of course I didn't.
Didn't you find anything odd about Terry? I mean, I never knew him, but it sounds to me as if there's enough there to give a person cause for concern.
He could be very charming.
Did he do or say nothing to make you suspicious in all the time you were together?
No.
But somehow you ended up married to a man who was not only a rapist, but also an abductor and murderer of young girls. How can you explain that, Lucy? You've got to admit it's highly unusual. Hard to believe. I can't help that. And I can't explain it. That's just how it happened. Did he like to play games? Sexual games? Like what? Did he like tying you up? Did he like to pretend he was raping you? We didn't do anything like that. Winsome gave Banks a signal to take over again, and her look mirrored his feelings. They were getting nowhere, and Lucy Payne was probably lying. "Where's the camcorder?" Banks asked. "I don't know what you're talking about." "We found evidence in the cellar. A camcorder had been set up at the end of the bed. I think you liked to video what you were doing to the girls." "I didn't do anything to them, I've told you. I didn't go down there, except maybe the once. I know nothing about any camcorder." "You never saw your husband with one?" "No." "He never showed you any videos?" "Only rented or borrowed ones." "We think we know where he bought the camcorder, Lucy. We can check." "Go ahead. I never saw one. Never knew about any such thing." Banks paused and changed tack. "You say you didn't play sexual games, Lucy. So what made you decide to dress up and act like a prostitute?" he asked. "What? Don't you remember?" "Yes, but that wasn't it. I mean, I wasn't on the street or anything. Who told you that?" "Never mind. Did you pick up a man in a hotel bar for sex?" "What if I did? It was just a lark, a dare." "So you did like games?" "This was before I knew Terry." "So that makes it all right?" "I'm not saying that. It was a lark, that's all." "What happened?" Lucy gave a sly smile. "Same as happened often enough if I let myself get chattered up in a pub. Only this time I got paid £200. Like I said, it was a lark, that's all. Are you going to arrest me for prostitution?" "Some lark," said Banks. Julia Ford looked a bit perplexed by the exchange, but she said nothing. Banks knew they were still going nowhere. Hartnell was right. They had no real evidence against Lucy beyond the extreme weirdness of her relationship with Payne and the bloodstains and clothesline fibres. Her answers might not make a lot of sense, but unless she confessed to aiding and abetting her husband in his murders, she was in the clear. He looked at her again. The bruises had almost faded to nothing, and she looked quite innocent and lovely with her pale skin and long black hair, almost like a Madonna. The only thing that made Banks persist in his belief that there was far more to events than she would ever care to admit was her eyes. Black, reflective, impermeable. He got the impression that if you stared into eyes like hers for too long, you'd go mad. But that wasn't evidence. That was an overactive imagination. All of a sudden, he'd had enough. Surprising all three of them, he stood up so abruptly he almost knocked over his chair, said, "You're free to go now, Lucy. Just don't go too far," and hurried out of the interview room. Easington was a pleasant change from Alderthorpe, Jenny thought, as she parked her car near the pub at the centre of the village. Though still almost as remote from civilization, it seemed at least to be connected, to be a part of things in a way that Alderthorpe didn't. Jenny found Maureen Nesbitt's address easily enough from the barmaid, and soon found herself on the doorstep, facing a suspicious woman with long white hair, tied back in a blue ribbon, wearing a fawn cardigan and black slacks a little too tight for someone with such ample hips and thighs. "Who are you? What do you want?" "I'm a psychologist," said Jenny. "I want to talk to you about what happened in Alderthorpe." Maureen Nesbitt looked up and down the street, then turned back to face Jenny. "Are you sure you're not a reporter?" "I'm not a reporter." "Because they were all over me when it happened, but I told them nothing, scavengers." She pulled her cardi tighter over her chest. "I'm not a reporter," Jenny repeated, digging deep into her handbag for some sort of identification. The best she could come up with was her university library card. At least it identified her as Dr. Fuller, and as a member of the staff. Maureen scrutinized the card, clearly unhappy it didn't also bear a photograph. Then she finally let Jenny in. Once inside, her manner changed completely, from Grand Inquisitor to gracious host, insisting on brewing a fresh pot of tea. The living room was small but comfortable, with only a couple of armchairs, a mirror above the fireplace, and a glass-fronted cabinet full of beautiful crystalware. Beside one of the armchairs was a small table, and on it lay a paperback of Great Expectations, next to a half-full cup of milky tea. Jenny sat in the other chair. When Maureen brought through the tray, including a plate of digestive biscuits, she said, "I do apologize for my behaviour earlier. It's just that I've learned the hard way over the years. A little notoriety can quite change your life, you know." "Are you still teaching?" "No. I retired 3 years ago." She tapped the paperback. "I promised myself that when I retired I would reread all my favourite classics." She sat down. "We'll just let the tea mash for a few minutes, shall we? I suppose you hear about Lucy Payne?" "You know." "I've tried to keep up with them all over the years. I know that Lucy, Linda, as she was back then, lived with a couple called Liversedge near Hull, and then she got a job at a bank, and went to live in Leeds, where she married Terence Payne. Last I heard this lunchtime was that the police just let her go for lack of evidence." Even Jenny hadn't heard that yet, but then she hadn't listened to the news that day. "How do you know all this?" she asked. "My sister works for the social services in Hull. You won't tell, will you? Cross my heart. So, what do you want to know?" "What were your impressions of Lucy?" "She was a bright girl, very bright, but easily bored, easily distracted. She was headstrong, stubborn, and once she'd made her mind up, you couldn't budge her. Of course, you have to remember that she had gone on to the local comprehensive at the time of the arrests. I only taught junior school. She was with us until she was 11. But the others were still there. Yes, all of them. It's not as if there's a lot of choice when it comes to local schools." "I imagine not. Anything else you can remember about Lucy?" "Not really." "Did she form any close relationships outside the immediate family?" "None of them did. That was one of the odd things. They were a mysterious group, and sometimes when you saw them together, it gave you a creepy feeling, as if they had their own language and an agenda you knew nothing about. Have you ever read John Wyndham?" "No." "You should. He's quite good. For a science fiction writer, that is. Believe it or not, I encouraged my pupils to read just about anything they enjoyed, so long as they read something. Anyway, Wyndham wrote a book called The Midwich Cuckoos, about a group of strange children fathered by aliens on an unsuspecting village." "That sounds vaguely familiar," Jenny said. "Perhaps you saw the film. It was called The Village of the Damned." "That's it," said Jenny. "The one where the teacher planted a bomb to destroy the children and had to concentrate on a brick wall so they couldn't read his thoughts." "Yes. Well, it wasn't quite like that with the Godwins and the Murrays, but it still gave you that sort of feeling. The way they looked at you, waited in the corridor till you'd gone by before talking again. And they all seemed to speak in whispers. Linda, I remember, was very distressed when she had to leave and go to the comprehensive before the others. But I gather from her teacher that she quickly got used to it. She has a strong personality, that girl, despite what happened to her, and she's adaptable." "Did she show any unusual preoccupations?" "What do you mean?" "Anything particularly morbid? Death, mutilation?" "Not so far as I noticed. She was, how should I put this, an early developer, and rather sexually aware for a girl of her age. On average, girls peak in puberty at about 12, but Lucy was beyond prepubescence at 11. Her breasts were developing, for example." "Sexually active?" "No. Well, as we now know, she was being sexually abused in the home, but no, not in the way you're suggesting. She was just sexually there. It was something people noticed about her, and she wasn't above playing the little coquette." "I see." Jenny made a note. "And it was Kathleen's absence that led you to call in the authorities?" "Yes." Maureen looked away towards the window, but she didn't look as if she was admiring the view. "Not my finest moment," she said, bending to pour the tea. "Milk and sugar?" "Yes, please, thank you." "Why?" "I should have done something sooner, shouldn't I? It wasn't the first time I'd had my suspicions something was terribly wrong in those households, though I never saw any bruises or clear outward signs of abuse. The children often looked undernourished and seemed timid. Sometimes, I know this is terrible, but they smelled as if they hadn't bathed in days. Other children would stay away from them. They'd jump if you touched them, no matter how gently. I should have known." "What did you do?" "Well, I talked with the other teachers, and we all agreed there was something odd about the children's behaviour. It turned out the social services already had their concerns, too. They'd been out to the houses once before, but never got past the front door. I don't know if you know, but Michael Godwin had a particularly vicious Rottweiler. Anyway, when Kathleen Murray went absent without any reasonable explanation, they decided to act. The rest is history." "You say you've kept track of the children," Jenny said. "I'd really like to talk to some of them. Will you help me?" Maureen paused a moment. "If you like. But I don't think you'll get much out of them. Do you know where they are? How they are?" "Not all the details, no. But I can give you a general picture." Jenny sipped some tea and took out her notebook. "Okay, I'm ready." Chapter 14. "So what do you think of Lucy Payne?" Banks asked D.C. Winsome Jackman as they walked along North Market Street on their way to talk to Leanne Ray's parents. Winsome paused before answering. Banks noticed several people gawp at her as they walked. She knew she was a token minority. She had told Banks when he interviewed her, brought in to fulfill a quota demanded in the aftermath of the Stephen Lawrence case. There were to be more police officers from minorities, the ruling stated, even in communities where those minorities were, to all extents, non-existent, like West Indians in the Yorkshire Dales. But she also told him she didn't care about the tokenism, and she'd do a damn good job anyway. Banks didn't doubt her for a moment. Winsome was A.C.C. McLaughlin's golden girl, set for accelerated promotion and all its blessings. She'd probably be a superintendent before she was 35, and Banks liked her. She was easygoing, had a wicked sense of humour, and she didn't let the race thing get in the way of doing her job, even when other people tried to put it in the way. He knew nothing about her personal life except that she enjoyed both climbing and spelunking, the very thought of which gave Banks a severe case of the heebie-jeebies, and that she lived in a flat on the fringe of the Eastvale student area. Whether she had a boyfriend or a girlfriend, Banks had no idea. "I think she might have been protecting her husband," Winsome said. "She knew or she suspected, and she kept quiet. Maybe she didn't even admit it to herself. Do you think she was involved?" "I don't know. I don't think so. I think she was attracted to the dark side, especially the sex. But I'd pull up short of assuming she was involved. Weird, yes, but a killer? Remember, Kathleen Murray died of ligature strangulation, Banks said. But Lucy was only 12 then. Makes you think, though, doesn't it? Isn't the house just down here? Yes. They turned off North Market Street onto a grid of narrow streets opposite the community centre, where Sandra used to work. Seeing the place, and remembering the times he dropped in on her there or waited to pick her up after work, to go to a play or a film, made Banks feel a pang of loss, but it passed. Sandra was gone now, far, far away from the wife he used to have. They found the house, not at all far from the old ship, maybe 10 or 15 minutes' walk, and most of it along the busy, well-lit stretch of North Market Street, with its shops and pubs, and Banks knocked at the front door. The first thing that assailed his senses as Christopher Wray opened the door was the smell of fresh paint. When Banks and Winsome stepped inside, he saw why. The Wrays were redecorating. All the wallpaper in the hallway had been stripped, and Mr. Wray was painting the living room ceiling cream. The furniture was covered with sheets. "I'm sorry for the mess," he apologized. "Shall we go in the kitchen? Have you found Leanne yet?" "No, not yet," said Banks. They followed him through to the small kitchen, where he put the kettle on, without even asking if they wanted a cup of tea. They all sat at the small kitchen table, and for the short time it took the kettle to boil, Mr. Wray chattered on about the redecoration, as if determined to avoid the real subject of their visit. Finally, tea made and poured. Banks decided that it was time to steer things around to the subject of Leanne. "I must say," he began, "that we're at a bit of a loss." "Oh?" "As you know, our men have been working at the Payne house for days now. They've recovered 6 bodies, 4 of which have been identified, but none of the 6 is your daughter's. They're running out of places to look." "Does that mean Leanne might still be alive?" Wray asked, a gleam of hope in his eyes. "It's possible," Banks admitted. "Though I've got to say, after all this time without contact, especially given the nationwide appeals on TV and in the press, I wouldn't hold out a lot of hope." "Then what?" "That's what we'd like to find out." "I don't see how I can help you." "Perhaps you can't," Banks said. "But the only thing to do when a case is stalled like this is to go right back to first principles. We've got to go over the ground we covered before and hope we see it from a new perspective this time." Ray's wife, Victoria, appeared in the doorway and looked puzzled to see Banks and Winsome enjoying a chat and a cup of tea with her husband. Ray jumped up. "I thought you were resting, dear," he said, giving her a peck on the cheek. Victoria wiped the sleep from her eyes, though she looked to Banks as if she had spent at least a few minutes putting on her face before coming down. Her skirt and blouse were pure Harvey Nichols, and her accent was what she thought sounded like upper class, though he could hear traces of Birmingham in it. She was an attractive woman in her early 30s, with a slim figure and a full head of shiny natural brown hair that hung over her shoulders. She had a slightly retroussé nose, arched eyebrows and a small mouth, but the effect of the whole was rather more successful than one might imagine from the separate parts. Ray himself was about 40, and pretty much medium in whatever category you might describe him, except for the chin, which slid down towards his throat before it even got started. They were an odd couple, Banks remembered thinking from the first time he had met them. He was a rather basic, down-to-earth bus driver, and she was an affected social climber. What had drawn them together in the first place, Banks had no idea, except perhaps that people who have suffered a great loss, as Christopher Wray had, might not necessarily be the best judges of their next move. Victoria stretched, sat down and poured herself a cup of tea. "How are you feeling?" her husband asked. "Not bad. You know you've got to be careful in your condition. The doctor said so." I know. She squeezed his hand. "I'll be careful." "What condition's that?" Banks asked. "My wife's expecting a baby, Superintendent." Ray beamed. Banks looked at Victoria. "Congratulations," he said. She inclined her head in a queenly manner. Banks could hardly imagine Victoria Ray going through anything as messy and painful as childbirth, but life was full of surprises. "How long?" he asked. She patted her stomach. "Almost 4 months. "So you were pregnant when Leanne went missing?" "Yes, as a matter of fact. I just found out that morning." "What did Leanne think of it?" Victoria looked down into her teacup. "Leanne could be willful and moody, Superintendent," she said. "She certainly wasn't quite as ecstatic as we hoped she would be." "Now, come on, love, that's not fair,"
said Mr. Ray. "She'd have got used to it in time. I'm certain she would." Banks thought about the situation. Leanne's mother dies a slow and painful death from cancer. Shortly afterwards, her father remarries to a woman Leanne clearly can't stand. Not long after that, the stepmother announces she's pregnant. You didn't need to be a psychologist to see that there was a situation ripe for disaster. It was a bit close to the bone for Banks, too, though he had hardly been in Leanne's position. Still, whether it's your father having a baby with your new stepmother, or your estranged wife having one with a bearded Sean, the resulting feelings could be similar, perhaps even more intense in Leanne's case, given her age and her grief over her mother. So she wasn't happy with the news? Not really, Mr. Ray admitted, but it takes time to get used to things like that. You have to be at least willing to try first, said Victoria. Leanne's too selfish for that. Leanne was willing, Mr. Ray insisted. When did you tell her? Banks asked. The morning of the day she disappeared. He sighed. Why didn't you tell us this when we interviewed you after Leanne's disappearance? Mr. Ray looked surprised. Nobody asked. It didn't seem important. I mean, it was a private family matter. Besides, said Victoria, it's bad luck to tell strangers until after 3 months. Were they really so thick, or were they just playing at it? Banks wondered. Trying to keep his tone as calm and neutral as possible, reminding himself that they were the parents of a missing girl, he asked, What did she say? The Rays looked at one another. Say? Nothing really, did she, dear? Said Mr. Ray. Acted up is what she did, said Victoria. Was she angry? I suppose so, said Mr. Ray. Angry enough to punish you? What do you mean? Listen, Mr. Ray, Banks said. When you told us that Leanne was missing, and we couldn't find her within a day or two, we were all of us willing to think the worst. Now, what you've just told us puts a different light on things. It does. If she was angry at you over her stepmother's pregnancy, then she might easily have run away to strike back. But Leanne wouldn't run away, Mr. Ray said, slack-jawed. She loved me. Maybe that's the problem, Banks said. He didn't know if it was called the Electra complex, but he was thinking of the female version of the Oedipus complex. Girl loves her father, then her mother dies, but instead of devoting himself to her, the father finds a new woman, and to make things worse, he makes her pregnant, threatening the entire stability of their relationship. He could easily see Leanne doing a bunk under circumstances like that. But the problem still remained that she would have to be a very uncaring child indeed, not to let them know she was still alive, after all the hue and cry about the missing girls. And she wouldn't have got far without her money and her inhaler. I think she'd probably be capable of it, said Victoria. She could be cruel. Remember that time when she put castor oil in the coffee, the evening of my first book club meeting? Caroline Opley was sick all over her Margaret Atwood. But that was early days, love, Mr. Ray protested. It all took a bit of getting used to for her. I know, I'm only saying. And she didn't value things as she should have. She lost that silver. Do you think she might have at least been angry enough to disobey her curfew? Banks asked. Certainly, answered Victoria without missing a beat. It's that boy you should be talking to, that Ian Scott. He's a drug dealer, you know. Did Leanne take drugs? Not to our knowledge, said Mr. Ray. But she could have done, Chris, his wife went on. She obviously didn't tell us everything, did she? Who knows what she got up to when she was with those sorts of people? Christopher Ray put his hand over his wife's. Don't get excited, love. Remember what the doctor said. I know. Victoria stood up. She swayed a little. I think I need to go and lie down again for a while, she said. But you mark my words, Superintendent. That's the one you should be looking at. Ian Scott. He's no good."
"Thank you," said Banks. "I'll bear that in mind." When she'd gone, the silence stretched for a while. "Is there anything else you can tell us?" Banks asked.
No. I'm sure she wouldn't do what you say. I'm sure something must have happened to her."
"Why did you wait until morning to call the police? Had she done that sort of thing before?"
"Never. I would have told you if I thought that."
"So why did you wait?"
"I wanted to call earlier."
"Come on, Mr. Ray," said Winsome, touching his arm gently. "You can tell us." He looked at her, his eyes beseeching, seeking forgiveness.
"I would have called the police. Honest I would," he said. "She had never stayed out all night before."
"But you'd had an argument, hadn't you?" Banks suggested, "when she reacted badly to the news of your wife's pregnancy."
"She asked me how could I, so soon after her mother. She was upset, crying, saying terrible things about Victoria, things she didn't mean, but Victoria told her to get out if she wanted, and said she could stay out."
"Why didn't you tell us this at the time?" Banks asked, though he knew the answer. Embarrassment, that great social fear. Something Victoria Ray would certainly be sensitive to, and not wanting the police involved in your private family arguments. The only way they had found out about the tension between Victoria and Leanne in the first place was through Leanne's friends, and Leanne clearly hadn't time or chance to tell them about Victoria's pregnancy. Victoria Ray was the kind of woman, Banks thought, who would make the police use the tradesman's entrance, if they had a tradesman's entrance, and the fact that they didn't was probably an unbearable thorn in her side. There were tears in Mr. Ray's eyes.
"I couldn't," he said. "I just couldn't. We thought it was, as you said, that perhaps she had stayed out all night to spite us, to demonstrate her anger. But no matter what, Superintendent, Leanne isn't a bad girl. She would have come back in the morning, I'm certain of that."
Banks stood up. "May we have another look at her room, Mr. Ray? There may be something we missed." Ray looked puzzled.
"Yes, of course. But, I mean, it's been redone. There's nothing there."
"You redecorated Leanne's room?" Winsome said.
He looked at her. "Yes. We couldn't stand it with her gone, the memories. And now with the new baby on the way."
"What about her clothes?" Winsome asked.
"We gave them to the Oxfam shop."
"Her books, belongings?"
"Them too."
Winsome shook her head. Banks asked, "May we have a peek anyway?" They went upstairs. Ray was right. Not an object remained that indicated the room had ever belonged to a teenager like Leanne Ray. The tiny dresser, bedside drawers, and matching wardrobe were all gone, as was her bed with the quilt bedspread, little bookcase, the few dolls left over from her childhood. Even the carpet was gone, and the pop star posters had been ripped off the walls. Nothing remained. Banks could hardly believe his eyes. He could understand how people want to escape unpleasant memories, don't like being reminded of someone they've loved and lost. But all this just over a month after their daughter's disappearance, and without her body having been found. "Thank you," he said, indicating for Winsome to follow him down the stairs.
"Isn't that weird?"
she said when they'd got outside.
"Makes you think, doesn't it?"
"Think what, Winsome?"
"That maybe Leanne did go home that night, and that maybe when they heard we were digging up the Payne's garden, Mr. Ray decided it was time for redecoration."
Said Banks. "Maybe you're right. Or maybe people just have different ways of showing their grief. Either way, I think we'll be looking a bit more closely at the Rays over the next few days. You can start by talking to the neighbours. See if they've seen or heard anything unusual." After her chat with Maureen Nesbitt, Jenny decided to visit Spurnhead itself before heading for home. Maybe a good long walk would help her think things over, blow the cobwebs away. Maybe it would also help her get rid of the eerie feeling she had had since Alderthorpe, that she was being watched or followed. She couldn't explain it, but every time she turned suddenly to look over her shoulder, she felt, rather than saw, something slip into the shadows. It was irritating, because she couldn't quite grasp whether she was being paranoid, or whether it was a case of just because she was paranoid, it didn't mean someone wasn't following her. She was still feeling it. Jenny paid her entrance fee and drove slowly along the narrow track to the car park, noticing an old lighthouse, half under water, and guessing that the sands had shifted since it was built and left it stranded there. Jenny walked down to the beach. The place wasn't quite as desolate as she had imagined it to be. Just ahead, on a platform a little way out to sea, attached to the mainland by a narrow wooden bridge, were a dock and control centre for the Humber pilots, who guided the big tankers in from the North Sea. Behind her stood the new lighthouse and a number of houses. Across the estuary, Jenny could see the docks and cranes of Grimsby and Immingham. Though the sun was shining, there was quite a breeze, and Jenny felt the chill as she walked the sands around the point. The sea was an odd combination of colours: purple, brown, lavender, everything but blue, even in the sun. There weren't many people around. Most of those who visited the area were serious birders, and the place was a protected wildlife sanctuary. Even so, Jenny saw a couple or two walking hand in hand, and one family with 2 small children. As she walked, she still couldn't shake off the feeling of being followed. When the first tanker came around the head, it took her breath away. Because of the sharp curve, the huge shape seemed to appear there suddenly, moving very fast, and it filled her field of vision for a few moments. Then one of the pilot boats nearby guided it over the estuary towards Immingham docks. Another tanker followed only moments later. As Jenny stood on the sand looking out over the broad waters, she thought of what Maureen Nesbitt had told her about the Alderthorpe Seven. Tom Godwin, Lucy's younger brother, had stayed with his foster parents until he was 18, like Lucy. Then he had gone to live with distant relatives in Australia, all thoroughly checked out by the social services, and he now worked on their sheep farm in New South Wales. By all accounts, Tom was a sturdy, quiet sort of boy, given to long walks alone and a sort of shyness that made him stutter in front of strangers. Often, he woke up screaming from nightmares he couldn't remember. Laura, Lucy's sister, was living in Edinburgh, where she was studying medicine at the university, hoping to become a psychiatrist. Maureen said Laura was well adjusted, on the whole, after years of therapy, but there was still a timidity and reticence about her that might make it hard for her to face some of the more human challenges of her chosen profession. There was no doubt she was a brilliant and skilled pupil, but whether she could handle the daily pressures of psychiatry was another matter. Of the 3 surviving Murray children, Susan had committed suicide, tragically at the age of 13. Diane was in a sort of halfway house for the mentally disturbed, suffering from severe sleep disorders and terrifying hallucinations. Keith, like Laura, was also a student, though Maureen reckoned he would be about graduation age by now. He had gone to the University of Durham to study history and English. He was still seeing a psychiatrist regularly, and suffered from bouts of depression and anxiety attacks, especially in confined places, but he managed to function and do well in his studies. And that was it, the sad legacy of Alderthorpe. Such blighted lives. Jenny wondered if Banks wanted her to continue now that he had let Lucy go. Maureen Nesbitt had said her best bets were clearly Keith Murray and Laura Godwin, and as Keith lived closer to Eastvale, she decided she would try to reach him first. But was there any point to it all? She had to admit that she hadn't found any psychological evidence that significantly strengthened the case against Lucy. She felt every bit as inadequate as many officers on the task force thought all offender profilers were anyway. Lucy could have sustained the kind of psychological damage that made her a compliant victim of Terence Payne's, but there again, she might not have. Different people subjected to the same horrors, often going completely different directions. Perhaps Lucy was truly a strong personality, strong enough to put the past behind her and get on with her life. Jenny doubted that anyone had the strength to avoid at least some kind of psychological fallout from the events in Alderthorpe. But it was possible to heal, at least partially over time, and to function on some level, as Tom, Laura, and Keith had also demonstrated. They might be the walking wounded, but at least they were still walking. When Jenny had covered half the circle of the head, she cut back through the long grass to the car park and set off down the narrow track. As she went, she noticed a blue Citroen in her rear-view mirror and felt certain that she had seen it somewhere before. Telling herself to stop being so paranoid, she left the head and drove towards Patrington. When she'd got closer to the edges of Hull, she called Banks on her mobile. He answered on the third ring. "Jenny, where are you?"
"Hull, on my way home."
"Find out anything interesting?"
"Plenty. But I'm not sure that it gets us any further. I'll try to put it all together into some sort of profile, if you want."
"Please."
"I just heard you had to let Lucy Payne go."
"That's right. We got her out of a side exit without too much fuss, and her lawyer drove her straight to Hull. They did some shopping in the city centre. Then Julia Ford, the lawyer, dropped Lucy off at the Liversedges. They welcomed her with open arms.
That's where she is now?
Far as I know. The local police are keeping an eye on her for us. Where else can she go?"
"Where indeed," said Jenny. "Does this mean it's over?"
"What?"
"My job."
"No," said Banks. "Nothing's over yet."
After Jenny had hung up, she checked her rear-view mirror again. The blue Citroen was keeping its distance, allowing 3 or 4 other cars between them, but there was no doubt it was still back there, on her tail.
"Annie, have you ever thought of having children?" Banks felt Annie tense beside him in bed. They had just made love, and were basking in the afterglow, the gentle rushing of the falls outside, the occasional night animal calling from the woods, and Van Morrison's Astral Weeks drifting up from the stereo downstairs.
"I don't mean,
well, not now. I mean, not you and me, but ever." Annie lay still and silent for a while. He felt her relax a little and stir against him. Finally she said,
"Why do you ask?"
"I don't know. It's been on my mind. This case. The poor devils in the Murray and Godwin families. All the missing girls, not much more than kids, really. And the Rays, her being pregnant. And Sandra, he thought. But he hadn't told Annie about that yet.
"I can't say as I have," Annie answered.
"Never?"
"Maybe I got short-changed when it came to handing out the maternal instinct. I don't know. Or maybe it's to do with my own past. Anyway, it never came up."
"Your past?"
"Ray, the commune. My mother dying so young."
"But you said you were happy enough."
"I was."
Annie sat up and reached for the glass of wine she had put on the bedside table. Her small breasts glowed in the dim light, smooth skin sloping down to the dark brown aureoles, slightly upturned where the nipples rose. "Then why?"
"Good Lord, Alan. Surely it's not every woman's duty in life to reproduce. or to analyse why she doesn't want to. I'm not a freak, you know. I know, sorry. Banks sipped some of his wine, lay back against the pillows. It's just... Well, I had a bit of a shock the other day, that's all. What? Sandra. What about her? She's pregnant. There, he'd done it. He didn't know why it should have been so difficult, or why he had had the sharp, sudden feeling that he would have been wiser to have kept his mouth closed. He also wondered why he had told Jenny straight away, but delayed so long before telling Annie. Partly it was because Jenny knew Sandra, of course, but there was more to it than that. Annie didn't seem to like the intimacy implied by details of Banks's life, and she had sometimes made him feel that sharing any part of his past was a burden to her. But he couldn't seem to help himself. Since splitting up with Sandra, he had become far more introspective and examined his life much more closely. He saw little point in being with someone if he couldn't share some of that. At first, Annie said nothing, then she asked, "Why didn't you tell me before?" "I don't know." "How did you hear the news?" "From Tracy, when we went to lunch in Leeds." "So Sandra didn't tell you herself?" "You know as well as I do we don't communicate much." "Still, I would have thought. Something like this." Banks scratched his cheek. "Well, it just goes to show, doesn't it?" Annie sipped some more wine. "Show what?" "How far apart we've grown." "You seem upset by this, Alan." "Not really. Not upset so much as... Disturbed?
perhaps.
Why?
Just the thought of it. Of Tracy and Brian having a little brother or sister, of
what?"
"I was just thinking," Banks said, turning towards her. "I mean, it's something I haven't thought about in years. Denied it, I suppose. But this has brought it all back."
"All what back?"
"The miscarriage."
Annie froze for a moment, then said, "Sandra had a miscarriage?"
"Yes."
"When was that?"
"Oh, years ago. When we were living in London. The kids were small, too small to understand."
"What happened?"
"I was working undercover at the time. Drug squad. You know what it's like. Away for weeks at a time, can't contact your family. It was 2 days before my boss let me know." Annie nodded. Banks knew that she understood about the pressures and stresses of undercover work firsthand. A knowledge of the job and its effects was one of the things they had in common.
"How did it happen?"
"Who knows? The kids were at school. She started bleeding. Thank God we had a helpful neighbour, or who knows what might have happened."
"And you blame yourself for not being there?"
"She could have died, Annie. And we lost the baby. Everything might have gone just fine if I'd been there like any other father-to-be, helping out around the place. But Sandra had to do everything, for crying out loud. All the lifting, shopping, odd jobs, fetching and carrying. She was replacing a light bulb when she first started to feel funny. She could have fallen and broken her neck."
Banks reached for a cigarette.
He didn't usually indulge in the one after for Annie's sake, but this time he felt like it. He still asked, "Is it okay?"
"Go ahead, I don't mind."
Annie sipped more wine.
"Thanks for asking. You were saying?"
Banks lit up and the smoke drifted away towards the half-open window. "Guilt, yes. But more than that."
"What do you mean?"
"I was working drugs, like I said. Spending most of my time on the streets or in filthy squats, trying to get a lead to the big guys from their victims. Kids, for the most part, runaways. Stoned, high, tripping, zonked out, whatever you care to call it. Some of them as young as 10 or 11. Half of them couldn't even tell you their own names, or wouldn't. I don't know if you remember, but it was around the time the AIDS scare was growing. Nobody knew for sure yet how bad it was, but there was a lot of scaremongering, and everyone knew you got it through blood from unprotected sex, mostly anal sex, and through sharing needles. Thing was, you lived in fear. You just didn't know if some small-time dealer was going to lunge at you with a dirty needle, or if some junkie's drool on your hand could give you AIDS. I do know what you mean, Alan, though it was a bit before my time as a copper, but I'm not following. What has it got to do with Sandra's miscarriage? Banks sucked in some smoke, felt it burn on the way down, and thought he ought to try stopping again. Probably nothing. But I'm just trying to give you some sense of the life I was living. I was in my early 30s, with a wife and 2 kids, another on the way, and I was spending my life in squalor, hanging out with scum. My own kids probably wouldn't have recognized me if they'd seen me in the street. The kids I saw were either dead or dying. I was a cop, not a social worker. I mean, I tried sometimes, you know. If I thought there was a chance a kid might listen, give up the life and go home. But that wasn't my job. I was there to get information and to track down the big players. And? Well, it's just that it has an effect on you, that's all. It changes you, warps you, alters your attitudes. You start out thinking you're an ordinary, decent family man just doing a tough job, and you end up not really knowing what you are. Anyway, my first thought, when I heard Sandra was okay, but that she'd had a miscarriage, you know what my first feeling was? Relief, said Annie. Banks stared at her. What made you say that? She gave him a small smile. Common sense, it's what I'd feel. I mean, if I'd been in your boots. Banks stubbed out the cigarette. He felt somehow deflated that his big revelation had seemed so obvious to Annie. He swirled some red wine around in his mouth to wash away the taste of smoke. Van Morrison was well into Madame George, riffing on the words. A cat howled in the woods, maybe the one that came for milk sometimes. Anyway, he went on, that's what I felt, relief. And of course I felt guilty. Not for just not being there, but for being almost glad it happened. And relieved that we wouldn't have to go through it all again, the dirty nappies, the lack of sleep. Not that I was getting much sleep anyway, the extra responsibility. Here was one life I didn't have to protect. Here was one extra responsibility I could easily live without. It's not such an uncommon feeling, you know, said Annie. It's not so terrible either. It doesn't make you a monster. I felt like one. That's because you take too much on yourself. You always do. You're not responsible for all the world's ills and sins, not even a fraction of them. So Alan Banks is human. He isn't perfect. So he feels relief when he thinks he should feel grief. Do you think you're the only one that's happened to? I don't know. I haven't asked anyone else. Well, you're not. You just have to learn to live with your imperfections, like you do. Annie smiled and flicked a little wine at him. Luckily, she was drinking white. What imperfections, you cheeky bastard? Anyway, after that we decided no more kids, and we never talked about it again. But you've carried the guilt around ever since. Yes, I suppose so. I mean, I don't think about it very often, but this brought it all back. And do you know what else? What? I loved the job more. I never for a moment thought of giving it all up and becoming a used car salesman. Annie laughed. Just as well. I can't imagine you as the used car salesman type. Or something else. Something with regular hours, less chance of catching AIDS. Annie reached out and stroked his cheek. Poor Alan, she said, snuggling closer. Why don't you just try to put it all out of your mind? Just put everything out of your mind.
Everything except the moment, me, the music, the here and now. Van was getting into the meandering, sensuous ballerina, and Banks felt Annie's lips, soft and moist, running over his chest, down his stomach, lingering, and he managed to do as she said when she reached her destination. But even as he gave himself up to the sensation of the moment, he still couldn't quite get the thought of dead babies out of his mind. Maggie checked the locks and the windows for the second time before going to bed that Saturday night, and only when she was satisfied that all was secure did she take a glass of warm milk upstairs with her. She had hardly got halfway up when the telephone rang. At first, she wasn't going to answer it. Not at 11 o'clock on a Saturday night. It was probably a wrong number anyway. But curiosity got the better of her. She knew that the police had been forced to let Lucy go that morning, so it might be her looking for help. It wasn't. It was Bill. Maggie's heart started to beat fast, and she felt the room closing in on her. "You're creating quite a stir over there, aren't you?" he said. "Heroine and champion of battered wives everywhere. Or is that championess?" Maggie felt herself shrinking, shriveling, her heart squeezing into her throat. All her bravado, her empowerment, withered and died. She could hardly talk, hardly breathe. "What do you want?" she whispered. "How did you find out?" "You underestimate your celebrity. You're not only in the Globe and the Post, you're in the Sun and the Star, too. Even a picture in the Sun, though it's not a very good one unless you've changed a hell of a lot." They've been giving quite a bit of coverage to the Chameleon case, as they call it, comparing it to Bernardo and Homolker, naturally. And you seem to be caught right up in the thick of it. "What do you want?" "Want me? Nothing." "How did you find me?" "After the newspaper stories, it wasn't difficult. You had an old address book you forgot to take with you. Your friends were in it. 32 The Hill, Leeds, am I right?" "What do you want with me?" "Nothing. Not at the moment, anyway. I just wanted to let you know that I know where you are, and I'm thinking of you. It must have been very interesting living across the street from a killer. What's Carla like?" "It's Lucy. Leave me alone." "That's not very nice. We were married once, remember?" "How could I forget?" Bill laughed. "Anyway, mustn't run up the firm's phone bill too much. I've been working very hard lately, and even my boss thinks I need a holiday. Just thought I'd let you know I might be taking a trip over to England soon. I don't know when. Might be next week. Might be next month. But I think it'd be nice if we could get together for dinner or something, don't you?" "You're sick," Maggie said, and heard Bill chuckling as she hung up. Chapter 15. Banks had always thought that Sunday morning was a good time to put a little pressure on an unsuspecting villain. The Sunday afternoon was good, too, after the papers, the pub, and the roast beef and Yorkshire pud have put him in a good mood, and he stretched out in the armchair, newspaper over his head, enjoying a little snooze. But on Sunday morning, if they weren't particularly religious, people were either relaxed and all set to enjoy a day off, or they were hungover. Either way made for a good chat. Ian Scott was definitely hungover. His oily black hair stood in spikes on top and lay flat at the sides, plastered to his skull where he had lain on the pillow. One side of his pasty face was etched with crease marks. His eyes were bloodshot, and he wore only a grubby vest and underpants. "Can I come in, Ian?" said Banks, pushing gently past him before he got an answer. "Won't take long." The flat reeked of last night's marijuana smoke and stale beer. Roaches still lay scattered in the ashtrays.
Banks went over and opened the window as wide as it would go. "Shame on you, Ian," he said. "A lovely spring morning like this. You ought to be out walking down by the river or having a crack at Fremlington Edge." "Bollocks," said Ian, scratching those very items as he spoke. Sarah Francis stumbled in from the bedroom, holding her tousled hair back from her face and squinting through sleep-gummed eyes. She was wearing a white T-shirt with Donald Duck on the front and nothing else. The T-shirt only came down to her hips. "Shit," she said, covering herself with her hands as best she could and dashing back into the bedroom. "Enjoy the free show?" said Ian. "Not particularly." Banks tossed a heap of clothes from the chair nearest the window and sat down. Ian turned on the stereo too loud, and Banks got up and turned it off. Ian sat down and sulked, and Sarah came back in wearing a pair of jeans. "You could have bloody warned me," she grumbled to Ian. "Shut up, you silly cunt," he said. Now Sarah sat down and sulked too. "Okay," said Banks. "Are we all comfortable? Can I begin?" "I don't know what you want with us again," said Ian. "We told you everything that happened." "Well, it won't do any harm to go over it again, will it?" Ian groaned. "I don't feel well. I feel sick." "You should treat your body with more respect," said Banks. "It's a temple." "What do you want to know? Get it over with." "First off, I'm puzzled by something." "Well, you're the Sherlock. I'm sure you can work it out." "I'm puzzled by why you haven't asked me about Leanne." "What do you mean?" "I'd hardly be back here interrupting your Sunday morning, would I, if Leanne had turned up dead and buried in a serial killer's garden?" "What are you saying? Speak English." Sarah had curled herself into a fetal position in the other armchair and was watching the exchange intently. "What I'm saying, Ian, is that you didn't ask about Leanne. That concerns me. Don't you care about her? She was a mate, that's all. It's nothing to do with us. We don't know what happened to her. Besides, I'll have got round to it eventually. My brain's not working properly yet. Does it ever? Anyway, I'm beginning to think you do. Do what? Know something about what happened to Leanne. That's rubbish. Is it really? Let's back up a bit. First off, we're pretty certain now that Leanne Ray wasn't one of the Chameleon's victims, as we had first thought. "Your mistake, isn't it?" said Ian. "Don't come looking to us to bail you out." Now, if that's not the case, then it stands to reason that something else happened to her. You don't need to be a Sherlock to figure that one out. Which, discounting the possibility of another stranger killing her, leaves 3 possibilities. Oh, yeah. And what are those? Banks counted off on his fingers. 1, that she ran away from home. 2, that she did go home on time, and her parents did something to her. And 3, the main reason I'm here, that she didn't, in fact, go home after you left the old ship. That the 3 of you stayed together, and you did something to her. Ian Scott showed no expression but scorn as he listened, and Sarah started sucking on her thumb. "We told you what happened," Ian said. "We told you what we did." "Yes," said Banks. "But the riverboat was so busy that people we talked to were very vague about seeing you. They certainly weren't sure about the time and weren't even sure it was that Friday night. But you've got the CCTV. For fuck's sake, what's Big Brother watching for if you can't believe what you see?" "Oh, we believe what we see, all right," said Banks. "But all we see is you, Sarah here, and Mick Blair entering the bar Nun shortly after 12:30. Well, there's no point going earlier. Things don't start to warm up till after midnight." "Yes, Ian, but that leaves over 2 hours unaccounted for. A lot can happen in 2 hours. How was I to know I'd have to account for my every minute? 2 hours. I told you. We walked around town a bit, dropped in at the riverboat, then went to the bar Nun. I don't know what fucking time it was. Sarah?" Sarah took her thumb from her mouth. "What he says." "Is that how it usually goes?" Banks asked. "What Ian says. Haven't you got a mind of your own?" "What he says. We went to the riverboat, then to the bar Nun.
Leanne left us just before 10:30 outside the old ship. We don't know what happened to her after that.
And Mick Blair went with you?
Yeah.
How did Leanne seem that night, Sarah?
Huh?
What sort of mood was she in?
All right, I suppose.
She wasn't upset about anything?
No. We were having a good time.
Leanne didn't confide anything in you?
Like what?
Oh, I don't know. Some problem with the stepmother, perhaps?
She was always having problems with that stuck-up bitch. I was sick of hearing about them.
Did she ever talk about running off?
Not to me. Not that I remember. Ian?
Nah. She just whined about the old cow, that's all. She hadn't the bottle to run away. If I was looking at somebody for it, I'd look at the stepmother first. Somebody for what? You know, if you think someone did something to Leanne like. I see. What was the idea that excited you all before you left the old ship?
I don't know what you mean,
said Ian. Oh, come on. We know you seemed excited by something you were going to do. What was it? Did it include Leanne? We talked about going to the bar none, but Leanne knew she couldn't come with us. That's all. What else could there be? She didn't give you any hint that she might not be going straight home?
No.
Or that she might run off? Teach her stepmother a lesson? Dunno. Who can tell what's in a bitch's mind when it comes right down to it, eh?
Tut, tut, such language.
You've been listening to too much hip-hop, Ian, said Banks, standing to leave. Nice choice of partner, Sarah, he said on his way out, noticing that Sarah Francis looked distinctly put out and, more to the point, even a little frightened. That might come in useful before long, he thought.
I just had to get out of the flat, that's all, said Janet Taylor. I mean, I didn't want to drag you halfway across Yorkshire.
That's all right, said Annie with a smile. I don't live that far away. Besides, I like it here. Here was a rambling old pub on the edge of the moorland above Wensleydale, not far from Banks's cottage, with a solid reputation for Sunday lunch. Janet's call had come shortly after 10 o'clock that morning, just as Annie was having a nap to make up for her lack of sleep at Banks's place. Their conversation had bothered her, kept her awake well into the small hours. She didn't like talking about babies. Trust Banks to hit a nerve. What she also didn't like, and didn't seem able to tell him about these personal revelations of his, was that they pushed her into examining her own past and her own feelings far more than she felt ready to do right now. She wished he would just lighten up and take it easy. Anyway, an open-air lunch was just the ticket. The air was pure, and there wasn't a cloud in the sky. From where they sat, they could see the lush green dale sides crisscrossed with dry stone walls, sheep wandering all over, baaing like crazy if any ramblers passed by. Down in the valley bottom, the river meandered and a group of cottagers huddled around a village green. The square-towered church a little to one side, grey limestone bright in the midday sun. She thought she could see the tiny silhouettes of 4 people walking along the top of the high limestone scar over the dale. Christ, it would be good to be up there, all alone, not a care in the world. But if the setting was ideal, she might have chosen a different companion. Despite the change of environment, Janet seemed distracted, forever flicking back the lock of hair that fell over her tired brown eyes. There was an unhealthy pallor about her that Annie guessed would take more than a lunch on the moors to dispel. Already Janet was on her second pint of lager and lime, and Annie had to bite her tongue not to say something about drink driving. She was on her first half of bitter, might have another half, then coffee after lunch. Annie, who was a vegetarian, had ordered quiche and a salad, but she was pleased to see that Janet had ordered roast beef. She looked as if she needed some meat on her bones. "How are you doing?" Annie asked. Janet laughed. "Oh, about as well as can be expected." She rubbed her forehead. "I still can't get the sleep thing sorted out. You know, I keep replaying it, but I'm not sure if I'm seeing it the way it really happened." "What do you mean?"
Well, in the replays, I see his face.
Terry Payne's?
Yes. All twisted and contorted. Fearsome. But I don't think I remember seeing him clearly at the time. My mind must be filling in details.
Possibly.
Annie thought of her own ordeal, the rape carried out by 3 colleagues after celebrating her passing her sergeant's boards. At the time, she could have sworn she would remember every grunt and groan, every obscene facial expression, and every sensation of him, the one who actually succeeded in penetrating her while the others held her down, forcing himself inside her as she struggled, tearing at her clothes, every drop of sweat that dripped from his face onto her skin. But she was surprised to find that much of it had faded, and it wasn't a memory she felt compelled to rerun for herself night after night. Perhaps she was tougher than she thought, or maybe she was compartmentalizing it, as someone had once told her she did, shutting out the pain and humiliation. "You've changed your mind about the statement, then?" Annie asked. They were sitting far enough away that they couldn't be overheard if they spoke quietly. Not that any of the other diners looked as if they wanted to eavesdrop. They were all family groups talking loudly and laughing, trying to keep track of their adventurous children. "I wasn't lying," said Janet. "I want you to know that, first off."
"I know that."
"I was just confused, that's all. My memory of that night's a bit shaky."
"Understandable.
But you do remember how many times you hit him?" "No. All I'm saying is that it might have been more than I thought." Their meals arrived. Janet tucked in as if she hadn't eaten in a week, which she probably hadn't, and Annie picked at her food. The quiche was dry and the salad boring, but that was to be expected in a place that catered mostly for meat-eaters. At least she could enjoy the view. A high plane left a figure of 8 of white vapor trail across the sky. "Janet," Annie went on, "what do you want to change in your statement? Well, you know, where I insist that I only hit him, 2 or 3 times? 4. Whatever. And the post-mortem found how many? 9 blows. Right. Do you remember hitting him 9 times? No, that's not what I'm saying." Janet sawed off a piece of lamb and chewed on it for a moment. Annie ate some lettuce. "What are you saying, Janet?" "Just that, well, I suppose I lost it, that's all." "You're claiming diminished responsibility?" "Not really. I mean, I knew what was going on, but I was scared and I was upset about Dennis, so I don't know, maybe I should have stopped hitting him sooner, after I'd handcuffed him to the pipes." "You hit him after that?" "I think so. Once or twice." "And you remember doing that?" "I remember hitting him after I'd handcuffed him, yes. Thinking, this one's for Dennis, you bastard. I just don't remember how many times." "You realize you'll have to come to the station and revise your statement, don't you? I mean, it's okay just telling me here now like this, but it has to be done officially." Janet raised an eyebrow. "Of course I know that. I'm still a copper, aren't I? I just want to, you know." She looked away out over the dale. Annie thought she did know and that Janet was too embarrassed to say it. She wanted some company. She wanted someone who would at least try to understand her in a gorgeous setting on a beautiful day, before the 3-ringed circus that was likely to be her life for the next while went into full swing. Jenny Fuller and Banks had lunch together in the slightly less exotic Queen's Arms. The place was bursting at the seams with Sunday tourists, but they bagged a small table. So small there was hardly room for 2 roast beef and Yorkshire pud specials and the drinks, just before they stopped serving meals at 2 o'clock. Lager for Jenny and a pint of shandy for Banks, because he had to conduct another interview that afternoon. He still looked tired, Jenny thought, and she guessed that the case had been keeping him awake at nights. That,
and his obvious discomfort over Sandra's pregnancy. Jenny and Sandra had been friends. Not close, but both had been through harrowing experiences around the same time, and these had created some sort of bond between them. Since her travels in America, though, Jenny hadn't seen much of Sandra, and now she supposed she wouldn't see her again. If she had to choose sides, as people did, then she supposed she had chosen Alan's. She had thought he and Sandra had a solid marriage. After all, Alan had turned her down when she tried to seduce him, and that had been a new experience for her. But clearly she was wrong. Never having been married herself, she would have been the first to confess that she knew little about such things, except that outward appearances often belie an inner turmoil. So what had been going through Sandra's mind in that last little while was a mystery. Alan had said that he wasn't sure whether Sandra met Sean before or after they split up, or whether he was the real reason behind the separation. Jenny doubted it. Like most problems, it hadn't just happened overnight, or when someone else turned up on the scene. Sean was as much a symptom as anything, and an escape hatch. This business had probably been years in the making. "The car," Banks said. "A blue Citroen." "Yes. I don't suppose you got the number." "I must admit it never crossed my mind the first time I saw it. I mean, why would I? It was in Alderthorpe, and I parked behind it. Coming back from Spurn Head, it always stayed too far behind for me to be able to see." "And you lost it where?" "I didn't lose it. I noticed it stopped following me just after I got onto the M62 west of Hull." "And you never saw it again?" "No," Jenny laughed. "I must admit, I felt rather as if I was being run out of town, like in those cowboy films." "You didn't get a glimpse of the driver at all?" "No. Couldn't even tell if it was a man or a woman." "What next?" "I've some university work to catch up on, and some tutorials tomorrow. I could postpone them, but—" "No, that's okay," said Banks. "Lucy Payne's out anyway. No real rush." "Well, on Tuesday or Wednesday I'll see if I can talk to Keith Murray in Durham. Then there's Laura in Edinburgh. I'm developing a picture of Linda, Lucy, but it's still missing a few pieces." "Such as?" "That's the problem. I'm not sure. I just get the feeling that I'm missing something." She saw Banks's worried expression and slapped his arm. "Oh, don't worry. I'll not go putting my intuitions into my profiles. This is just between you and me. Okay? I suppose you could call it the missing link. The link between Linda's childhood and the possibility of Lucy's being involved in the abductions and murders. There's the sexual abuse. Yes. There's no doubt that many people who are abused become abusers themselves. It's a cycle. And according to Maureen Nesbitt, Linda was sexually aware at 11. But none of that's enough in itself. All I can say is that it could have created a psychopathology in Lucy that made her capable of becoming the compliant victim of a man like Terence Payne. People often repeat mistakes and bad choices. You just have to look at my history of relationships to see that." Banks smiled. "You'll get it right one day. Meet my knight in shining armour. Is that what you want? Someone to fight your battles for you, then pick you up and carry you upstairs. Not a bad idea. I thought you were a feminist." "I am. It doesn't mean I might not fight his battles, pick him up and carry him upstairs the next day. All I'm saying is that the chance would be a fine thing. Anyway, can't a woman have her fantasies?" "Depends where they lead." "Has it occurred to you that Lucy Payne wasn't the compliant victim at all, and that her husband was?" "No, it hasn't. I've never come across such a case." "But not impossible." "In human psychology, nothing's impossible, just very unlikely, that's all. But supposing she were the powerful one, the dominant partner, and Terence Payne was her sex slave doing her bidding? Something like that." "I don't know," said Jenny, "but I very much doubt it.
Besides, even if it is true, it doesn't really get us any further, does it?
I suppose not. Just speculation.
You mentioned that Payne might have used the camcorder when you visited the cellar, didn't you? Yes. Jenny sipped some lager and dabbed her lips with a paper serviette. It would be highly unusual in such a ritualized case of rape, murder, and interment for the perpetrator not to keep some sort of record.
He had the bodies.
His trophies? Yes. And that probably explains why there was no further mutilation. No need to take a finger or a toe to remember them by. Payne had the whole body. But it's not just that. Someone like Payne would have needed more. Something that enabled him to relive the events. Banks told her about the tripod marks in the electronics catalogue. So, if he had one, where is it? She asked.
That's the question.
And why is it missing?
Another good question. Believe me, we're looking hard for it. If it's in that house, even if it's buried 10 feet down, we'll find it. We won't leave a brick of that place standing until it's given up all its secrets.
If it's in the house?
Yes.
And there'll be tapes too?
I haven't forgotten them. Jenny pushed her plate aside.
I suppose I'd better go and get some work done. Banks looked at his watch.
And I'd better go and see Mick Blair.
He reached forward and touched her arm lightly. She was surprised at the tingle she felt.
Take care, Jenny. Keep your eyes open.
And if you see that car again, phone me right away, understand?
Jenny nodded.
Then she noticed someone she didn't know approaching them, walking with an easy, confident grace. An attractive young woman, tight jeans emphasizing her long and shapely legs, what looked like a man's white shirt hanging open over a red t-shirt. Chestnut hair cascaded in shiny waves to her shoulders, and the only flaw in her smooth complexion was a small mole to the right of her mouth. Even that wasn't so much an imperfection as a beauty spot. Her serious eyes were almond in shape and colour. When she got to the table, she pulled up a chair and sat down without being invited. D.I. Cabot, she said, stretching out her hand. I don't think we've met. Dr. Fuller. Jenny shook. Firm grasp. Ah, the famous Dr. Fuller. Pleasure to meet you at last. Jenny felt tense. Was this woman surely the Annie Cabot, staking out her territory? Had she seen Banks touching her arm and thought something of it? Was she here to let Jenny know as subtly as possible to keep her hands off Banks? Jenny knew she was not bad when it came to the looks department, but she couldn't help feeling somehow clumsy and even a bit dowdy next to Annie. Older, too. Definitely older. Annie smiled at Banks. Sir? Jenny could sense something between them. Sexual tension, yes, but it was more than that. Had they had a disagreement? All of a sudden, the table was uncomfortable, and she felt she had to leave. She picked up her bag and started rummaging for her car keys. Why do they always sink to the bottom and get lost among the hairbrushes, paper hankies, and makeup? Don't let me interrupt your lunch, said Annie, smiling again at Jenny, then turning to Banks. But I just happened to be in the station, catching up on some paperwork after lunch. Winsome told me you were here, and that she'd got a message for you. I said I'd deliver it. Banks raised his eyebrows, and... It's from your mate Ken Blackstone in Leeds. It seems Lucy Payne's done a runner. Jenny gasped. What? Local police dropped by her parents' house this morning, just to make sure everything was okay. Turns out her bed hadn't been slept in. Bloody hell, said Banks. Another cock-up. Just thought you'd want to know as soon as possible, said Annie, untangling herself from the chair. She looked at Jenny. Nice to meet you. Then she walked out with the same elegant grace she had walked in with, leaving Banks and Jenny to sit and stare at one another. Mick Blair, the fourth person in the group on the night Leanne Ray disappeared, lived with his parents in a semi in North Eastvale.
near enough to the edge of town for a fine view over Swainsdale, but close enough to the centre for easy access. After Annie's revelation about Lucy Payne, Banks wondered whether he should change his plans, but he decided that Leanne Ray was still a priority, and Lucy Payne was still a victim in the eyes of the law. Besides, there would be plenty of coppers keeping an eye open for her. It was the most they could do until and unless they had anything to charge her with. Unlike Ian Scott, Mick had never been in trouble with the police, though Banks suspected he might well have been buying drugs from Ian. He had a slightly wasted look about him, not quite all there, and didn't seem to have much time for personal grooming. When Banks called after his lunch with Jenny that Sunday, Mick's parents were out visiting family, and Mick was slouching around in the living room, listening to Nirvana loud on the stereo, wearing torn jeans and a black T-shirt with a picture of Kurt Cobain on it, above his birth and death dates. "What do you want?" Mick asked, turning down the volume and flopping onto the sofa, hands behind his head. "To talk about Leanne Ray." "We've already been over that." "Let's go over it again. Why? Have you found out something new?" "What would there be to find out?" "I don't know. I'm just surprised that you're coming here, that's all." "Was Leanne your girlfriend, Mick?" "No, it wasn't like that." "She's an attractive girl. Didn't you fancy her?" "Maybe, a bit." "But she wasn't having any of it?" "It was early days, that's all." "What do you mean?" "Some girls need a bit of time, a bit of working on. They don't all just jump into bed with you the first time you meet." "And Leanne needed time?" "Yes." "How far had you got?" "What do you mean?" "How far? Holding hands, necking, tongue or no tongue?" Banks remembered his own adolescent gropings and the various stages you had to pass. After necking usually came touching above the waist but with clothes on, then under the blouse but over the bra. After that, the bra came off, then it was below the waist, and so on until you got to go all the way, if you were lucky. With some girls it seemed to take forever to move from one stage to another, and some might let you get below the waist but not go all the way. The whole negotiation was a minefield fraught with the danger of being dumped at every turn. Well, at least Leanne Ray hadn't been an easy conquest, and for some odd reason, Banks was glad to know that. "We necked once in a while." "What about that Friday night, the 31st of March? "Nah. We were in a group, like, with Ian and Sarah." "You didn't neck with Leanne in the cinema?" "Maybe. Is that a yes or a no?" "I suppose so." "Might you have had a falling out?" "What are you getting at?" Banks scratched the scar beside his right eye. "It's like this, Mick. I come here to talk to you again, and it seems to bother you. But you don't ask me if we found Leanne alive or found her body yet. It was the same with Ian. You've talked to Ian this morning?" "I'm surprised he didn't get straight on the phone to you." "He can't have been worried." "Why should he be?" "I don't know. The thing is, you see, that you both ought to be asking me if we found Leanne alive, or if we found her body, or if we've identified her remains." "Why?" "Why else would I come to talk to you?" "How should I know?" "But the fact that you don't ask makes me wonder if you know something you're not telling me." Mick folded his arms. "I've told you everything I know." Banks leaned forward and held Mick's gaze. "Know what? I think you're lying, Mick. I think you're all lying. You can't prove anything. What would I need to prove?" "That I'm lying. I told you what happened. We went for a drink in the old—" "No. What you told us was that you went for coffee after the film." "Right, well, that was lying, wasn't it, Mick? So what? If you can do it once, you can do it again. In fact, it gets easier the more you practice. What really happened that night, Mick? Why don't you tell me about it?" "Nothing happened, I already told you." "Did you and Leanne have a fight? Did you hurt her? Maybe you didn't mean to. Where is she, Mick?" "You know, I'm certain of it." And Mick's expression told Banks that he did know. But it also told him that he wasn't going to confess to anything, not today at any rate. Banks felt pissed off and culpable at the same time. It was his fault that this line of inquiry hadn't been properly followed up. So fixated had he become on a serial killer abducting young girls that he had ignored the basics of police work and not pushed hard enough at those in position to know best what had happened to Leanne, the people she had been with at the time she disappeared. He should have followed up, knowing of Ian Scott's criminal record and that it involved drugs. But no, Leanne was put down as the third victim of the unidentified serial killer, another pretty young blonde victim, and that was that. Winsome Jackman had done a bit of follow-up work, but she had pretty much accepted the official story too. Banks's fault, all of it. Just like Sandra's miscarriage. Just like bloody everything, it seemed sometimes. "Tell me what happened," Banks pushed again. "I've told you, I fucking told you." Mick sat up abruptly. "When we left the old ship, Leanne set off home. That was the last any of us saw of her. Some pervert must have got her, all right. That's what you thought, isn't it? Why are you changing your minds?" "Ah, so you are curious," Banks said, standing up. "I'm sure you've been following the news. We've got the pervert who took and killed those girls. He's dead, so he can't tell us anything. But we found no trace of Leanne's body on the premises. And believe me, we've taken the place apart. Then it must have been some other pervert. Come off it, Mick. The odds against one are wild enough. The odds against two are astronomical. No, it comes down to you. You, Ian, and Sarah. The last people she was seen with. Now, I'm going to give you time to think about it, Mick. But I'll be back, you can count on that. Then we'll have a proper talk. No distractions. In the meantime, stick around. Enjoy the music." When Banks left, he paused just long enough at the garden gate to see Mick, silhouetted behind the lace curtains, jump up from the sofa and head over to the telephone. Chapter 16. The Monday morning sunlight spilled through Banks's kitchen window and glinted on the copper-bottomed pans hanging on the wall. Banks sat at his pine table with a cup of coffee, toast and marmalade, the morning newspaper spread out before him, and Vaughan Williams's Variations on a Theme by Thomas Tallis playing on the radio. But he was neither reading nor listening. He had been awake since before 4, a million details dancing around in his mind, and though he felt dog-tired now, he knew he couldn't sleep. He would be glad when the Chameleon case was all over, when Gristhorpe was back at work, and when he could go back to his normal duties as a detective chief inspector. The responsibility of command over the past month and a half had exhausted him. He recognized the signs: lack of sleep, bad dreams, too much junk food, too much booze, and too many cigarettes. He was reaching the same near-burnout state as he had been in when he left the Met for North Yorkshire years ago, hoping for a quieter life. He loved detective work, but it sometimes seemed that modern policing was a young man's game. Science, technology, and changes in management structure hadn't simplified things. They had only made life more complicated. Banks realized that he had probably come to the limits of his ambition when he actually thought that morning, for the first time, about packing in the job altogether. He heard the postman arrive and went out to pick up the letters from the floor. Among the usual collection of bills and circulars, there was a hand-addressed envelope from London, and Banks immediately recognized the neat, looping hand. Sandra. Heart beating just a little too fast for comfort, he carried the pile back into the kitchen. This was his favourite room in the cottage, mostly because he had dreamed about it before he had seen it. But what he read in Sandra's letter was enough to darken the brightest of rooms even more than his previous mood had darkened it. Dear Alan, I understand that Tracy told you Sean and I are expecting a baby. I wish she hadn't. But there it is. It's done now. I hope this knowledge will at least enable you to understand the need for expediency in the matter of our divorce, and that you will act accordingly. Yours sincerely, Sandra. That was it. Nothing more than a cold, formal note. Banks knew he hadn't been responding to the matter of the divorce with any great dispatch, but he hadn't seen any need for haste. Perhaps deep down, he was stubbornly clinging to Sandra, and in some opaque and frightened part of his soul, he was holding on to the belief that it was all just a nightmare or a mistake, and he would wake up one morning back in the Eastvale semi with Sandra beside him. Not that that was what he wanted, not any more, but he was at least willing to admit that he might harbour such irrational feelings. Now this. Banks put the letter aside, still feeling its chill. Why couldn't he just let go of this and move on, as Sandra clearly had done? Was it because of what he had told Annie about his guilt over Sandra's miscarriage, about being glad that it happened? He didn't know. It all just felt too strange. His wife of over 20 years, mother of their children, now about to give birth to another man's child. He tossed the letter aside, picked up his briefcase and headed out for the car. He intended to go to Leeds later in the morning, but first he wanted to drop by his office, clear up some paperwork and have a word with Winsome. The drive to Eastvale from Gratley was, Banks had thought when he first made it, one of the most beautiful drives in the area. A narrow road about halfway up the Daleside, with spectacular views of the valley bottom with its sleepy villages and meandering river to his left, and the steeply rising fields with their dry stone walls and wandering sheep to his right. But today he didn't even notice all this, partly because he did it so often, and partly because his thoughts were still clouded by Sandra's letter, and a vague depression over his job. After the chaos of the weekend, the police station was back to its normal level of activity. The reporters had disappeared, just as Lucy Payne had. Banks wasn't overly concerned about Lucy going missing, he thought as he closed his office door and turned on the radio. She would probably turn up again, and even if she didn't, there was no real cause for concern. Not unless they came up with some concrete evidence against her. At least in the meantime, they could keep track of her through ATM withdrawals and credit card transactions. No matter where she was, she would need money. After he had finished the paperwork, Banks went into the squad room. DC Winsome Jackman was sitting at her desk, chewing on the end of a pencil. "Winsome," he said, remembering one of the details that had awoken him so early in the morning. "I've got another job for you." And when he had told her what he wanted her to do, he left by the back exit and set off for Leeds. It was just after lunch when Annie entered the CPS offices, though she hadn't managed to grab a bite to eat herself yet. The Crown Solicitor appointed to the case, Jack Whittaker, turned out to be younger than she had expected. Late 20s or early 30s, she guessed. Prematurely balding, and he spoke with a slight lisp. His handshake was firm, his palm just a little damp. His office was certainly far tidier than Stafford Oakes's in Eastvale, where every file was out of place and stained with an Olympic symbol of coffee rings. "Any new development?" he asked after Annie had sat down. "Yes," said Annie. "P.C. Taylor changed the statement this morning." "May I?" Annie handed him Janet Taylor's revised statement, and Whittaker read it over. When he'd finished, he slid the papers over the desk back towards Annie. "What do you think?" she asked. "I think," Jack Whittaker said slowly, "that we might be charging Janet Taylor with murder." "What?" Annie couldn't believe what she'd just heard. She acted as a policewoman in pursuit of her duty. I was thinking justifiable homicide, or at the very most excusable. But murder? Whittaker sighed. "Oh dear.
I don't suppose you've heard the news, then? What news?
Annie hadn't turned on the radio when she drove down to Leeds, being far too preoccupied with Janet's case and her confused feelings about banks to concentrate on news or chat. The jury came back on the John Hadley case just before lunch. You know, the Devon farmer.
I know about the Hadley case. What was the verdict? Guilty of murder. Jesus Christ, said Annie. But even so, surely that's different entirely. I mean, Hadley was a civilian. He shot a burglar in the back. Janet Taylor. Whitaker held his hand up. The point is that it's the clear message. Given the Hadley verdict, we have to be seen to be acting fairly towards everyone. We can't afford to have the press screaming at us for going easy on Janet Taylor just because she's the policewoman. So it is political. Isn't it always? Justice must be seen to be done. Justice. Whitaker raised his eyebrows. Listen, he said. I can understand your sympathies, believe me I can, but according to her statement, Janet Taylor handcuffed Terence Payne to a metal pipe after she had already subdued him. Then she hit him twice with her baton, hard. Think about it, Annie, that's deliberate, that's murder. She didn't necessarily mean to kill him. There was no intent. That's for the jury to decide. A good prosecutor could argue that she knew damn well what the effect of 2 more hard blows to the head would be after she'd already given him 7 previous blows. Can't believe I'm hearing this, Annie said. No one's sorrier than I am, said Whitaker. Except Janet Taylor. Then she shouldn't have killed Terence Payne. What the hell do you know? You weren't there, in that cellar, with your partner bleeding to death on the floor, a dead girl staked out on the mattress. You didn't have just seconds to react to a man coming at you with a machete. This is a bloody farce. It's politics, is all it is. Calm down, Annie, said Whitaker. Annie stood up and paced, arms folded. Why should I? I don't feel calm. This woman has been going through hell. I provoked her into changing her statement because I thought it would be better for her in the long run than saying she couldn't remember. How does this make me look? Is that all you're concerned about? How it makes you look? Of course it's not. Annie lowered herself slowly back into the chair. She still felt flushed and angry, her breath coming in sharp gasps. But it makes me look like a liar. It makes it look as if I tricked her. I don't like that. You were only doing your job. Only doing my job. Only obeying orders. Right, thanks. That makes me feel a whole lot better. Look, we might be able to get a bit of leeway here, Annie, but there'll have to be a trial. It'll all have to be a matter of public record, above board. There'll be no sweeping it under the table. That's not what I had in mind anyway. What leeway? I don't suppose Janet Taylor would plead guilty to murder. Damn right she wouldn't. And I wouldn't advise her to. Not exactly a matter of advising. Besides, that's not your job. What do you think she would plead guilty to? Excusable homicide? It wasn't self-defense. Not when she crossed the line and delivered those final blows, after Payne was rendered incapable of defending himself, or of attacking her further. What then? Voluntary manslaughter. How long would she have to serve? Between 18 months and 3 years. That's still a long time, especially for a copper in jail. Not as long as John Hadley. Hadley shot a kid in the back with a shotgun. Janet Taylor beat a defenseless man about the head with a police baton, causing his death. He was a serial killer. She didn't know that at the time, but he came at her with a machete. And after she disarmed him, she used more force than necessary to subdue him, causing his death. Annie, it doesn't matter that he was the serial killer. It wouldn't matter if he'd been Jack the Bloody Ripper. He'd cut her partner. She was upset. Well, I'm certainly glad to hear that she wasn't calm, cool, and collected when she did it. You know what I mean. There's no need for sarcasm. Sorry. I'm sure the judge and jury will take the whole picture into account, her state of mind.
Annie sighed. She felt sick. As soon as this farce was over, she was getting the hell out of complaints and discipline. Back to real police work, catching the villains. "All right," she said. "What next?" "You know what next, Annie. Find Janet Taylor, arrest her, take her to the police station and charge her with voluntary manslaughter." "Someone asking to see you, sir." Why was the fresh-faced PC who popped his head around the door of Banks's temporary office at Millgarth smirking? Banks wondered. "Who is it?" he asked. "You'd better see for yourself, sir." "Can't someone else deal with it?" "She specifically asked to see someone in charge of the missing girls case, sir. Area Commander Hartnell's in Wakefield with the ACC, and DCI Blackstone's out. That leaves you, sir." Banks sighed. "All right. Show her in." The PC smirked again and disappeared, leaving a distinct sense of smirk still in the air, rather like the Cheshire Cat's smile. A few moments later, Banks saw why. She tapped very softly on his door and pushed it open so slowly that it creaked on its hinges. Then she appeared before him. All 5'0" of her. She was anorexically thin, and the harsh red of her lipstick and nail polish contrasted with the almost translucent paleness of her skin. Her delicate features looked as if they were made out of porcelain, carefully glued or painted on her moon-shaped face. Clutching a gold lame handbag, she was wearing a bright green cropped top, which stopped abruptly just below her breasts, no more than goose pimples despite the push-up bra, and showed a stretch of pale bare midriff and a belly button ring, below which came a black PVC microskirt. She wore no tights, and her pale thin legs stretched bare down to the knee-high and chunky platform heels that made her walk as if she were on stilts. Her expression showed fear and nervousness, as her astonishingly lovely cobalt blue eyes roved restlessly about the stark office. Banks would have put her down for a heroin-addicted prostitute, but he could see no needle tracks on her arms. That didn't mean she wasn't addicted to something, and it certainly didn't mean that she wasn't a prostitute. There are more ways of getting drugs into your system than through a needle. Something about her reminded him of Chief Constable Riddle's daughter, Emily, but it quickly passed. She bore more resemblance to the famous heroin chic models of a few years ago. "Are you the one?" she asked. "What one?" "The one in charge. I asked for the one in charge." "That's me, for my sins," said Banks. "What?" "Never mind, sit down." She sat slowly and suspiciously, eyes still flicking restlessly around the office, as if she were afraid someone was going to appear and strap her into her chair. It had obviously taken her a lot of courage to come this far. "Can I get you some tea or coffee?" Banks asked. She looked surprised at the offer. Yes, please. Coffee would be nice." "How do you take it?" "What?" "The coffee, how do you want it?" "Milk and plenty of sugar," she said, as if unaware that it came any other way. Banks phoned for 2 coffees, black for him, and turned back to her. "What's your name?" "Candy." "Really?" "Why, what's wrong with it?" Nothing, Candy." "Ever been in a police station before?" Fear flashed across Candy's delicate features. "Why?" "Just asking. You seem ill at ease." She managed a weak smile. "Well, yes. Maybe I am, a little bit." "Relax, I won't eat you." Wrong choice of words, Banks realized, when he saw the lascivious, knowing look in her eye. "I mean, I won't harm you," he corrected himself. The coffee arrived, carried in by the same, still smirking PC. Banks was abrupt with him, resenting the kind of smug arrogance that the smirk implied. "Okay, Candy," said Banks after the first sip. "Care to tell me what it's all about?" "Can I smoke?" She opened her handbag. "Sorry," said Banks. "No smoking anywhere in the station. Otherwise I'd have one with you." "Maybe we could go outside." I don't think that would be a good idea, Banks said. Let's just get on with it.
It's just that I really like a ciggy with my coffee. I always have a smoke with my coffee.
Not this time. Why have you come to see me, Candy?
She fidgeted a while longer, a sulky expression on her face, then shut the handbag and crossed her legs, clipping the underside of the desk with her platform, and rattling it so much that Banks's coffee spilled over the rim of his mug and made a gathering stain on the pile of paper before him.
"Sorry,"
she said.
"It's nothing."
Banks took out his handkerchief and wiped it up.
"You were going to tell me why you're here."
"Was I?"
"Yes."
"Well, look," Candy said, leaning forward in her chair. "First off, you have to grant me that immunization or whatever, or I won't say a word."
"You mean immunity?"
She flushed.
"If that's what it's called.
I didn't go to school much."
"Immunity from what?"
"From prosecution."
"But why would I want to prosecute you?"
Her eyes were everywhere but on Banks, hands twisting the bag on her bare lap. "Because of what I do," she said, "you know, with men. I'm a prostitute. A tom."
"Bloody hell," said Banks. "You could knock me over with a feather."
Her eyes turned to him, shimmering with angry tears. "There's no need to be sarky. I'm not ashamed of what I am. At least I don't go around locking up innocent people and letting the guilty go free."
Banks felt like a shit. Sometimes he just didn't know when to hold his tongue. He had acted no better than the smirking PC when he insulted her with his sarcasm. "I'm sorry, Candy," he said, "but I'm a very busy man. Can we get to the point? If you've got anything to tell me, then say it."
"You promise?"
"Promise what?"
"You won't lock me up."
"I won't lock you up, cross my heart. Not unless you've come to confess a serious crime." She shot to her feet.
"I haven't done nothing."
All right, sit down then. Take it easy." Candy sat slowly, careful with her platforms this time.
"I came because you let her go. I wasn't going to come. I don't like the police. But you let her go."
"Who's this about, Candy?"
"It's about that couple in the papers. The ones who took them young girls."
"What about them?"
"Just that they... once, you know, they
picked you up."
She looked down. "Yes."
"Both of them?"
"Yes."
"How did it happen?"
"I was just, you know, out on the street and they came by in a car. He did the talking, and when we'd fixed it up, they took me to a house."
"When was this, Candy?"
"Last summer."
"Do you remember the month?"
"August, I think. Late August. It was warm anyway."
Banks tried to work out the timing. The Seacroft rapes had stopped around the time the Paynes moved out of the area, about a year or so before Candy's experience. That left a period of about 16 months before Payne abducted Kelly Matthews. Perhaps during that period, he had been trying to sublimate his urges, relying on prostitutes? And Lucy's role? Where was the house?
"The Hill. It's the same one that's in all the papers. I've been there."
"Okay. What happened next?"
"Well, first we had a drink, and they chatted to me, putting me at ease, like. They seemed a really nice couple."
"And then?"
"What do you think?"
"I'd still like you to tell me."
"He said, let's go upstairs."
"Just the two of you?"
"Yes. That's what I thought he meant at first."
"Go on."
"Well, we went up to the bedroom and I got undressed. Well, partly. He wanted me to keep certain things on. Jewellery, my underwear. At first, anyway."
"What happened next?"
"It was dark in there and you could only make out shadows. He made me lie on the bed and the next thing I knew, she was there too."
"Lucy Payne?"
"Yes."
"On the bed with you?"
"Yes, starkers."
"Was she involved in what went on sexually?"
"Oh, yes, she knew what she was doing all right. Proper little minx."
"She never seemed to be coerced, a victim in any way?"
Never. No way. She was in control, and she liked what was happening. She even came up with suggestions of her own, different things to do, different positions.
Did they hurt you?
Not really. I mean, they like to play games, but they seem to know how far to go.
What sort of games?
He asked me if I'd mind him tying me to the bed. He promised they weren't going to hurt me.
You let him do that?
They were paying well.
And they seemed nice?
Yes.
Banks shook his head in amazement. Okay, go on.
Don't judge me, she said. You don't know anything about me or what I have to do, so don't you dare judge me.
Okay, said Banks. Go on, Candy. They tied you to the bed.
She was doing something with hot candle wax. On my belly, my nipples. It hurt a bit, but it doesn't really hurt. You know what I mean?
Banks hadn't experimented sexually with candle wax, but he had spilled some on his hand on more than one occasion, and he knew the sensation, the brief flash of heat and pain, followed by the quick cooling, the setting and drying, the way it pinched and puckered the skin. Not an entirely unpleasant sensation. Were you frightened?
A bit. Not really, though. I've known worse. But they were a team. That's what I'm telling you. That's why I came forward. I can't believe you let her go.
We don't have any evidence against her. Any evidence that she had anything to do with killing those girls.
But don't you see? Candy pleaded. She's the same as him. They're a team. They do things together. Everything together.
Candy, I know it probably took you a lot of courage to come here and talk to me, but what you've said doesn't change things. We can't go and arrest her on
some Tom statement, you mean?
I wasn't going to say that. What I was going to say was that we can't just go and arrest her on the evidence of what you've just told me. You consented. You were paid for your services. They didn't hurt you beyond what you were prepared for. It's a risky profession you're in. You know that, Candy.
But surely what I've said makes a difference.
Yes, it makes a difference, to me, but we deal in facts, in evidence. I'm not doubting your word that it happened. But even if we had it on video, it wouldn't make her a murderer. Candy paused for a moment, then she said,
They did. Have it on video.
How do you know?
Because I saw the camera. They thought it was hidden behind a screen, but I could hear something, a whirring noise. And once, when I got up to go to the toilet, I glimpsed a video camera set up behind a screen. The screen had a hole in it.
We didn't find any videos at the house, Candy. And as I said, even if we had, it wouldn't change anything. But the fact that Candy had seen a video camera interested Banks. Again, he had to ask himself, where was it? And where were the tapes?
So it's all for nothing then, my coming here?
Not necessarily.
Yes, it is. You're not going to do anything. She's just as guilty as him, and you're going to let her get away with murder.
Candy, we've got no evidence against her. The fact that she joined in a threesome with her husband and you does not make her a murderer.
Then find some evidence.
Banks sighed. Why did you come here? He asked. Really? You girls never come forward voluntarily and talk to the police.
What do you mean, you girls? You're judging me again, aren't you?
Candy, for crying out loud, you're a Tom. You told me yourself. You sell sex. I'm not judging your profession. But what I am saying is that girls who practice it rarely make themselves helpful to the police. So why are you here? She shot him a sly glance so full of humour and intelligence that Banks wanted to get on his soapbox and persuade her to go to university and get a degree. But he didn't. Then her expression quickly changed to one of sadness.
You're right about my profession, as you call it, she said. It's full of risks. Risk of getting some sexually transmitted disease. Risk of meeting the wrong kind of customer, the nasty kind. Things like that happen to us all the time. We deal with them. At the time, these two were no better or worse than anyone else. Better than some. At least they paid. She leaned forward. But since I've read about them in the papers, and what you found in the cellar—" She gave a little shudder and hugged her skinny shoulders. "Girls go missing," she went on. "Girls like me. And nobody cares."
Banks attempted to say something, but she brushed it aside.
"Oh, you'll say you do. You'll say it doesn't matter who gets raped, beat up, or murdered. But if it's some little butter wouldn't melt in a knickers schoolgirl, you'll move heaven and earth to find out who did it. If it's someone like me, well, let's just say we're pretty much low priority, okay?"
"If that's true, Candy, there are reasons," said Banks. "And it's not because we don't care." She studied him for a few moments and seemed to give him the benefit of the doubt.
"Maybe you do," she said. "Maybe you're different. And maybe there are reasons. Not that they get you off the hook. Point is, though, why I came and all that. Not just that girls do go missing. Girls have gone missing. Well, one in particular."
Banks felt the hairs bristle at the back of his neck. "A girl you know, a friend of yours?"
"Not exactly a friend. You don't have many friends in this profession. But someone I knew, yes, spent time with. Talked to. Had a drink with. Lent money to."
"When did this happen?"
"I don't know exactly. Before Christmas."
"Did you report it?" Her cutting glance said he'd just gone down a lot in her estimation. Curiously, it mattered to him.
"Give me a break," she said. "Girls come and go all the time. Move on. Even give up their life sometime. Save up enough money. Go to university, get a degree."
Banks felt himself blush as she said the very thing that had crossed his mind some time ago. "So what's to say this missing girl didn't just up and leave like the others?" he asked.
"Nothing," said Candy. "Maybe it's a wild goose chase.
But
you said that what I had to tell you wasn't evidence."
"That's true."
"It made you think, though, didn't it?"
"It gave me pause for thought, yes."
"Then what if this girl didn't just move on? What if something did happen to her? Don't you think you at least ought to look into that possibility? You never know, you might find some evidence there."
"What you're saying makes sense, Candy. But did you ever see this girl with the Paynes?"
"Not exactly with them, no."
"Did you see the Paynes at any time around her disappearance?"
"I did see them sometimes, cruising the streets. I can't remember the exact dates."
"Around that time, though?"
"Yes."
"Both of them?"
"Yes."
"I'll need a name."
"No problem. I know a name."
"And not a name like Candy."
"What's wrong with Candy?"
"I don't believe it's your own name."
Well, I can see why you're such an important detective. Actually, it's not. My real name is Haley, which, if you ask me, is even worse."
"Oh, I don't know. It's not that bad."
"You can spare me the flattery. Don't you know us Toms don't need to be flattered?"
"I didn't mean—" She smiled.
"I know you didn't."
Then she leaned forward and rested her arms on the desk. Her pale face only a foot or two away from his. He could smell bubble gum and smoke on her breath.
"But that girl who disappeared, I know her name. Her street name was Anna, but I know her real name. What do you think of that, Mr. Detective?"
"I think we're in business," said Banks, reaching for pad and pen. She sat back and folded her arms.
"Oh, no. Not until I've had that cigarette." "What now?" asked Janet. "I've already changed my statement."
"I know," said Annie, that sick feeling at the centre of her gut. Partly it was due to Janet's stuffy flat, but only partly. "I've been to talk to the CPS." Janet poured herself a shot of gin, neat, from an almost empty bottle.
"And?"
"And I'm supposed to arrest you and take you down to the station to charge you."
"I see. What are you going to charge me with?"
Annie paused, took a deep breath, then said, "The CPS wanted me to charge you with murder at first." but I managed to get them down to voluntary manslaughter. You'll have to talk to them about this, but I'm sure that if you plead guilty, it'll go easy on you." The shock and the anger she had expected didn't come. Instead, Janet twisted a loose thread around her forefinger, frowned and took a sip of gin. "It's because of the John Hadley verdict, isn't it? I heard it on the radio." Annie swallowed. "Yes, I thought so. A sacrificial lamb." "Look," Annie went on, "we can work this out. As I said, the CPS will probably work out a deal." Janet held up a hand. "No." "What do you mean?" "What part of no don't you understand?" "Janet, no. If the bastards want to charge me, let them. I'll not give them the satisfaction of pleading guilty to just doing my job. This is no time for playing games, Janet." "What makes you think I'm playing games? I mean it. I'll plead innocent to any charges you care to bring." Annie felt a chill. "Janet, listen to me. You can't do that." Janet laughed. She looked bad, Annie noticed. Hair unwashed and unbrushed, pale skin breaking out in spots, a general haze of stale sweat and fresh gin. "Don't be silly," she said. "Of course I can. The public want us to do our job, don't they? They want people to feel safe in their nice little middle-class beds at night, or when they're driving to work in the morning, or going out for a drink in the evening, don't they? Well, let them find out there's a price for keeping killers off the streets. No, Annie, I'll not plead guilty, not even to voluntary manslaughter." Annie leaned forward to put some emphasis into what she was saying. "Think about this, Janet. It could be one of the most important decisions you ever make." "I don't think so. I already made that one in the cellar last week. But I have thought about it. I haven't thought about anything else for a week." "Your mind's made up?" "Yes." "Do you think I want to do this, Janet?" Annie said, standing up. Janet smiled at her. "No, of course you don't. You're a decent enough person. You like to do the right thing, and you know as well as I do that this stinks. But when push comes to shove, you'll do your job. The bloody job. You know, I'm almost glad that this has happened. Glad to be out of it. Fucking hypocrites. Come on, get on with it." "Janet Taylor, I'm arresting you for the murder of Terence Payne. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention, when questioned, something which you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence." When Annie suggested they meet for a drink somewhere other than the Queen's Arms, Banks felt immediately apprehensive. The Queen's Arms was their local. It was where they always went for a drink after work. By naming another pub, the Pied Piper, a tourist haunt on Castle Hill, Annie was telling Banks she had a serious message to deliver, something beyond casual conversation, or so he believed. Either that, or she was worried about Detective Superintendent Chambers finding out they were meeting. He got there 10 minutes early, bought a pint at the bar and sat at a table near the window back to the wall. The view was spectacular. The formal gardens were a blaze of purple, scarlet and indigo, and across the river the tall trees of the green, some of them still in blossom, blocked out most of the eyesore of the East End estate. He could still see some of the grim maisonettes, and the 2 12-story tower blocks stuck up as if they were giving the finger to the world. But he could also see beyond them to the lush plain, with its fields of bright yellow rapeseed, and he even fancied he could make out the dark green humps of the Cleveland Hills in the far distance. He could see the back of Jenny Fuller's house, too, facing the green. Sometimes he worried about Jenny. She didn't seem to have much going on in her life apart from her work. She had joked about her bad relationships yesterday, but Banks had witnessed some of them, and they were no joke. He remembered the shock, disappointment and, yes, jealousy he had felt some years ago when he went to interrogate a loser called Dennis Osmond, and saw Jenny poke her head around his bedroom door, hair in disarray, a thin dressing gown slipping off her shoulders. He'd also listened as she spilled out her woes over the unfaithful Randy. Jenny picked losers, cheats, and generally unsuitable partners time after time. The sad thing was she knew it, but it happened anyway. Annie was 15 minutes late, which was unlike her, and she lacked the usual spring in her step. When she got herself a drink and joined Banks at the table, he could tell she was upset. "Rough day?" he asked. "You could say that again." Banks felt he could have had a better one, too. Sandra's letter he could have done without for a start. And while Candy's information was interesting, it was maddeningly lacking in the hard evidence he needed if he were to track down Lucy Payne and arrest her for anything other than curb crawling. That was the trouble. The odd things that trickled in. Lucy's childhood, the satanic stuff in Alderthorpe, Kathleen Murray's murder, and now Candy's statement, were all disturbing and suggestive of more serious problems. But ultimately, as A.C. Hartnell had already pointed out, they added up to nothing. "Anything in particular?" he asked. "I just arrested Janet Taylor." "Let me guess. The Hadley verdict?" "Yes. It seems everyone knew about it except me. The CPS wants justice to be seen to be done. It's just bloody politics, that's all." "Often is." Annie gave him a sour look. "I know that, but it doesn't help. They'll make a deal with her." Annie told him what Janet had just said. "Should be an interesting trial, then. What did Chambers have to say?" "He doesn't give a damn. He's just marking time till he gets his pension. I'm through with complaints and discipline. Soon as there's an opening in CID, I'm back." "And we'd be happy to have you, as soon as there is," said Banks, smiling. "Look, Alan," Annie said, looking at the view through the window. "There's something else I wanted to talk to you about." Just as he had thought. He lit a cigarette. "Okay, what is it?" "It's just that, I don't know, this isn't working out. You and me. I think we should ease off. Cool it, that's all." "You want to end our relationship?" "Not end it, just change its focus, that's all. We can still be friends." "I don't know what to say, Annie. What's brought this on?" "Nothing in particular." "Oh, come on. You can't just expect me to believe you suddenly decided for no apparent reason to chuck me." "I'm not chucking you, I told you. Things are just changing." "Okay. Are we going to continue going out for romantic dinners, to galleries and concerts together?" "No." "Are we going to continue sleeping together?" "No." "Then what precisely are we going to do together?" "Be friends, at work. Be supportive and stuff." "I'm already supportive and stuff. Why can't I be supportive and stuff and still sleep with you?" "It's not that I don't like it, Alan, sleeping with you. The sex, you know that." "I thought I did. Maybe you're a damn good actress." Annie winced and swigged some beer. "That's not fair. I don't deserve that. This isn't easy for me, Then why are you doing it? You know it's more than sex with us anyway." "I have to." "No, you don't. Is it because of that conversation we had the other night?" "I wasn't trying to suggest that we should have children. That's the last thing I'd want right now." "I know, it wasn't that." "Was it to do with the miscarriage? What I told you I felt?" "Christ, no. Maybe. Look. Okay, I'll admit it threw me. But not in the way you think." "In what way, then?" Annie paused, clearly uncomfortable, shifted in her chair and faced away from him, her voice low. "It just made me think about things I'd rather not think about, that's all." "What things?" "Do you have to know everything?" "Annie, I care about you. That's why I'm asking." She ran her fingers through her hair, turned her eyes on him and shook her head. "After the rape," she said, "over 2 years ago, well, he hadn't... The one who did it hadn't
Shit. This is more difficult than I thought. Banks felt understanding dawn on him. You got pregnant. That's what you're telling me, right? That's why this whole business with Sandra is bothering you so much. Annie smiled thinly. Perceptive of you. She touched his hand and whispered, Yes, I got pregnant. And? Annie shrugged. And I had an abortion. It wasn't my best moment, but it wasn't my worst. I didn't feel guilty afterwards. I didn't feel much of anything, in fact. But all this, I don't know, I just want to put it behind me. And being with you always seems to bring it all back. Shove it right in my face. Annie, no. Let me finish. You've got too much baggage, Alan. Too much for me to handle. I thought it would get easier. Go away, maybe, but it hasn't. You can't let it go. You'll never let it go. Your marriage was such a big part of your life for so long that you can't. You're hurt and I can't console you. I don't do consoling well. Sometimes I just feel too overwhelmed by your life, your past, your problems, and all I want to do is crawl away and be on my own. I can't get any breathing space. Banks stubbed out his cigarette and noticed his hand was shaking a little. I didn't know you felt like that. Well, that's why I'm telling you. I'm not good at commitment, at emotional closeness. Not yet, anyway. Maybe never. I don't know, but it's stifling me and scaring me. Can't we work it out? I don't want to work it out. I don't have the energy. This is not what I need in my life right now. That's the other reason. What? My career. This Janet Taylor fiasco aside, believe it or not, I do love police work and I do have an aptitude for it. I know. No, wait. Let me finish. What we've been doing is unprofessional. It's hard for me to believe that half the station doesn't already know what we're up to in private. I've heard the sniggers behind my back. Certainly all my colleagues in CID and complaints and discipline know. I think Chambers was also dropping a hint when he warned me you were a ladies' man. I wouldn't be surprised if ACC McLaughlin knows too. Relationships on the job aren't unusual, and they certainly aren't illegal. No, but they are seriously discouraged and frowned upon. I want to make Chief Inspector, Alan. Hell, I want to make Superintendent, Chief Constable. Who knows? I've rediscovered my ambition. It was ironic, Banks thought, that Annie should rediscover her ambition just when he thought he had come to the limits of his. And I'm standing in your way. Not standing in my way. Distracting me. I don't need any distractions. All work and no play. So I'll be dull for a while. It'll be a nice change. So that's it then. Just like that. Over. The end. Because I'm human and I've got a past that sometimes rears its ugly head. And because you've decided you want to put more effort into your career, we stop seeing each other? If you want to put it like that, yes. What other way is there to put it? Annie hurried her pint. Banks could tell she wanted to leave. Damn it, though, he was hurt and angry, and he wasn't going to let her get off that easily. Are you sure there's nothing else? He asked. Like what? I don't know, you're not jealous of anyone, are you? Jealous of whom? Why should I be? Jenny, perhaps. Oh, for crying out loud, Alan, no, I'm not jealous of Jenny. If I'm jealous of anyone, it's Sandra. Can't you see that? She's got more of a hold on you than anyone. That's not true, not anymore. But Banks remembered the letter, his feelings when he read the cold, businesslike words. Is there someone else? Is that it? He went on quickly. Alan, there's nobody else. Believe me, I've told you. I don't have room for anyone in my life right now. I can't cope with anyone else's emotional demands. What about sexual demands? What do you mean?
It doesn't have to be emotional. Sex does it. I mean, if it's too much trouble to sleep with someone who actually cares a bit about you, maybe it'd be easier to pick up some stud in a bar for a quick anonymous fuck. No demands. You don't even have to tell one another your names. Is that what you want?
Alan, I don't know where you're going with this, but I'd like you to stop right there.
Banks rubbed his temples. I'm just upset, Annie, that's all. I'm sorry. I've had a bad day too.
I'm sorry about that. I really don't want to hurt you.
He looked her in the eye. Then don't. No matter who you get involved with, you'll have to face things you want to avoid. He noticed the tears in her eyes. The only time he'd seen her cry before was when she told him about her rape. He reached out to touch her hand on the table, but she jerked it away.
No, don't.
Annie,
no.
She stood up so abruptly that she banged the table hard and her drink spilled right onto Banks's lap. Then she ran out of the pub before he could say another word. All he could do was sit there feeling the cold liquid seep through his trousers, aware of everyone's eyes on him, thankful only that they hadn't been in the Queen's arms, where everyone knew him. And he'd thought the day couldn't get any worse. Chapter 17. After taking her last tutorial group and clearing up some paperwork, Jenny left her office at York early on Tuesday afternoon and headed for the A1 to Durham. The traffic was heavy, especially lorries and delivery vans, but at least it was a pleasant sunny day, not pouring down with rain. After talking to Keith Murray, if he agreed to talk to her, Jenny thought she would still have time to continue on to Edinburgh later in the afternoon and look up Laura Godwin. It would mean an overnight stay, either that or a long drive home in the dark, but she could worry about that later. She had an old student friend in the psychology department at the University of Edinburgh, and it might be fun to get together and catch up with one another's history. Not that Jenny's recent history was anything to write home about, she thought glumly, and now that she had met Banks's girlfriend, she'd decided there probably wasn't much hope for her there either. Still, she was used to that by now. After all, they had known each other for 7 years or more, and they hadn't once strayed beyond the bounds of propriety. More was the pity. She still wasn't certain whether the girlfriend had been jealous when she came over to them in the Queen's arms. She must certainly have seen Banks touch Jenny's arm, and though it was merely a friendly, concerned gesture, it was open to misinterpretation, like so much body language. Was the girlfriend the jealous kind? Jenny didn't know. Annie had seemed self-assured and poised, yet Jenny had sensed something in her attitude that made her feel strangely concerned for Banks, who was probably the only man she had ever met whom she worried about, wanted to protect. She didn't know why. He was independent, strong, private. Perhaps he was more vulnerable than he let on, but he certainly wasn't the sort of person you went around feeling you needed to protect or mother. A white van sped by on her outside lane, just as she was turning off, and still lost in thought, she almost hit it. Luckily, instinct kicked in, and she had time to swing back abruptly into her own lane without causing anyone else great distress. But she missed the turn-off she wanted. She honked her horn and cursed him out loud. Impotent gestures, but all she could come up with, and drove on to the next junction. When she had got off the A1, she switched the radio channel from a dreary Brahms symphony to some cheerful pop music, tunes she could hum along with and tap out the rhythm on the steering wheel. Durham was an odd sort of place, Jenny had always thought. Though she had been born there, her parents had moved away when she was only 3, and she didn't remember it at all. Very early in her academic career, she had applied for a job at the university, but she got pipped at the post by a man with more publications to his name. She would have liked living here, she thought, as she looked at the distant castle high on the hill and all the greenery surrounding it. But York suited her well enough, and she had no desire to start applying for new jobs at this stage in her career. She had found from her map that Keith Murray lived out by the university sports ground, so she was able to bypass the central maze around the cathedral and colleges, the city's main tourist area. Even so, she still managed to get lost on a couple of occasions. There was a chance that Keith might be out at lectures, Jenny realised, though she remembered how few lectures she had attended when she was an undergraduate. If he was, she could wait until later if she had to, explore the city, have a pub lunch, and still be in plenty of time to get to Edinburgh to talk to Laura. She pulled over into a small car park in front of some shops and consulted the map again. Not far away now. She just had to watch out for the one-way streets, or she would end up back where she started. On the second try, she got it right, and pulled off the arterial road into an area of narrow streets. She was concentrating so much on finding the right street and the right house number that she almost didn't see the car she parked behind until the last moment. When she did, her heart jumped into her throat. It was a blue Citroën. Jenny told herself to be calm, that she couldn't be certain it was the same blue Citroën that had followed her around Holderness, because she hadn't seen the number plate. But it was the exact same model, and she didn't believe in coincidences. What should she do? Go ahead anyway? If the Citroën belonged to Keith Murray, what had he been doing at Alderthorpe and Spurn Head? And why had he followed her? Was he dangerous? As Jenny was trying to make up her mind what to do, the front door of the house opened, and two people walked over to the car, a young man with keys in his hand and a woman who looked remarkably like Lucy Payne. Just as Jenny decided to pull away, the young man saw her, said something to Lucy, then walked over and jerked open the driver's door of Jenny's car before she had time to lock it. Well, she thought, you've well and truly done it now, this time, haven't you, Jenny? There were no new developments at Millgarth, according to Ken Blackstone on the phone that morning. The Sockers were getting to the point where there wasn't much left of the Payne house to take apart. Both gardens had been dug up to a depth of between 6 and 10 feet and searched in a grid system. The concrete floors in the cellar and the garage had been ripped up by pneumatic drills. Almost 1,000 exhibits had been bagged and labelled. The entire contents of the house had been stripped and taken away. The walls had been punched open at regular intervals. In addition to the crime scene specialists going over all the collected material, forensic mechanics had taken Payne's car apart, looking for traces of the abducted girls. Payne may be dead, but a case still had to be answered, and Lucy's role still had to be determined. The only snippet of information about Lucy Payne was that she had withdrawn £200 from a cash point machine on Tottenham Court Road. It figured she would go to London if she wanted to disappear, Banks thought, remembering his search there for Chief Constable Riddle's daughter, Emily. Perhaps he would have to go and search for Lucy too, although this time he would have all the resources of the Metropolitan Police at his disposal. Maybe it wouldn't come to that. Maybe Lucy wasn't involved, and would simply ease herself into a new identity and a new look in a new place and try to rebuild her shattered life. Maybe. Banks looked again at the loose sheets of paper on his desk. Katya Pavelich. Katya, Candy's Anna, had been identified through dental records late the previous evening. Fortunately for Banks, she had suffered a toothache shortly before she disappeared, and Candy had directed Katya to her own dentist. Katya had disappeared, according to Candy, sometime last November. At least she remembered. The weather was cool and misty, and the Christmas lights had recently been turned on in the city centre. That likely made Katya the victim before Kelly Matthews. Certainly Candy, or Hayley Linden, as she was called, had seen both Terence and Lucy Payne driving around the area on a number of occasions, but she couldn't connect them directly with Katya. The circumstantial evidence was beginning to build up, though, and if Jenny's psychological probing into the Alderthorpe wounds turned up anything interesting, then it might be time to reel Lucy in, For the moment, let her enjoy the illusion of freedom. Katya Pavelic had come to England from Bosnia 4 years ago when she was 14. Like so many young girls there, she had been gang-raped by Serbian soldiers and then shot, saving herself only by playing dead under a pile of corpses, until some Canadian UN peacekeepers found her 3 days later. Her wound was superficial, and the blood had clotted. Her only problem was an infection, and that had responded well to antibiotics. Various groups and individuals had seen that Katya got to England, but she was a disturbed and troublesome girl who soon ran away from her foster parents when she was 16, and they had tried in vain to find her and contact her ever since. The irony wasn't lost on Banks. After having survived the horrors of the Bosnian War, Katya Pavelic had ended up raped, murdered and buried in the Payne's back garden. What was the bloody point of it all? He asked. As usual, he got no answer from the supreme ironist in the sky, only a deep hollow laughter echoing through his brain. Sometimes, the pity and the horror of it all were almost too much for him to bear. And there remained one more unidentified victim, the one who had been buried there the longest, a white woman in her late teens or early 20s, about 5'3" tall, according to the forensic anthropologist, who was still conducting tests on the bones. There was little doubt in Banks's mind that she could easily be another prostitute victim, and that might make the corpse hard to identify. Banks had had one brainstorm and pulled in Terence Payne's teacher friend, Jeff Brighouse, to help him find the schoolteacher the two of them had taken up to their room at the convention. Luckily, Banks turned out to be wrong, and she was still teaching in Aberdeen. Though she expressed some anger about her experience, she had kept quiet mostly because she didn't want to damage her teaching career and had written that one off to experience. She had also been very embarrassed and angry with herself for being so drunk and foolish as to go to a hotel room with two strange men after all the things she had read in the papers. She had almost fainted when Banks told her that the man who had coerced her into having anal sex was Terence Payne. She had only been on first-name terms with the two and hadn't made the connection from the photo in the newspapers. Banks opened his window onto another fine day in the market square. Tourist buses pulling up already, disgorging their hordes onto the gleaming cobbles. A quick glance around the church's interior, a walk up to the castle, lunch at the Pied Piper. Banks felt depressed just thinking about what had happened there yesterday. Then they'd pile back in the coach and be off to Castle Bolton or Devereux Abbey. How he wished he could go on a long holiday. Maybe never come back. The gold hands against the blue face of the church clock stood at 10:05. Banks lit a cigarette and planned out the rest of his day. Plans that included Mick Blair, Ian Scott, and Sarah Francis. Not to mention the grieving parents, Christopher and Victoria Ray. Winsome had discovered nothing new from talking to the Rays' neighbours, none of whom had either seen or heard anything unusual. Banks still had his suspicions about them, though he found it difficult to convince himself that they could actually have killed Leanne. He had suffered yet another restless night, this time partly because of Annie. Now, the more he thought about her decision, the more sense it made. He didn't want to give her up, but if he were to be honest, it was best all round. Looking back at her on-again, off-again attitude towards their relationship, the way she bristled every time other aspects of his life came up, he realized that however much there had been, the relationship had also been a lot of grief, too. If she didn't like the way his past made her face details of her own, like the abortion, then perhaps she was right to end it. Time to move on and stay just friends. Let her pursue her career, and let him try to exorcise his personal demons. Just as he was finishing his cigarette, D.C. Winsome Jackman tapped at his door and walked in looking particularly elegant, in a tailored pinstripe suit over a white blouse. The woman had clothes sense, Banks thought, unlike himself, and unlike Annie Cabot. He liked Annie's casual style. It was definitely her. But no one could accuse her of making a fashion statement. Anyway, best forget about Annie. He turned towards Winsome. Come in, sit down. Winsome sat, crossing her long legs, sniffing accusingly and wrinkling her nose at the smoke. I know, Banks said. I'm going to stop soon, honestly. That little job you asked me to do, she said. I thought you'd like to know that your instinct was right. There was a car reported stolen from Disraeli Street between 9:30 and 11 o'clock on the night Leanne Ray disappeared. Was there indeed? Isn't Disraeli Street just around the corner from the old Ship Inn? It is, sir. Banks sat down and rubbed his hands together. Tell me more. Keeper's name is Samuel Gardner. I've spoken to him on the phone. Seems he parked there while he popped into the Cock and Bull on Palmerston Avenue just for a pint of shandy, he stressed. Of course. Perish the thought we should try to do him for drink driving 2 months after the event. What do you think, Winsome? Winsome shifted and crossed her legs the other way, straightening the hem of her skirt over her knees. I don't know, sir. Seems a bit of a coincidence, doesn't it? That Ian Scott's in the neighbourhood. Yes, sir. I know there are plenty of kids taking and driving away, but, well, the timing fits and the location. Indeed it does. When did he report it missing? 11:10 that night. And when was it found? Not until the next morning, sir. One of the beat constables came across it illegally parked down by the Formal Gardens. That's not very far from the riverboat, is it? 10-minute walk at the most. You know, this is starting to look good, Winsome. I want you to go and have a word with this Samuel Gardner. See if you can find out any more from him. Put him at ease. Make it clear we don't give a damn whether he drank a whole bottle of whiskey as long as he tells us everything he can remember about that night. And have the car taken into the police garage for a full forensic examination. I doubt we'll find anything after all this time, but Scott and Blair aren't likely to know that, are they? Winsome smiled wickedly. Doubt it very much, sir. Banks looked at his watch. When you've talked to Gardner and the car's safe in our care, have Mick Blair brought in. I think a little chat with him in one of the interview rooms might be very productive. Right you are. And have Sarah Francis brought in at the same time. Okay. And Winsome, sir, make sure they see one another in passing, would you? My pleasure, sir. Winsome smiled, stood up, and left the office. Look, said Jenny, I haven't had any lunch yet. Instead of standing around here in the street, is there anywhere nearby we can go? Though her immediate fears had dispersed somewhat when the young man simply asked her who she was and what she wanted, without showing any particular inclination towards aggression, she still wanted to be with them in a public place, not up in the flat. There's a cafe down the road, he said. We can go there if you want. Fine. Jenny followed them back to the arterial road, crossed at the zebra, and went into a corner cafe that smelled of bacon. She was supposed to be slimming. She was always supposed to be slimming, but she couldn't resist the smell and ordered a bacon butty and a mug of tea. The other two asked for the same, and Jenny paid. Nobody objected. Poor students never do. Now that they were closer, sitting at an isolated table near the window, Jenny could see that she was mistaken. While the girl definitely resembled Lucy, had her eyes and mouth and the same shiny black hair, it wasn't her. There was something softer, more fragile, more human about this young woman. And her eyes weren't quite so black and impenetrable. They were intelligent and sensitive, though their depths flickered with horrors and fears Jenny could barely imagine. Laura, isn't it? She said when they'd settled. The young woman raised her eyebrows. Why, yes. How did you know? It wasn't difficult, Jenny said. You resemble your sister, and you're with your cousin.
Laura blushed. I'm only visiting him. It's not, I don't want you to get the wrong idea. Don't worry, said Jenny. I don't jump to conclusions. Well, not many, she said to herself. Let's get back to my original question, Keith Murray cut in. He was more hard-edged than Laura, and not one for small talk. That's who are you, and why you're here. You might as well tell me what you were doing in Alderthorpe, too, while you're at it. Laura looked surprised. She was in Alderthorpe? On Saturday. I followed her to Easington, and then to Spurn Head. I turned back when she got to the M62. He looked at Jenny again. Well, he was a good-looking young man, brown hair a little over his ears and collar, but professionally laird, slightly better dressed than most of the students she taught, in a light sports jacket and grey chinos. Highly polished shoes, clean-shaven. Clearly a young lad who took some pride in his rather conservative appearance. Laura, in contrast, wore a shapeless sort of shift that hung around her in a haze of material, and hid any claim she might have had to the kind of figure men like. There was a reticence and tentativeness about her that made Jenny want to reach out and tell her everything was fine, not to worry, she didn't bite. Keith also seemed very protective of her, and Jenny wondered how their relationship had developed since Alderthorpe. She told him who she was and what she was doing, about her forays into Lucy Payne's past, looking for answers to her present, and both Laura and Keith listened intently. When she had finished, they looked at one another, and she could tell they were communicating in some way that was beyond her. She couldn't tell what they were saying, and she didn't believe it was some sort of telepathic trick, just that whatever they had been through all those years ago had created a bond so strong and deep that it went beyond words. What makes you think you'll find any answers there? Keith asked. I'm a psychologist, Jenny said. Not a psychiatrist, certainly not a Freudian. But I do believe that our past shapes us, makes us what we are. And what is Linda, or Lucy, as she calls herself now? Jenny spread her hands. That's just it, I don't know. I was hoping you might be able to help. Why should we help you? I don't know, said Jenny. Maybe there are some issues back then you still have to deal with yourselves. Keith laughed. If we live to be 100, we still have issues to deal with from back then, he said. But what's that got to do with Linda? She was with you, wasn't she? One of you. Keith and Laura looked at one another again, and Jenny wished she knew what they were thinking. Finally, as if they had come to a decision, Laura said, Yes, she was with us, but in a way she was apart. What do you mean, Laura? Linda was the eldest, so she took care of us. Keith snorted. She did, Keith. All right. Laura's lower lip trembled, and for a moment Jenny thought she was going to cry. Go on, Laura, she said, please. I know Linda was my sister, Laura said, rubbing one hand against the top of her thigh, but there's 3 years between us, and that's an awful lot when you're younger. Tell me about it. My brother's 3 years older than me. Well, you'll know what I mean then. So I didn't really know Linda. In some ways she was as distant as an adult to me, and just as incomprehensible. We played together when we were little, but the older we got, the more we drifted apart, especially with, the way things were. What was she like, though? Linda? She was strange, very distant, very self-absorbed, even then. She liked to play games, and she could be cruel. In what way? If she didn't get her own way, or if he didn't do what she wanted, she could lie and get you in trouble with the adults. Get you put in the cage. She did that? Oh, yes, said Keith. All of us got on a bad side at one time or another. Sometimes we just didn't know if she was with us or them, said Laura. But she could be kind. I remember her treating a cut I had once, putting some TCP on it so it didn't get infected. She was very gentle. And sometimes she even stuck up for us against them. In what ways? Little ways. If we were, too weak to... or just... Sometimes they listened to her. And she saved the kittens. What kittens? Our cat had kittens. And Dad wanted to drown them, but Linda took them and found them all homes. She liked animals then. She adored them. She wanted to be a vet when she grew up. Why didn't she? I don't know. Maybe she wasn't clever enough. Or maybe she changed her mind. But she was also their victim too, the adult. Oh, yes, said Keith. We all were. She was their favourite for a long time, Laura added. That is, until she... She what, Laura? Take your time. Laura blushed and looked away. Until she became a woman, when she was 12. Then they weren't interested in her anymore. Kathleen became their favourite then. She was only 9, like me, but they liked her better. What was Kathleen like? Laura's eyes shone. She was like a saint. She bore it all without complaining. Everything those people did to us. Kathleen had some sort of inner light, some spiritual quality that just shone out. But she was very fragile, very weak, and she was always ill. She couldn't take the kind of punishments and beatings they dished out. Like what? The cage. And no food for days. She was too weak and frail to begin with. Tell me, said Jenny, why did none of you tell the authorities what was going on? Keith and Laura looked at one another in that intense way again. We didn't dare, Keith said. They said they'd kill us if we ever told a soul. And they were family, Laura added. I mean, you wanted your mummy and daddy to love you, didn't you? So you had to do, what they wanted. You had to do what the grown-ups said, or your daddy wouldn't love you anymore. Jenny sipped some tea to cover her face for a moment. She wasn't sure whether anger or pity had brought the tears to her eyes, but she didn't want Laura to see them. Besides, Keith went on, we didn't know any different. How could we know life was different for other kids? What about at school? You must have kept yourselves apart, being aware that you were different. We kept apart, yes. We were told not to talk about what happened. It was family, and nobody else's business. What were you doing in Alderthorpe? I'm writing a book, Keith said. A book about what happened. It's partly therapeutic and partly because I think people should know what goes on. So maybe it can be prevented from happening again. Why did you follow me? I thought you might be a reporter or something, poking about the place like that. You'd better get used to that idea, Keith. It won't take them long to find out about Alderthorpe. I'm surprised they're not swarming around already. I know. So you thought I was a reporter? What were you going to do about me? Nothing. I just wanted to see where you were going. Make sure you were gone. And what if I'd come back? Keith spread his hands, palms up. You did, didn't you? Did you realize it was Linda as soon as the news about the Paynes broke? I did, yes, said Laura. It wasn't a good photo, but I knew she'd married Terry. I knew where she lived. Did you ever get together, keep in touch? We did until Susan committed suicide and Tom went to Australia. And Keith and I visit Diane as often as we can. But as I said, Linda was always distant, older. I mean, we met up sometimes for birthdays, that sort of thing. But I thought she was weird. In what way? I don't know. It was an evil thought. I mean, she'd suffered the same as we had.
But it seems to have affected her in a different way, Keith added.
What way?
I didn't see her nearly as often as Laura did, he went on. But she always gave me the impression that she was up to something bad. Something deliciously evil. It was just the way she spoke, the hint of sin. She was secretive. So she never told us exactly what she was doing, but
she was into some pretty weird stuff, Laura said, blushing. S&M, that sort of thing. She told you? Once, yes. She only did it to embarrass me. I'm not comfortable talking about sex. She hugged herself and avoided Jenny's eyes. And Linda liked to embarrass you? Yes, tease me, I suppose. Wasn't it a shock to you what Terry had done, with Linda so close by? Especially after the events of your childhood?
Of course it was, said Keith. It still is. We're still trying to come to terms with it.
That's partly why I'm here, said Laura. I needed to be with Keith, to talk, to decide what to do. What do you mean, what to do?
But we didn't want to be rushed, said Keith. Jenny leaned forward.
What is it? She asked. What is it you need to do? They looked at one another again, and Jenny waited what seemed like ages before Keith spoke.
We'd better tell her, don't you think? He said.
I suppose so. Tell me what? About what happened. That's what we've been trying to decide, you see, whether we should tell.
But I'm sure you can understand, Keith said, that we don't want the limelight anymore. We don't want it all raked up again.
Your book will do that, Jenny said.
I'll deal with that when and if it happens. He leaned forward. Anyway, you've sort of forced our hand, haven't you? We would probably have told someone soon anyway. So it might as well be you now.
I'm not sure what you want to tell me, Jenny said. Laura looked at her, tears in her eyes. It's about Kathleen. Our parents didn't kill her. Tom didn't kill her. Linda killed her. Linda killed Kathleen.
Mick Blair was surly when Banks and Winsome entered the interview room at 3:35 that afternoon. As well he might be, Banks thought. He had been dragged away from his job as an assistant at the Tandy shop in the Swainsdale Centre by 2 uniformed police officers, and left waiting in the dingy room for over an hour. It was a wonder he wasn't screaming for his brief. Banks would have been. Just another little chat, Mick, said Banks, smiling as he turned on the tape recorders. But we'll get it on record this time. That way you can be certain there's no funny business from us. Very grateful, I'm sure, said Blair. And why the hell did you have to keep me waiting so long? Important police business, said Banks. The bad guys just never stop. What's Sarah doing here?
Sarah?
You know who I mean, Sarah Francis, Ian's girlfriend. I saw her in the corridor. What's she doing here? Just answering our questions, Mick, the way I hope you will. I don't know why you're wasting your time on me. I can't tell you anything you don't know already. Don't underestimate yourself, Mick. What's it about this time, then? He eyed Winsome suspiciously. It's about the night Leanne Ray disappeared. Again? But we've been over and over all that. Yes, I know, but we haven't got to the truth yet. See, it's like peeling off the layers of an onion, Mick. All we've got so far is layer after layer of lies. It's the truth. She left us outside the old ship, and we went our separate ways. We didn't see her again. What else can I tell you? The truth. Where the 4 of you went. I've told you all I know. You see, Mick, Banks went on, Leanne was upset that day. She had just heard some bad news. Her stepmother was going to have a baby. You might not understand why, but believe me, that upset her. So I think that night she was in a rebellious mood, ready to say to hell with the curfew and let's have some fun. Make her parents suffer a bit at the same time. I don't know whose suggestion it was, maybe yours, but you decided to steal a car. Now, wait a minute. A car belonging to Mr. Samuel Gardner. A blue Fiat Brava, to be exact, which was parked just around the corner from the pub. That's ridiculous. We never stole no car. You can't pin that on us. Shut up and listen, Mick, said Winsome. Blair looked at her, then swallowed and shut up. Winsome's expression was hard and unflinching, her eyes full of scorn and disgust. Where did you go on your little joyride, Mick? Banks asked. What happened? What happened to Leanne? Was she giving you the come-on? Did you think it was going to be your lucky night? Did you try it on with her and she changed her mind? Did you get a bit rough? Were you on drugs, Mick? No, it's not true. None of it's true. She left us outside the pub. You sound like a drowning man clinging to a bit of wood, Mick. Pretty soon you'll have to let go. I'm telling the truth. I don't think so. Then prove it. Listen, Mick, said Winsome, standing up and pacing the small room. We've got Mr. Gardner's car in the police garage right now, and our forensics people are going over it inch by inch. Are you trying to tell us that they won't find anything? I don't know what they'll find, said Mick. How can I? I've never even seen the fucking car. Winsome stopped pacing and sat down. They're the best in the business, our forensics team. They don't even need fingerprints. If there's just one hair, they'll find it. And if it belongs to you, Ian, Sarah, or Leanne, we've got you. She held a finger up. One hair. Think about it, Mick. She's right, you know, said Banks. They are very good, these scientists. Me, I know bugger all about DNA and hair follicles, but these lads could find the exact spot on your head the hair came from. We didn't steal no car. I know what you're thinking, Banks said. Mind reader too, are you? Banks laughed. It doesn't say much. You're thinking, how long ago was it we took that car? It was the 31st of March. And what's today's date? It's the 16th of May. That's a month and a half. Surely there can't be any traces left by now. Surely the car must have been washed, the interior vacuumed. Isn't that what you're thinking, Mick? I've told you. I don't know nothing about a stolen car. He folded his arms and tried to look defiant. Winsome gave a grunt of disgust and impatience. D.C. Jackman's getting restless, said Banks, and I wouldn't want to push her too far if I were you. You can't touch me, it's all on tape. Touch you? Who said anything about touching you? You're threatening me. No, you've got it wrong, Mick. See, I want to get this all settled. Get you back off to work, home in time for the evening news. Nothing I'd like better. But D.C. Jackman here is, well, let's just say that she'd be more than happy to see you in detention. What do you mean? In the cells, Mick. Downstairs overnight. But I haven't done anything. You can't do that. Was it Ian? Is that whose idea it was? I don't know what you're talking about. What happened to Leanne? Nothing, I don't know. I'll bet Sarah tells us it was all your fault. I haven't done anything. She'll want to protect her boyfriend, won't she, Mick? I bet she doesn't give a damn about you when the chips are down. Stop it! Winsome looked at her watch. Let's just lock him up and go home, she said. I'm getting fed up with this. What do you think, Mick? I've told you all I know. Banks looked at Winsome before turning back to Mick. I'm afraid then we're going to have to hold you on suspicion. Suspicion of what? Suspicion of the murder of Leanne Ray. Mick jumped to his feet. That's absurd. I didn't kill anyone. Nobody murdered Leanne. How do you know that? I mean, I didn't murder Leanne. I don't know what happened to her. It's not my fault if somebody else killed her. It is if you were there. I wasn't there. Then tell us the truth, Mick. Tell us what happened. I've told you. Banks stood up and gathered his folders together. All right, we'll see what Sarah has to say. In the meantime, I want you to think about two things while you're in the cells for the night, Mick. Time can drag down there, especially in the wee hours, when all you've got for company is the drunk next door singing Your Cheating Heart over and over again. So it's nice to have something to think about, something to distract you. What things? First off, if you come clean with us, if you tell us the truth, if it was all Ian Scott's idea, and if whatever happened to Leanne was down to Ian, then it'll go a lot easier with you. He looked at Winsome. I could even see him walking away from this with little more than a reprimand. Failing to report or something minor like that, can't you, DC Jackman? Winsome grimaced, as if the idea of Mick Blair's getting off with less than murder appalled her. What's the other thing? Mick asked. The other thing? Oh, yes. It's about Samuel Gardner. Who? The owner of the stolen car. What about him? Man's a slob, Mick. He never cleans his car, inside or out. Jenny couldn't think of anything to say after what Keith and Laura had just told her. She sat with her mouth half open, and an astonished expression on her face until her brain processed the information and she was able to continue. How do you know? She asked. We saw her, Keith said. We were with her. In a way, it was all of us. She was doing it for all of us, but she was the only one had the guts to do it. Are you certain about this? Yes, they said. This isn't something you've just remembered. Like many of her colleagues, Jenny just had repressed memory syndrome, and she wanted to make certain that was not what she was dealing with. Linda Godwin might have been kind to animals and never wet the bed or started a fire, but if she had killed when she was 12, there was something seriously pathologically wrong with her, and she could have killed again. No, said Laura. We always knew. We just lost it for a while. What do you mean? It's like when you put something away where you can find it again easily, but then you don't remember where you put it, said Keith. Jenny understood that. It happened to her all the time. Or when you're carrying something and you remember you have to do something else, so you put it down on your way, and then you can't find it again, Laura added. You say you were there? Yes, said Keith. We were in the room with her. We saw her do it. And you've said nothing all these years? Laura and Keith just looked at her, and she understood that they couldn't have said anything. How could they? They were too used to silence, and why would they? They were all victims of the Godwins and the Murrays. Why should Linda be singled out for more suffering? Is that why she was in the cage when the police came? No, Linda was in the cage because it was a period, Keith said. Laura blushed and turned away. Tom was in the cage with her because they thought he did it. They never suspected Linda. But why? Asked Jenny. Because Kathleen just couldn't take it any more, said Laura. She was so weak, her spirit was almost gone. Linda killed her to save her. She knew what it was like to be in that position, and she knew that Kathleen couldn't handle it. She killed her to save her further suffering. Are you sure? Jenny asked. What do you mean? Are you certain that's why Linda killed her? Why else? Didn't you think it might have been because she was jealous? Because Kathleen was usurping her place? No, said Laura, scraping back her chair. That's horrible. How could he say something like that? She killed her to save her more suffering. She killed her out of kindness. One or two people in the cafe had noticed Laura's outburst and were looking over curiously at the table. Okay, Jenny said. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. Laura looked at her, and a note of defiant desperation came into her tone.
She could be kind, you know. Linda could be kind. The old house was certainly full of noises, Maggie thought, and she was beginning to jump at almost every one. Wood creaking as the temperature dropped after dark, a whistle of wind rattling at the windows, dishes shifting in the rack as they dried. It was Bill's phone call, of course, she told herself, and she tried the routine she used to calm herself, deep breathing, positive visualization, but the ordinary noises of the house continued to distract her from her work. She put a CD compilation of Baroque classics in the stereo Ruth had set up in the studio, and that both cut out the disturbing sounds and helped her to relax. She was working late on some sketches for Hansel and Gretel, because the following day she had to go to London to meet with her art director and discuss the project so far. She also had an interview at Broadcasting House, a Radio 4 programme about domestic violence, naturally, but she was beginning to warm to being a spokesperson, and if anything she said could help anyone at all, then all the minor irritations, such as ignorant interviewers and provocative fellow guests, were worthwhile. Bill already knew where she was, so she had no reason to worry about giving that away now. She wasn't going to run away, not again. Despite his call and the way it had shaken her, she was determined to continue in her new role. While she was in London, she would also try to get a ticket for a West End play she wanted to see, and stay overnight at the modest little hotel her art director had recommended several visits ago. Maggie turned back to her sketch. She was trying to capture the expression on the faces of Hansel and Gretel when they realized in the moonlight that the trails of crumbs they had left to lead them from the dangers of the forest to the safety of home had been eaten by birds. She liked the eerie effect she had created with the tree trunks, branches and shadows, which, with just a little imagination, could take the shapes of wild beasts and demons. But Hansel and Gretel's expressions still weren't quite right. They were only children, Maggie reminded herself, not adults, and their fear would be simple and natural. A look of abandonment, and eyes on the verge of tears, not as complex as adult fear, which would include components of anger and the determination to find a way out. Very different facial expressions indeed. In an earlier version of the sketch, Hansel and Gretel had come out looking a bit like younger versions of Terry and Lucy, Maggie thought, just as Rapunzel had resembled Claire, so she scrapped it. Now they were anonymous, faces she had probably once spotted in a crowd which, for whatever mysterious reason, had lodged in her unconscious. Claire, the poor girl. That afternoon Maggie had talked with both Claire and her mother together, and they had agreed that Claire would try the psychologist Dr. Sims had recommended. That was a start at least, Maggie thought, though it might take Claire years to work through the psychological disturbance brought on by Terence Payne's acts, her friend's murder, and her own sense of guilt and responsibility. Pachelbel's canon played in the background. Maggie concentrated on her drawing, adding a little chiaroscuro effect here and a silvering of moonlight there. No need to make it too elaborate, as it would only serve as the model for a painting, but she needed these notes to herself to show her the way when she came to the final version. That would be different in some ways, of course, but would also retain many of the visual ideas she was having now. When she heard the tapping over the music, she thought it was another noise the old house had come up with to scare her. But when it stopped for a few seconds, then resumed at a slightly higher volume and faster rhythm, she turned off the stereo and listened. Someone was knocking at the back door. Nobody ever used the back door. It only led into a mean little lattice work of ginnels and snickets that connected with the council estate behind the hill. Not Bill, surely. No, Maggie reassured herself. Bill was in Toronto. Besides, the door was dead-locked, bolted and chained. She wondered if she should dial 999 right away, but then realized how silly she would look in the eyes of the police if it was Claire or Claire's mother,
or even the police themselves. She couldn't bear the idea of Banks hearing she had been such a fool. Instead, she moved very slowly and quietly. Despite the anonymous creaks, the staircase was relatively silent underfoot, partly because of the thick pile carpet. She picked out one of Charles's golf clubs from the hall cupboard, and brandishing it ready to use, edged towards the kitchen door. The knocking continued. It was only when Maggie had got to within a few feet of the door that she heard the familiar woman's voice.
Maggie, is that you? Are you there? Please let me in.
She abandoned the golf club, turned on the kitchen light and fiddled with the various locks. When she finally got the door open, she was confused by what she saw. Appearance and voice didn't match. The woman had short, spiky blonde hair, was wearing a T-shirt under a soft black leather jacket, and a pair of close-fitting blue jeans. She was carrying a small holdall. Only the slight bruising by one eye and the impenetrable darkness of the eyes themselves told Maggie who it was, though it took several moments to process the information.
Lucy, my God, it is you! Can I come in?
Of course. Maggie held the door open and Lucy Payne stepped into the kitchen.
Only I've got nowhere to go, and I wondered if you could put me up, just for a couple of days or so, while I think of something.
Yes, said Maggie, still feeling stunned. Yes, of course. Stay as long as you like. It's quite a new look. I didn't recognize you at first. Lucy gave a little twirl.
Do you like it?
It's certainly different. Lucy laughed.
Good, she said. I don't want anyone else to know I'm here. Believe it or not, Maggie, but not everyone around here is as sympathetic towards me as you are.
I suppose not, said Maggie. Then she locked, bolted, and put the chain on the door, turned out the kitchen light, and led Lucy Payne into the living room. Chapter 18. I just wanted to say I'm sorry, Annie told Banks in his Eastvale office on Wednesday morning. He had just been glancing over the garage's report on Samuel Gardner's Fiat. They had, of course, found many hair traces in the car's interior, both human and animal, but they all had to be collected, labelled, and sent to the lab, and it would take time to match them with the suspects or with Leanne Ray. There were plenty of fingerprints, too. It was certainly true that Gardner had been a slob when it came to his car. But Vic Manson, fingerprints officer, could only hurry to a certain degree, and it wasn't fast enough for Banks's immediate needs. Banks looked at Annie. Sorry for what, exactly?
Sorry for making a scene in the pub. For acting like a fool.
Oh.
What did you think I meant?
Nothing. No, come on. That I was sorry about what I said, about us, about ending the relationship. I can always live in hope, can't I? Oh, stop feeling sorry for yourself, Alan. It doesn't suit you. Banks opened up a paperclip. The sharp end pricked his finger, and a tiny spot of blood dropped on his desk. Which fairy tale was that? He found himself wondering. Sleeping Beauty? But he didn't fall asleep. Chance would be a fine thing. Now, are we going to get on with life, or are you just going to sulk and ignore me? Because if you are, I'd like to know. Banks couldn't help but smile. She was right. He had been feeling sorry for himself. He had also decided that she was right about their relationship. Fine as it had been most of the time, and much as he would miss her intimate company, it was fraught with problems on both sides. So tell her, his inner voice prompted. Don't be a bastard. Don't put it all down to her, the whole burden. It was difficult. He wasn't used to talking about his feelings. He sucked his bleeding finger and said, I'm not going to sulk. Just give me a little time to get used to the idea, okay? I sort of enjoyed what we had. So did I, said Annie, with a hint of a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Do you think it's any easier for me? Just because I'm the one who's making the move?
We want different things, Alan. Need different things. It's just not working. You're right. Look, I promise I won't sulk or ignore you or put you down as long as you don't treat me like something nasty stuck on your shoe. What on earth makes you think I'd do that? Banks was thinking of the letter from Sandra, which had made him feel exactly like that. But he was talking to Annie, he realised. Yes, she was right. Things were well and truly screwed up. He shook his head. Ignore me, Annie. Friends and colleagues okay? Annie narrowed her eyes and scrutinised him. I do care, you know. I know you do. That's part of the problem. It'll get better. Over time. Sorry, I can't seem to think of anything to say but clichés. Maybe that's what they're there for, situations like this. Maybe that's why there are so many of them. But don't worry, Annie. I mean what I say. I'll do the best I can to behave towards you with the utmost courtesy and respect. Oh, bloody hell, Annie said, laughing. You don't have to be so damn stuffy. Simple good morning, a smile, and a friendly little chat in the canteen every now and then would be just fine. Banks felt his face burn, then he laughed with her. Right you are. How's Janet Taylor? Stubborn as hell. I've tried to talk to her. The CPS has tried to talk to her. Her own lawyer has tried to talk to her. Even Chambers has tried to talk to her. At least she's got a lawyer now. The Federation sent someone over. What's she being charged with? They're going to charge her with voluntary manslaughter. If she pleads guilty with extenuating circumstances, there's every chance she'll get it down to excusable homicide. And if she goes ahead as planned, who knows? It's up to the jury. They're either going to give her the same as they gave John Hadley, despite the vastly different circumstances, or they're going to take her job and her situation into account and give her the benefit of the doubt. I mean, the public doesn't want us hamstrung when it comes to doing our job, but they don't want us to get ideas above our station either. They don't like to see us acting as if we're beyond the law. It's a toss-up, really. How's she bearing up? She's not. She's just drinking. Bugger. Indeed. How about the Payne investigation? Banks told her what Jenny had discovered about Lucy's past. Annie whistled. So, what are you going to do? Bring her in for questioning on the death of Kathleen Murray, if we can find her. It's probably a bloody waste of time. After all, it was over 10 years ago, and she was only 12 at the time. So I doubt we'll get anywhere with it. But who knows? It might open other doors if a little pressure is judiciously applied. A.C. Hartnell won't like it. I know that. He's already made his feelings clear. Lucy Payne doesn't suspect you know so much about her past. She has to be aware that there was a chance the others would talk, or that we'd find out somehow. In that case, she may have already gone to ground. Anything new on the sixth body? No, said Banks. But we'll find out who it is. The fact that they couldn't identify the sixth victim nagged away at him. Like the other victims, she had been buried naked, and no traces of clothing or personal belongings remained. Banks could only guess that Payne must have burned their clothes and disposed of any rings or watches somehow. He certainly hadn't kept them as trophies. The forensic anthropologist working on her remains had so far been able to tell him that she was a white female between the ages of 18 and 22, and that she had died, like the others, of ligature strangulation. Horizontal striations in the tooth enamel indicated inconsistent nutrition during her early years. The regularity of the lines indicated possible seasonal swings in food supplies. Perhaps, like Katya, she had come from a war-torn country in Eastern Europe. Banks had had a team keeping track of all MISPers over the past few months, and they were working overtime now, following up on reports. But if the victim were a prostitute, like Katya Pevelich, then the chances of finding out who she was were slim. Even so, Banks kept telling himself, she was somebody's daughter. Somewhere somebody must be missing her. But perhaps not. There were plenty of people out there without friends or family,
People who could die in their homes tomorrow and not be found until the rent was long overdue, or the smell grew too bad for the neighbours to bear. There were refugees from Eastern Europe, like Katya, or kids who had left home to travel the world and might be anywhere from Kathmandu to Kilimanjaro. He had to inure himself to the fact that they might not be able to identify the sixth victim for some time, if ever. But still it galled. She should have a name, an identity. Annie stood up. Anyway, I've said what I came to say. Oh, and you'll probably be hearing very soon that I've made a formal request to come back to CID. Think there's any chance? You can have my job if you want. Annie smiled. You don't mean that, don't I? Anyway, I don't know if they've changed their minds about CID staffing levels, but I'll talk to Red Ron, if you think that'll help. We don't have a DI right now, so it's probably a good time to make her application. Before Winsome catches up with me. She's sharp, that lass. Pretty, too. Is she? I hadn't noticed. Annie stuck her tongue out at Banks and left his office. Sad as he felt at the end of their brief romance, he felt some relief, too. He would no longer have to wonder from one day to the next whether they were on or off again. He had been given his freedom yet again, and freedom was a somewhat ambiguous gift. Sir? Banks looked up and saw Winsome framed in his doorway. Yes? Just had a message from Steve Naylor, the custody sergeant downstairs. Problem? No, not at all, Winsome smiled. It's Mick Blair. He wants to talk. Banks clapped his hands and rubbed them together. Excellent. Tell them to send him straight up. Our best interview room, I think, Winsome. When she was packed and ready to head for London, Maggie took Lucy a cup of tea in bed the following morning. It was the least she could do after all the poor woman had been through lately. They had talked well into the previous night, emptying a bottle of white wine between them, and Lucy had hinted at what a terrible childhood she had suffered, and how recent events had brought it all back to mind. She had also confided that she was afraid of the police, afraid they might try to fabricate some sort of evidence against her, and that she couldn't stand the thought of going to jail. Just one night in the cell had almost been too much for her to bear. The police didn't like loose ends, she said, and in this case, she was a very serious loose end indeed. She knew they had been watching her, and had sneaked out of her foster parents' house after dark, and taken the first train from Hull to York, then changed for London, where she had worked on changing her appearance, mostly through hair, makeup, and a different style of dress. Maggie had to agree that the Lucy Payne she knew wouldn't have been seen dead in the kind of casual clothes she was wearing now, nor would she have worn the same slightly tarty makeup. Maggie agreed to tell no one that Lucy was there, and if any of the neighbours saw her and asked who she was, she would tell them she was a distant relative just passing through. Both bedrooms, the large and the small, overlooked the hill, and when Maggie tapped on the door of the smaller room she had given Lucy and entered, she saw that Lucy was already standing by the window, stark naked. She turned when Maggie entered with the tea. "Oh, thank you, you're so kind." Maggie felt herself blush. She couldn't help but notice what a fine body Lucy had. The full round breasts, taut, flat stomach, gently curving hips and smooth tapered thighs, the dark triangle between her legs. Lucy seemed completely unembarrassed by her own nakedness, but Maggie felt uncomfortable and tried to avert her eyes. Luckily the curtains were still closed and the light was fairly dim, but Lucy had held them open a little at the top and had clearly been watching the activity across the street. It had let up a bit in the past couple of days, Maggie had noticed, but there was still a great deal of coming and going, and the front garden was still a complete mess. "Have you seen what they've done out there?" said Lucy, coming forward and accepting the cup of tea. She got back into bed and covered herself with a thin white sheet. Maggie was grateful at least for that. "Yes," said Maggie.
That's my house. And they've ruined it completely for me. I can't go back there now. Not ever. Her lower lip trembled in anger. I saw through the door into the hall when someone came out. They've taken all the carpets, pulled up the floorboards. They've even punched big holes in the walls. They've just ruined it.
I suppose they were looking for things, Lucy. It's their job.
Looking for what? What more could they want? I'll bet they've taken all my nice things too, all my jewellery and clothes, all my memories.
I'm sure you'll get it all back. Lucy shook her head.
No, I don't want it all back, not now. I thought I did, but now I've seen what they've done. It's tainted. I'll start over again, with what I've got.
Are you all right for money? Maggie asked.
Yes, thank you. We had a bit put away. I don't know what will happen to the house, the mortgage, but I doubt we'll be able to sell it in that state.
There must be some sort of compensation, Maggie said. Surely they can't just take your house and not compensate you.
I wouldn't be surprised at anything they could do.
Lucy blew on the tea. Steam rose around her face. Look, I told you last night, Maggie said. I have to go to London. Just for a couple of days. Will you be all right here by yourself?
Yes, of course. Don't worry about me.
There's plenty of food in the fridge and freezer. You know, if you don't want to go out or order in.
That's good, thank you, said Lucy. I think I really would just like to stay in and shut out the world and watch television or something. Try to take my mind off what's been happening.
There's plenty of videotapes in the cupboard under the TV in my bedroom, said Maggie. Please feel free to watch them whenever you want.
Thank you, Maggie, I will.
Though there was a small television set in the living room, the only TV and video combination in the house was set up in the master bedroom for some reason, and that was Maggie's room. Not that she wasn't thankful. She had often lain in bed unable to sleep, and when there was nothing suitable on television, had watched one of the love stories or romantic comedies Ruth seemed to favour, with actors such as Hugh Grant, Meg Ryan, Richard Gere, Tom Hanks, Julia Roberts, and Sandra Bullock. They had helped her through many a long, hard night. Are you sure there isn't anything else you need?
I can't think of anything, Lucy said. I just want to feel safe and comfortable, so I can remember what it's like.
You'll be fine here. I'm really sorry I have to leave you so soon, but I'll be back before long. Don't worry.
It's okay, honest, said Lucy. I didn't come here to interrupt your life or anything. You've got your work, I know that. I'm only asking for sanctuary for a short time, just till I get myself together.
What are you going to do?
No idea. I suppose I can change my name and get a job somewhere far away from here. Anyway, not to worry. You go to London and have a good time. I can take care of myself.
If you're sure.
I'm sure.
Lucy got out of bed again, put a cup of tea on the bedside table, and went back towards the window. There she stood, providing Maggie with a rear view of her finely toned body, looking out across the road at what used to be her home. I must dash then, said Maggie. The taxi will be here soon.
Bye, said Lucy without turning round. Have a good time.
OK, Mick, said Banks. I understand you want to talk to us. After his night in the cells, Mick Blair didn't at all resemble the cocky teenager they had interviewed yesterday. In fact, he looked like a frightened kid. Clearly the prospect of spending several years in a similar or worse facility had worked on his imagination. He had also, Banks knew through the custody sergeant, had a long telephone conversation with his parents, shortly after his detention, and his manner had seemed to change after that. He had not asked for a lawyer, not yet.
Yeah, he said, but first tell me what Sarah said.
You know I can't do that, Mick. In fact, Sarah Francis had told them nothing at all. She had remained as monosyllabic and as scared and surly as she had in Ian Scott's flat. But that didn't matter. as she had been mainly used as a lever against Mick anyway. Banks, Winsome and Mick were in the largest, most comfortable interview room. It had also been painted recently, and Banks could smell the paint from the institutional green walls. He still had nothing from the lab on Samuel Gardner's car, but Mick didn't know that. He said he wanted to talk, but if he decided to play coy again, Banks could always drop hints about fingerprints and hairs. He knew they had been in the car. It was something he should have checked at the time, with Ian Scott having a record for taking and driving away. Given Scott's other offence, he also had a good idea what the four of them had been up to. "Would you like to make a statement, then?" Banks said. "For the record." "Yes." "You've been made aware of all your rights?" "Yes." "OK then, Mick. Tell us what happened that night." "What you said yesterday about it going easier with me." "Yes." "You meant it, didn't you? I mean, whatever Sarah said. She might have been lying, to protect herself and Ian." "The courts and the judges look favourably upon people who help the police, Mick. That's a fact. I'll be honest. I can't give you the exact details of what will happen. It depends on so many variables. But I can tell you that you'll have my support for leniency, and that should go some distance." Mick swallowed. He was about to rat on his friends. Banks had witnessed such moments before, and knew how difficult it was. What conflicting emotions must be struggling for primacy inside Mick Blair's soul. Self-preservation usually won out in Banks's experience, but sometimes at the cost of self-loathing. It was the same for him, the Watcher. He wanted the information, and he had coaxed many a weak and sensitive suspect towards informing. But when he succeeded, the taste of victory was often soured by the bile of disgust. Not this time, though, Banks thought. He wanted to know what had happened to Leanne Ray far more than he cared about Mick Blair's discomfort. "You did steal that car, didn't you, Mick?" Banks began. "We've already recovered a lot of hair samples and fingerprints. We'll find yours among them, won't we? And Ian's, Sarah's and Leanne's." "It was Ian," Blair said. "It was all Ian's idea. It was nothing to do with me. I can't even fucking drive." "What about Sarah?" "Sarah? Ian says jump, Sarah asks how high." "And Leanne?" "Leanne was all for it. She was in a pretty wild mood that night. I didn't know why. She said something about her stepmother, but I didn't know what the problem was. To be honest, I didn't really care. I mean, I didn't want to know about her family problems. We've all got problems, right?" "Indeed we have," thought Banks. "You just wanted to get into her knickers, then," said Winsome. That seemed to shock Blair, coming from a woman, a beautiful woman at that, with a soft Jamaican accent. "No, I mean, I liked her, yes, but I wasn't trying it on, honest. I wasn't trying to force her or anything like that." "What happened, Mick?" Banks asked. "Ian said, why don't we take a car and do some E and smoke a couple of spliffs and maybe drive up to Darlington and go clubbing." "What about Leanne's curfew?" "She said, fuck the curfew. It sounded like a great idea to her. Like I said, she was a bit wild that night. She'd had a couple of drinks, not a lot like, just a couple. But she didn't usually drink, and it was just enough to loosen her up a bit. She wanted to have some fun. And you thought you might get lucky." Again, Winsome's interjection seemed to confuse Blair. "No, yes, I mean, if she was willing. Okay, I fancied her. I thought maybe, she seemed different, more devil-may-care." "And you thought the drugs would make her even more willing?" "No, I don't know." He looked at Banks in annoyance. "Look, do you want me to go on with this or not?" "Go on." Banks gave Winsome the signal to keep out of it for the time being. He could imagine the scenario easily enough. Leanne, a little drunk, giggly, flirting with Blair a bit, as Shannon the barmaid had said. Then Ian Scott offering ecstasy in the car. Maybe Leanne unsure about it, but Blair encouraging her, egging her on, hoping all the time to get her into bed. But all that was something they could deal with later on, if necessary, when they had established the circumstances of Leanne's disappearance.
Ian stole the car,
Blair went on.
I don't know anything about stealing cars, but he said he learned when he was a kid growing up on the East Side estate.
Banks knew all too well that stealing cars was one of the essential skills for kids growing up on the East Side estate. Where did you go?
North. Like I said, we were going to Darlington. Ian knows the club scene up there. As soon as we set off, Ian handed out the E and we all gobbled it up. Then Sarah rolled a spliff and we smoked that.
Banks noticed that it was always someone else committing the illegal act, never Blair, but he filed that away for later. Had Leanne taken ecstasy or smoked marijuana before? He asked.
Not to my knowledge. She always seemed a bit straight-laced to me.
But not that night?
No.
Okay, go on. What happened? Mick looked down at the table, and Banks could tell he was coming to the hard part.
We hadn't got far out of Eastvale, maybe half an hour or so, when Leanne said she felt sick, and she could feel her heart was beating way too fast. She was having trouble breathing. She used that inhaler thing she carried with her, but it didn't do any good. Made her worse, if you ask me. Anyway, Ian thought she was just panicking or hallucinating or something. So first he opened the car windows. It didn't do any good, though. Soon she was shaking and sweating. I mean, she was really scared. Me too.
What did you do?
We were in the country by then, up on the moors above Lingarth. So Ian pulled off the road and stopped. We all got out and walked out on the moor. Ian thought the open spaces would be good for Leanne, a breath of fresh air, that maybe she was just getting claustrophobic in the car.
Did it help?
Mick turned pale. No. Soon as we got out, she was sick. I mean, really sick. Then she collapsed. She couldn't breathe, and she seemed to be choking.
Did you know she was asthmatic?
Like I said, I saw her use the inhaler in the car when she first started feeling weird.
And it didn't enter your mind that ecstasy might be dangerous for an asthma sufferer, or that it might cause a bad reaction with the inhalant?
How could I know? I'm not a doctor.
No, but you do take ecstasy. I doubt this was your first time. And you must have been aware of some of the adverse publicity. The Leah Betts story, for example, the girl who died about 5 years ago, a few others since.
I heard about them, yes, but I thought you just had to be careful about your body temperature when you were dancing, you know, like drink plenty of water and be careful you don't dehydrate.
That's only one of the dangers. Did you give her the inhaler again when she became worse out on the moor?
We couldn't find it. It must have been back in the car in the bag. Besides, it had only made her worse.
Banks remembered viewing the contents of Leanne's shoulder bag, seeing the inhaler there among her personal items, and doubting she would have run away without it. Didn't it also cross your mind that she might have been choking on her own vomit? He went on.
I don't know, I never really...
What did you do?
That's just it, we didn't know what to do. We just tried to give her some breathing space. Some air, you know, but all of a sudden she sort of twitched. And after that she didn't move at all.
Banks let the silence stretch for a few moments, conscious only of their breathing and the soft electric hum of the tape machines. Why didn't you take her to the hospital? He asked.
It was too late, I told you. She was dead.
You were certain of that?
Yes. We checked her pulse, felt for her heartbeat, tried to see if she was breathing, but there was nothing. She was dead. It all happened so quickly. I mean, we were feeling the E too. We were panicking a bit, not thinking clearly.
Banks knew of at least 3 other recent ecstasy-related deaths in the region, so Blair's account didn't surprise him too much. MDMA, short for methylene dioxymethamphetamine, was a popular drug with young people because it was cheap and kept you going all night at raves and clubs. It was believed to be safe, though Mick was right. that you had to be careful about your water intake and body temperature. But it could also be particularly dangerous to people suffering from high blood pressure or asthma, like Leanne. Why didn't you take her to a hospital when you were all still in the car?
Ian said she'd be okay if we just got out and walked around for a while. He said he'd seen that kind of reaction before.
What did you do then, after you discovered she was dead?
Ian said we couldn't tell anyone what had happened, that we'd all go to jail.
So what did you do?
We carried her further out on the moor and buried her. I mean, there was a sort of sinkhole, not very deep, by a bit of broken-down dry stone wall. So we put her in there, and we covered her up with stones and bracken. Nobody could find her unless they were really looking, and there weren't any public footpaths nearby. Even the animals couldn't get to her. It was so desolate, the middle of nowhere.
And then?
Then we drove back to Eastvale. We were all badly shaken up, but Ian said we ought to be seen about the place, acting natural, as if things were normal.
And Leanne's shoulder bag?
That was Ian's idea. I mean, we'd all decided by then that we'd just say she left us outside the pub and set off home, and that was the last we saw of her. I found her bag on the back seat of the car, and Ian said maybe if we dumped it in someone's garden near the old ship, the police would think she'd been picked up by a pervert or something.
And indeed we did, thought Banks. One simple, spur-of-the-moment action, added to two other missing girls whose bags had also been found close to the scenes of their disappearances. And the entire Chameleon task force had been created, but not in time to save Melissa Horrocks or Kimberly Myers. He felt sick and angry. There was mile after mile of moorland up beyond Lyngarth, Banks knew, none of it farmed. Blair was right about the isolation, too. Only the occasional rambler crossed it, and then usually by the well-marked paths. "Can you remember where you buried her?" he asked.
"I think so," said Blair. "I don't know about the exact spot, but within a couple of 100 yards. You'll know it when you see the old wall."
Banks looked at Winsome. "Get a search party together, would you, DC Jackman? And have young Mick here go out with them. Let me know the minute you find anything. And have Ian Scott and Sarah Francis picked up." Winsome stood up. "That'll do for now," Banks said.
"What'll happen to me?"
Blair asked. "I don't know, Mick," said Banks. "I honestly don't know." Chapter 19. The interview had gone well, Maggie thought, as she walked out onto Portland Place. Behind her, Broadcasting House looked like the stern of a huge ocean liner. Inside, it had been a maze. She hadn't understood how anyone could find their way around, even if they had worked there for years. Thank the Lord the programme's researcher had met her in the lobby, then guided her through security to the entrails of the building. It started to rain lightly, so Maggie ducked into Starbucks. Sitting on a stool by the counter that stretched along the front window, sipping her latte and watching the people outside wrestle with their umbrellas, she reviewed her day. It was after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the rush hour seemed to have begun already, if it ever ended in London. The interview she had just given had focused almost entirely on the generalities of domestic abuse, things to watch out for, patterns to avoid falling into, rather than her own personal story, or that of her co-interviewee, an abused wife who had gone on to become a psychological counsellor. They had exchanged addresses and phone numbers and agreed to get in touch. Then the woman had had to dash off to give another interview. Lunch with Sally, the art director, had gone well too. They had eaten at a rather expensive Italian restaurant near Victoria Station, and Sally had looked over the sketches, making helpful suggestions here and there. Mostly, though, they had talked about recent events in Leeds, and Sally had shown only the natural curiosity that anyone who happened to live across the street from a serial killer might expect. Maggie had been evasive when questioned about Lucy. Lucy. The poor woman. Maggie felt guilty for leaving her alone in that big house on the hill, right opposite where the nightmare of her own life had recently come to a head. Lucy had said she would be okay, but was she just trying to put a brave face on things? Maggie hadn't been able to get tickets for the play she wanted to see. It was so popular it was sold out, even on a Wednesday. She thought she might book into the hotel anyway and go to the cinema instead. But the more she thought about it, and the more she looked out at the hordes of passing strangers, the more she thought she ought to be there for Lucy. What she would do, she decided, was wait till the rain stopped. It only looked like a mild shower, and she could already see some blue clouds in the sky over the Langham Hilton across the road. Do some shopping on Oxford Street, and then head home in the early evening and surprise Lucy. Maggie felt much better when she had decided to go home. After all, what was the point in going to the cinema by herself when Lucy needed someone to talk to? Someone to help take her mind off her problems and help her decide what to do with her future. When the rain had stopped completely, Maggie drained her latte and set out. She would buy Lucy a present too, nothing expensive or ostentatious, but perhaps a bracelet or a necklace, something to mark her freedom. After all, as Lucy had said, the police had taken all her things, and she didn't want them back now. She was about to start a new life. It was late in the afternoon when Banks got the call to drive out to Wheaton Moor, north of Lyngarth, and he took Winsome with him. She had done enough work on the Leanne Ray case to be there at the end. Most of the daffodils were gone, but white and pink blossoms covered the trees, and the hedgerows glowed with the burnished gold stars of celandines. Gorse flowered bright yellow all over the moors. He parked as close as he could to the cluster of figures, but they still had almost a quarter of a mile to walk over the springy gorse and heather. Blair and the others had certainly carried Leanne a long way from civilization. Though the sun was shining, and there were only a few high clouds, the wind was cold. Banks was glad of his sports jacket. Winsome was wearing calf-high leather boots and a herringbone jacket over her black polo-neck sweater. She strode with grace and confidence, whereas Banks caught his ankle and stumbled every now and then in the thick gorse. Time to get out and exercise more, he told himself, and time to stop smoking. They reached the team that Winsome had dispatched about 3 hours ago. Mick Blair was handcuffed to one of the uniformed officers, greasy hair blowing in the wind. Another officer pointed down the shallow sinkhole, and Banks saw part of a hand, most of the flesh eaten away, the white bone showing. "We tried to disturb the scene as little as possible, sir," the officer went on. "I sent for the Soccos and the rest of the team. They said they'd get here ASAP. Banks thanked him. He glanced back towards the road and saw a car and a van pull up, figures get out, and make their way across the rough moorland, some of them in white overalls. The Soccos had soon roped off an area of several yards around the mound of stones, and Peter Darby, the local crime scene photographer, got to work. Now all they needed was Dr. Burns, the police surgeon. Dr. Glendenning, the Home Office pathologist, would most likely conduct the PM, but he was too old and important to go scrambling across the moors anymore. Dr. Burns was skilled, Banks knew, and he already had plenty of experience of on-scene examinations. It was another 10 minutes before Dr. Burns arrived. By then Peter Darby had finished photographing the scene intact, and it was time to uncover the remains. This the Soccos did slowly and carefully, so as not to disturb any evidence. Mick Blair had said that Leanne died after taking ecstasy, but he could be lying. He could have tried to rape her and choked her when she didn't comply. Either way, they didn't go around jumping to conclusions about Leanne, not this time. Banks began to feel that the whole thing was just too damn familiar. Standing out there on the moors with his jacket flapping around him, as men in white coveralls uncovered a body. Then he remembered Harold Stedman, the local historian they had found buried under a similar dry stone wall below Crow's Scar. That had been only his second case in Eastvale, back when the kids were still at school and he and Sandra were happily married. Yet it seemed centuries ago now. He wondered what on earth a dry stone wall was doing up here anyway, then realized it had probably marked the end of someone's property long ago. Property that had now gone to moorland, overgrown with heather and gorse. The elements had done their work on the wall, and nobody had any interest in repairing it. Stone by stone, the body was uncovered. As soon as he saw the blonde hair, Banks knew it was Leanne Ray. She was wearing the clothes she had gone missing in: jeans, white Nike trainers, t-shirt, and a light suede jacket. And that was something in Blair's favour, Banks thought. Though there was some decomposition and evidence of insect and small animal activity, a missing finger on her right hand, for example, the cool weather had kept her from becoming a complete skeleton. In fact, despite the splitting of the skin to expose the muscle and fat on her left cheek, Banks was able to recognize Leanne's face from the photographs he had seen. When the body was completely uncovered, everyone stood back as if they were at a funeral paying their last respects, before the interment, rather than at an exhumation. The moor was silent, but for the wind whistling and groaning among the stones like lost souls. Mick Blair was crying, Banks noticed. Either that or the chill wind was making his eyes water. "Seen enough, Mick?" he asked. Mick sobbed, then abruptly turned away and vomited noisily and copiously into the gorse. Banks's mobile rang as he turned away to go back to his car. It was Stefan Novak, and he sounded excited. "Ellen!" "What is it, Stefan? Identified the 6th victim?" "No, but I thought you'd like to know immediately. We found Payne's camcorder." "Tell me where," said Banks, "and I'll be with you as fast as I possibly can." Maggie was tired when her train pulled into Leeds station around 9 o'clock that evening, half an hour late owing to a cow in a tunnel outside Wakefield. Now she had an inkling of why the British complained so much about their trains. There was a long queue at the taxi rank, and Maggie only had a light hold-all to carry, so she decided to walk around the corner to Boar Lane and catch a bus. There were plenty of them that stopped within a short walk of the hill. It was a pleasant evening, no sign of rain here, and there were still plenty of people on the streets. The bus soon came, and she sat downstairs near the back. 2 elderly women sat in front of her, just come from the bingo, one with hair that looked like a sort of blue haze sprinkled with glitter. Her perfume irritated Maggie's nose and made her sneeze, so she moved further back. It was a familiar journey by now, and Maggie spent most of it reading another story in the new Alice Munro paperback she had bought in Charing Cross Road. She had also bought the perfect present for Lucy. It nestled in its little blue box in her hold-all. It was an odd piece of jewellery, and had immediately caught her eye. Hanging on a thin silver chain was a circular silver disc about the size of a 10-pence piece. Inside the circle, made by a snake swallowing its own tail, was an image of the phoenix rising. Maggie hoped that Lucy would like and appreciate the sentiment. The bus turned the last corner. Maggie rang the bell and got off near the top of the hill. The streets were quiet, and the western sky was smeared with the reds and purples of sunset. There was a slight chill in the air now, Maggie noticed, giving a little shiver. She saw Mrs. Toth, Claire's mother, crossing the hill with some fish and chips wrapped in newspaper, and said hello, then turned to the steps. She fumbled for her keys as she made her way up the dark steps, overhung with shrubbery. It was hard to see her way. A perfect place for an ambush, she thought, then wished she hadn't. Bill's telephone call still weighed on her mind. The house seemed to be in darkness, Perhaps Lucy was out. Maggie doubted it. Then she got past the bushes and noticed the flickering light coming from the master bedroom. She was watching television. For a moment, Maggie felt the uncharitable wish that she had the house to herself. The knowledge that there was someone in her bedroom bothered her. But she had told Lucy she could watch television up there if she wanted, and she could hardly just march in and kick her out, tired as she was. Perhaps they should change rooms if Lucy wanted to watch television all the time. Maggie would be quite happy in the small bedroom for a few days. She turned the key in the lock and went inside, then put down her bag and hung up her jacket before heading upstairs to tell Lucy she had decided to come back early. As she glided upstairs on the thick pile carpet, she could hear sounds from the television, but couldn't make out what they were. It sounded like somebody shouting. The bedroom door was slightly ajar. So without even thinking to knock, Maggie simply pushed it open and walked in. Lucy lay sprawled on the bed naked. Well, that wasn't too much of a surprise after this morning's display, Maggie thought. But when she turned to see what was on television, she didn't want to believe her eyes. At first, she thought it was just a porn movie, though why Lucy should be watching something like that, and where she had got it from, were beyond her. Then she noticed the homemade quality, the makeshift lighting. It was some sort of cellar, and there was a girl who appeared to be tied to a bed. A man stood beside her playing with himself and shouting obscenities. Maggie recognized him. A woman lay with her head between the girl's legs, and in the split second it took Maggie to register all this. The woman turned, licked her lips, and grinned mischievously at the camera. Lucy. "Oh, no," Maggie said, turning to Lucy, who was looking at her now with those dark, impenetrable eyes. Maggie put her hand to her mouth. She felt sick and afraid. She turned to leave, but heard a sudden movement behind her, then felt a splitting pain at the back of her head, and the world exploded. The pond was gathering the evening light by the time Banks got there after taking Mick Blair back to Eastvale, making sure Ian Scott and Sarah Francis were under lock and key, and picking up Jenny Fuller on his way out of town. Winsome and Sergeant Hatchley could take care of things at Eastvale until tomorrow morning. The colours shimmered on the water's surface, like an oil slick, and the ducks, having noticed so much human activity, were keeping a polite and safe distance, and no doubt wondering where the expected chunks of bread had got to. The Panasonic Super 8 camcorder lay, still attached to its tripod, on a piece of cloth on the bank. DS Stefan Novak and DCI Ken Blackstone had stayed with it until Banks could get there. "Are you sure it's the one?" Banks asked Ken Blackstone. Blackstone nodded. "One of our enterprising young DCs succeeded in tracking down the branch where Payne bought it. He paid cash for it on the 3rd of March last year. The serial number checks out. Any tapes?" "One in the camera," said Stefan. "Ruined. No chance of restoration. All the king's horses." "Only the one, that's all?" Stefan nodded. "Believe me, the men went over every inch of the place." He gestured to take in the area of the pond. "If any tapes had been dumped here, we'd have found them by now." "So where are they?" Banks asked nobody in particular. "If you want my guess," said Stefan, "I'd say whoever chucked the camcorder in the lake dubbed them onto VHS. There's some loss of quality, but it's the only way you can watch them on a regular VCR without the camcorder." Banks nodded. "Makes sense to me. Better take it to Milgarth and lock it up in the property room. Though what good it's going to do us now, I don't know." Stefan bent to pick up the camera, wrapping it carefully in the cloth, as if it were a newborn baby. "You'll never know." Banks noticed the pub sign about 100 yards away, the Woodcutters. It was a chain pub, that much he could tell even from a distance. But it was all there was in sight. "It's been a long day and I haven't had my tea yet," he said to Blackstone and Jenny, after Stefan had driven off to Milgarth. Why don't we have a drink and toss a few ideas around? You'll get no objection from me, said Blackstone. Jenny? Jenny smiled. Not much choice, have I? I came in your car, remember? But count me in. They were soon settled at a corner table in the almost empty pub, which Banks found to his delight was still serving food. He ordered a beef burger and chips, along with a pint of bitter. The jukebox wasn't so loud that they couldn't hear themselves talk, but it was loud enough to mask their conversation from any nearby tables. So what have we got? Banks asked when he had his burger in front of him. A useless camcorder by the looks of it, said Blackstone. But what does it mean? It means that someone, Payne presumably, chucked it away. Why? Search me. Come on, Ken, we can do better than this. Blackstone smiled. Sorry, it's been a long day for me too. It's an interesting question, though, said Jenny. Why and when? Well, it has to have been before P.C. Taylor and Morrissey entered the cellar, said Banks. But Payne had a captive, remember, said Blackstone. Kimberly Myers. Why on earth would he ditch his camera when he was doing exactly the sort of things we assume he liked to videotape? And what did he do with the dubbed VHS tapes, if Stefan's right about that? I can't answer those questions, Jenny said, but I can offer another way of looking at them. I think I know what you're getting at, said Banks. You do? Uh-huh. Lucy Payne. He took a bite of his beef burger. Not bad, he thought. But he was so hungry he would have eaten just about anything by then. Jenny nodded slowly. Why have we still been assuming that this video business was all down to Terence Payne, when we've been investigating Lucy as a possible partner in crime all along? Especially after what Laura and Keith told me about Lucy's past, and what that young prostitute told Alan about Lucy's sexual proclivities. I mean, doesn't it make sense, psychologically, that she was just as involved as he was? Remember, the girls were killed in exactly the same way as Kathleen Murray. Ligature strangulation. Are you saying that she killed them? Blackstone asked. Not necessarily. But if what Keith and Laura say is true, then Lucy might have seen herself acting as a deliverer, the way it appears she did with Kathleen. And mercy killing. You said earlier she killed Kathleen out of jealousy. I said that jealousy certainly could have been a motive. One that her sister Laura didn't want to believe. But Lucy's motives could have been mixed. Nothing simple in a personality like hers. But why? Blackstone went on. Even if it was her, why would she throw away the camera? Banks speared a chip and thought for a moment before answering. Lucy's terrified of jail. If she thought there was any chance of imminent capture, and it must have entered her mind after the first police visit and the connection between Kimberly Myers and Silver Hill School, then might she not start making plans for self-preservation? It all seems a bit far-fetched to me. Not to me, Ken, said Banks. Look at it from Lucy's point of view. She's not stupid. Brighter than her husband, I'd say. Terence Payne kidnaps Kimberly Myers that Friday night. He's out of control, becoming disorganized. But Lucy's still organized. She sees the end coming fast. First thing she does is get rid of as much evidence as possible, including the camcorder. Maybe that's what sets Terry against her, causes the row. Obviously, she has no way of knowing that it will end the way it does, at the time it does. So she has to improvise, see which way the wind's blowing. If we find any traces of her being in the cellar, which we do, Banks agreed, then she's got a believable explanation for that too. She heard a noise and went to investigate, and surprise, surprise, look what she found. The fact that her husband clobbers her with a vase only helps her case. And the tapes? She wouldn't throw them away, Jenny answered. Not if they were a record of what she or what they had done. Camera's nothing, merely a means to an end. You can buy another camera. But those tapes would be more valuable than diamonds to the Paynes because they're unique and they can't be replaced. They're her trophies. She could watch them over and over again, and relive those moments with the victims in the cellar. It's the next best thing to the reality for her. She wouldn't throw them away. "Then where are they?" said Banks. "And where is she?" said Jenny. "Isn't it just remotely possible," Banks suggested, pushing his plate aside, "that the two questions have the same answer?" Maggie woke up with a splitting headache and a feeling of nausea deep in the pit of her stomach. She felt weak and disoriented. Didn't know at first where she was or how much time had gone by since she lost consciousness. The curtains were open, and she could see it was dark outside. As things slowly came into focus, she realized she was still in her own bedroom. There was one bedside lamp turned on, the other lay in pieces on the floor. That must have been what Lucy hit her with, Maggie thought. She could feel something warm and sticky in her hair. Blood. Lucy hit her. The sudden revelation shocked her closer to consciousness. She had seen the video, Lucy and Terry doing things to that poor girl. Lucy looking as if she were enjoying herself. Maggie tried to move and found that her hands and feet were bound to the brass bed. She was tied up and spread-eagled, just like the girl on the video. She felt the panic rise in her. She thrashed around, trying to get loose, but only succeeded in making the bed springs creak loudly. The door opened and Lucy came in. She was dressed in her jeans and t-shirt again. Lucy shook her head slowly. "Look what you made me do, Maggie," she said. "Just look at what you made me do. You said you weren't coming back for another day." "It was you," Maggie said, "on that video. It was you. It was vile, disgusting." "You weren't supposed to see that," said Lucy, sitting at the edge of the bed and stroking Maggie's brow. Maggie flinched. Lucy laughed. "Oh, don't worry, Maggie. Don't be such a prude. You're not my type anyway." "You killed them. You and Terry together." "You're wrong there," said Lucy, getting up again and pacing the room, arms folded. "Terry never killed anyone. He didn't have the bottle. Oh, he liked them tied up naked, all right. He liked to do things to them, even after they were dead. But I had to do all the killing myself. Poor things. See, they could only take so much, and then I had to put them to sleep. I was always gentle as I could be." "You're insane," said Maggie, thrashing around on the bed. "Keep still." Lucy sat on the bed again, but this time she didn't touch Maggie. "Insane? I don't think so. Just because you can't understand me doesn't mean I'm insane. I'm different, true. I see things differently. I need different things, but I'm not insane. But why? I can't explain myself to you. I can't even explain myself to me." She laughed again. "Least of all to me. Oh, the psychiatrists and psychologists would try. They would dissect my childhood and toss around their theories. But even they know when it gets right down to it that they've got no explanations for someone like me. I just am. I happen. Like 5-legged sheep and 2-headed dogs. Call it what you will. Call me evil, if it helps you understand. More important right now, though, is how am I going to survive? Why don't you just go, run away? I won't say anything." Lucy gave her a sad smile. "I wish that were true, Maggie. I wish things were as easy as that." "They are," Maggie said. "Go, just go, disappear." "I can't do that. You've seen the tape. You know. I can't let you walk around with that knowledge. Look, Maggie, I don't want to kill you, but I think I can, and I think I must. I promise I'll be every bit as gentle as I was with the others." "Why me?" Maggie whimpered. "Why did you pick on me?" "You? Easy. Because
You were so willing to believe that I was a victim of domestic violence, just like you. True enough, Terry had been getting unpredictable and had lashed out on one or two occasions. It's an unfortunate thing that men like him lack the brains, but they don't lack for brawn. No matter now. Do you know how I met him? No. He raped me. You don't believe me, I can tell. How could you? How could anyone? But he did. I was walking to the bus stop after I'd been to a pub with some friends, and he dragged me into an alley and raped me. He had a knife.
He raped you and you married him. You didn't tell the police.
Lucy laughed. He didn't know what he was getting into. I gave him the rape of his life. It might have taken him a while to realize it, but I was raping him as much as he was raping me. It wasn't my first time, Maggie. Believe me, I know all about rape. From experts. There was nothing he could do that hadn't been done to me before, time after time, by more than one person. He thought he was in control, but sometimes it's the victim who's really in control. We had a lot in common. He soon found out, sexually and in other ways. He kept on raping girls even after we were together. I encouraged him. I used to make him tell me all the details of what he'd done to them while we were fucking.
I don't understand. Maggie was crying and trembling, no longer able to keep her horror and fear in check. Now she knew there was no chance of reasoning with Lucy.
Of course you don't, Lucy said soothingly. Why should you? But you've been useful, and I'd like to thank you for that. First, you gave me somewhere to hide the tapes. I knew they were the only things that might incriminate me other than Terry, and I didn't think he'd talk. Besides, he's dead now.
What do you mean about the tapes?
They were here all along, Maggie. Remember I came to see you that Sunday, before all hell broke loose?
Yes.
I brought them with me, and hid them behind some boxes up in the loft when I went up to the toilet. You'd already told me you never went up there, don't you remember?
Maggie did remember. The loft was an airless, dusty place she had discovered on her first and only look, which gave her the willies and aggravated her allergies. She must have mentioned it to Lucy when showing her around the house. Is that why you made friends with me? Because you thought I might be useful?
I thought I might have need of a friend somewhere down the line, yes. A defender, even. And you were good. Thank you for all you've said on my behalf. Thank you for believing in me. I'm not enjoying this, you know. I get no pleasure from killing. It's a pity it has to end this way.
But it doesn't, Maggie begged. Oh, God, please don't. Just go. I won't say anything, I promise.
Oh, you say that now that you're full of fear of death. But if I go, you won't feel that way anymore, and you'll tell the police everything.
I won't, I promise.
I wish I could believe you, Maggie, I really do.
It's true. Lucy took the belt off her jeans.
What are you doing? I told you, I'll be gentle. It's nothing to be frightened of, just a little pain. Then you'll go to sleep.
No! Someone banged on the front door. Lucy froze, and Maggie held her breath.
Be quiet, Lucy hissed,
putting her hand over Maggie's mouth.
They'll go away.
But the banging continued. Then came a voice. Maggie! Open up, it's the police. We know you're in there. We spoke to your neighbour. She saw you come home. Open up, Maggie. We want to talk to you. It's very important. Maggie could see the fear in Lucy's expression. She struggled to shout, but a hand covered her mouth, almost cut off her breath. Is she with you, Maggie? The voice continued. It was Banks, Maggie realized, the detective who had made her angry. If only he stayed, broke down the door and rescued her, she'd apologize. She'd do whatever he wanted. Is that who it is? Banks went on. The blonde girl your neighbour saw, is it Lucy? Did she change her appearance?
If it's you, Lucy, we know all about Kathleen Murray. We've got a lot of questions for you. Maggie, come down and open up. If Lucy's with you, don't trust her. We think she hid the tapes in your house."
"Be quiet," Lucy said, and went out of the room.
"I'm here!" Maggie immediately yelled at the top of her lungs, not sure if they could hear her or not. "She's here too, Lucy! She's going to kill me! Please help me!" Lucy came back into the bedroom, but she didn't seem concerned by Maggie's screams.
"They're out back too," she said, crossing her arms. "What can I do? I can't go to jail. I couldn't stand to be locked up in the cage for the rest of my days."
"Lucy," Maggie said as evenly as she could manage, "untie me and open the door. Let them in. I'm sure they'll be lenient. They'll see you need help." But Lucy wasn't listening. She had started pacing again and muttering to herself. All Maggie could catch was the word cage again and again. Then she heard an almighty crash from downstairs as the police broke the front door, then the sound of men running up the stairs. "I'm up here!" she yelled. Lucy looked at her, almost pitifully, Maggie thought, and said,
"Try not to hate me too much."
Then she took a run and dived through the bedroom window in a shower of glass. Maggie screamed. Chapter 20. For someone who disliked hospitals as much as Banks did, he seemed to have spent more than enough time in the infirmary over the past couple of weeks, he thought as he walked down the corridor to Maggie Forrest's private room on Thursday. "Oh, it's you," Maggie said when he knocked and walked in. She wouldn't look him in the eye, he noticed, but stared at the wall. The bandage over her forehead held the dressing at the back of her head in place. The wound had been a nasty one, requiring several stitches. She had also lost a lot of blood. When Banks had got to her, the pillow was soaked with it. According to the doctor, though, she was out of the woods and should be okay to go home in a day or so. Now she was being treated for delayed shock as much as anything. Looking at her, Banks thought of the day not so long ago when he first met Lucy Payne in a hospital bed, one eye bandaged, the other assessing her situation, black hair spread out on the white pillow. "Is that all the thanks I get?" he said. "Thanks? For bringing in the cavalry. It was my idea, you know. True, I was only doing my job, but people sometimes feel the need to add a word or two of personal thanks. Don't worry, I don't expect a tip or anything." "It's easy for you to be flippant, isn't it?" Banks pulled up a chair and sat at her bedside. "Maybe not as easy as you think. How are you?" "Fine." "Really?" "I'm all right. A bit sore." "It's hardly surprising." "Was it really you?" "Was what really me?" Maggie looked him in the eye for the first time. Hers were dulled with medication, but he could see pain and confusion there, along with something softer, something less definable. "Who led the rescue party?" Banks leaned back and sighed. "I only blame myself that it took me so long," he said. "What do you mean?" "I should have worked it out earlier. I had all the pieces. I just didn't put them together quickly enough. Not until the soccer team found the camcorder in the pond at the bottom of the hill." "That's where it was?" "Yes. Lucy must have dumped it there some time over that last weekend. I go there sometimes to think and feed the ducks. Maggie stared at the wall, then turned to face him again after a few seconds. Anyway, it's hardly your fault, is it? You're not a mind reader. No? People sometimes expect me to be, but I suppose I'm not. Not in this case. We suspected from the start that there must have been a camcorder and tapes, and we knew she wouldn't part with the tapes easily. We also knew that the only person she was close to was you, and that she had visited your house the day before the domestic disturbance. She couldn't have known what was going to happen. No, but she knew things were coming to a head. She was working on damage control, and hiding the tapes was part of it. Where were they? The loft, Maggie said. She knew I didn't go up there, and she knew she'd be able to get at them without too much trouble. That you were probably the only person in the whole country who'd give her house room. That was the other clue. There was really nowhere else for her to go. First we talked to your neighbours, and when Claire's mother told us you'd just got home and another neighbour said she'd seen a young woman knocking at your back door a couple of nights ago, it seemed to add up. You must think I was so stupid to take her in. Foolish, maybe, naive, but not necessarily stupid. She just seemed so much the victim? Yes. I wanted to believe in her, needed to. Maybe as much for me as for her. I don't know. Banks nodded. She played the role well. She could do that because it was partially true. She'd had a lot of practice. What do you mean? Banks told her about the Alderthorpe Seven and the murder of Kathleen Murray. When he had finished, Maggie turned pale, swallowed, and lay back in silence, staring at the ceiling. It was a minute or so before she spoke again. She killed her cousin when she was only 12? Yes. That's partly what set us looking for her again. At last we had a bit of evidence that suggests that she was more than she pretended to be. But a lot of people have terrible childhoods, said Maggie, some colour returning to her face. Perhaps not as terrible as that, but they don't all turn into killers. What was so different about Lucy? I wish I knew the answer, said Banks. Terry Payne was a rapist when they met, and Lucy had killed Kathleen. Somehow or other, the two of them getting together the way they did created a special sort of chemistry, acted as a trigger. We don't know why. We'll probably never know. And if they'd never met? Banks shrugged. It may never have happened. None of it. Terry finally gets caught for rape and put in jail, while Lucy goes on to marry a nice young man, have 2.4 children, and become a bank manager. Who knows? She told me that she killed the girls, that Terry didn't have the nerve. Makes sense. She'd done it before. He hadn't. She said she did it out of kindness. Maybe she did. Or out of self-protection. Or out of jealousy. You can't expect her to understand her own motives any better than we can, or tell the truth about them. With someone like Lucy, it was probably some strange sort of combination of all three. She also said they met because he raped her. Tried to rape her. I couldn't really understand. She said she raped him as much as he raped her. Banks shifted in his chair. He wished he could have a cigarette, even though he had determined to quit before the year was out. I can't explain it any more than you can, Maggie. I might be a policeman, and I might have seen a lot more of the dark side of human nature than you, but something like this, for someone with a past like Lucy's, who knows how topsy-turvy things can get? I should imagine that after the things that had been done to her in Alderthorpe, and given her peculiar sexual tastes, Terence Payne was a bit of a pussycat to deal with. She said to think of her as a five-legged sheep. The image took Banks back to his childhood, when the travelling fair came around at Easter and in autumn, and set up on the local recreation ground. There were rides, waltzers, caterpillar, dodgems, and speedway, and stalls where you could throw weighted darts at playing cards or shoot at tin figures with an air rifle to win a goldfish and a plastic bag full of water. There were flashing lights and crowds and loud music. But there was also the freak show, a tent set up on the edge of the fairground, where you paid your sixpence and went inside to see the exhibits. They were ultimately disappointing. Not a genuine bearded lady, elephant man, spider woman, or pinhead in sight. Those kind of freaks Banks only saw later in Todd Browning's famous movie. None of these freaks were alive for a start. They were deformed animals, stillborn or killed at birth, and they floated in the huge glass jars full of preserving fluid. A lamb with a fifth leg sticking out of its side, a kitten with horns, a puppy with two heads, a calf with no eye sockets. The stuff that nightmares were made of. Despite what happened, Maggie went on, I want you to know that I'm not going to let it turn me into a cynic. I know you think I'm naive, but if that's the choice, I'd rather be naive than bitter and untrusting. You made a mistake in judgment, and it almost got you killed. Do you think she would have killed me if you hadn't come? Do you? I don't know. I've got a lot of thinking to do, but Lucy was as much a victim as anything. You weren't there. You didn't hear her. She didn't want to kill me. Maggie, for crying out loud, will you just listen to yourself? She murdered God knows how many young girls. She would have killed you, believe me. If I were you, I'd put the victim thing right out of my mind. I'm not you. Banks took a deep breath and sighed. Lucky for both of us, isn't it? What will you do now? Do? Will you stay at the Hill? Yes, I think so. Maggie scratched at her bandages, then squinted at Banks. I don't really have anywhere else to go, and there's still my work, of course. Another thing I've discovered through all this is that I can also do some good. I can be a voice for people who don't have one, or who don't dare speak out. People listen to me. Banks nodded. He didn't say so, but he suspected that Maggie's very public championing of Lucy Payne might well tarnish her ability to act as a believable spokesperson for abused women, but perhaps not. About all you could say about the public, when it came right down to it, was that they were a fickle lot. Maybe Maggie would emerge as a heroine. Look, you better get some rest, Banks said. I just wanted to see how you were. We'll want to talk to you in some detail later, but there's no hurry, not now. Isn't it all over? Banks looked into her eyes. He could tell she wanted it to be over, wanted to stand at a distance and think it through. Get her life going again, work, good deeds, the lot. There still might be a trial, he said. A trial? But I don't... Haven't you heard? Heard what? I just assumed. Oh, shit. I've been pretty much out of it. What with the drugs and all. What is it? Banks leaned forward and rested his hand on her forearm. Maggie, he said, I don't know how to say this any other way, but Lucy Payne isn't dead. Maggie recoiled from his touch and her eyes widened. Not dead, but I don't understand. She jumped out of the window, yes, but the fall didn't kill her. Your front path is overgrown and the bushes broke her fall. The thing is, though, she landed on the sharp edge of one of the steps and broke her back. It's serious. Very serious. There's severe damage to the spinal cord. What does that mean? The surgeons aren't sure of the full extent of her injuries yet. They've got a lot more tests to do, but they think she'll be paralyzed from the neck down. But Lucy's not dead. No. She'll be in a wheelchair, if she survives. Maggie looked towards the window again. Banks could see tears glistening in her eyes. So she is in a cage, after all. Banks stood up to leave. He was finding Maggie's compassion for a killer of teenage girls difficult to take, and didn't trust himself not to say something he'd regret. Just as he got to the door, he heard a small voice.
Superintendent Banks.
He turned, hand on doorknob. Yes?
Thank you.
Are you all right, love?
Yes, why shouldn't I be?
Said Janet Taylor. Nothing, the shopkeeper said, only... Janet picked up her bottle of gin from the counter, paid him, and walked out of the off-licence. What was up with him, she wondered. Had she suddenly sprouted an extra head or something? It was Saturday evening, and she'd hardly been out since her arrest and release on bail the previous Monday, but she didn't think she looked that different from the last time she'd been in the shop. She climbed back up to her flat above the hairdresser's, and when she turned her key in the lock and walked inside, she noticed the smell for the first time. And the mess. You didn't notice it so much when you were living in the midst of it, she thought, but you certainly did when you went out and came back to it. Dirty clothes lay strewn everywhere, unfinished coffee cups grew mould, and the plant on the windowsill had wilted and died. The smell was of stale skin, rotting cabbage, sweat and gin. And some of it, she realized, turning her nose towards her armpit, came from her own body. Janet looked in the mirror. It didn't surprise her to see the lank, lifeless hair and the dark bags under her eyes. After all, she'd hardly slept since it happened. She didn't like to close her eyes because when she did, it all seemed to play over and over again inside her mind. The only time she could get any rest at all were when she'd had enough gin and passed out for an hour or two. No dreams came then, only oblivion. But as soon as she started to stir, the memory and the depression kicked in again. She didn't really care what happened to her, as long as the nightmares, sleeping and waking, went away. Let them kick her off the job, put her in jail even. She didn't care, as long as they also wiped out the memory of that morning in the cellar. Didn't they have machines or drugs that could do that? Or was that only something she'd seen in a movie? Still, she was better off than Lucy Payne, she told herself, in a wheelchair for life by the sound of it. But it was no less than she deserved. Janet remembered Lucy lying in the hall, blood pooling around her head wound, remembered her own concern for the abused woman, her anger at Dennis's male chauvinism. Appearances. Now she'd give anything to have Dennis back, and thought even eternity in a wheelchair too slight a punishment for Lucy Payne. Moving away from the mirror, Janet stripped off her clothes and tossed them on the floor. She would have a bath, she decided. Maybe it would make her feel better. First she poured herself a large gin and took it into the bathroom with her. She put the plug in and turned on the taps, got the temperature right, poured in a capful of bubble bath. She looked at herself in the full-length mirror on the back of the bathroom door. Her breasts were starting to sag, and the lard-coloured skin was creasing around her belly. She used to take good care of herself, work out at the police gym at least 3 times a week, go for a run. Not for a couple of weeks, though. Before dipping her toes into the water, she decided to bring the bottle and set it on the edge of the tub. She'd only have to get out and fetch it soon anyway. Finally, she lay back and let the bubbles tickle her neck. At least she could clean herself. That would be a start. No more off-licence assistants asking her if she was all right because she smelled. As for the bags under her eyes, well, they wouldn't go away overnight, but she would work on them, and on tidying up the flat. On the other hand, she thought, after a good long sip of gin, there were razor blades in the bathroom cabinet. All she had to do was stand up and reach for them. The water was good and hot. She was certain she would feel no pain. Just a quick slit on each wrist, then put her arms under water and let the blood seep out. It would be like going to sleep, only there would be no nightmares. As she lay there wrapped in the warmth and softness of the bubble bath, her eyelids started to droop and she couldn't keep her eyes open. There she was again, in that stinking cellar with Dennis spurting blood all over the place, and that maniac Payne coming at her with a machete. What could she have done differently? That seemed to be the question that nobody could or would answer for her. What should she have done? She jerked to consciousness, gasping for breath, and at first the bathtub looked as if it were full of blood. She reached for the gin, but she was clumsy and she knocked the bottle on the bathroom floor. It shattered on the tiles and spilled its precious contents. Shit! That meant she'd have to go out and buy more. She picked up the bath mat and shook it hard to get rid of any glass that might have lodged there. Then she hauled herself out of the tub. When she stepped onto the mat, she underestimated her capacity for balance and stumbled a little. Her right foot hit the tiles, and she felt the sting of glass on her sole. Janet winced with pain, leaving a thin trail of blood on the bathroom floor. She negotiated her way into the living room without further injury, sat down, and pulled out a couple of large slivers of glass. Then she put on some old slippers and went back for peroxide and bandages. First, she sat on the toilet seat and poured the peroxide as best she could over the sole of her foot. She almost screamed out in pain, but soon the waves abated and her foot just started to throb, then turned numb. She swathed it in bandages, then went to her bedroom and got dressed, putting on clean clothes and extra thick socks. She had to get out of the flat, she decided, and not just for as long as it took to go to the off-license. A good drive would help keep her awake. The windows wide open, breeze blowing in her hair, rock music and chatter on the radio. Maybe she'd drop in on Annie Cabot, the only decent copper among them. Or perhaps she'd drive out into the country and find a B&B where nobody knew who she was or what she had done and stay a night or two. Anything to get away from this filthy, smelly place. She could pick up another bottle on the way. At least now she was clean, and no stuffy off-licensed assistant was going to turn his nose up at her. Janet hesitated a moment before she picked up her car keys, then pocketed them anyway. What more could they do to her? Add insult to injury and charge her with drink driving? Fuck the lot of them, Janet thought, laughing to herself as she limped down the stairs. That same evening, 3 days since Lucy Payne had jumped out of Maggie Forrest's bedroom window, Banks was at home, listening to Thais in his cosy living room, with the melted brie ceiling and the blue walls. It was his first escape from the paperwork since he had visited Maggie Forrest in hospital on Thursday, and he was enjoying it immensely. Still uncertain about his future, he had decided that before making any major career decisions, he would first take a holiday and think things over. He had plenty of leave due, and had already talked to Red Ron and picked up a few travel brochures. Now it was a matter of deciding where to go. He had also spent quite a lot of time over the past couple of days standing at his office window looking down on the market square and thinking about Maggie Forrest, thinking about her conviction and her compassion. And now he was still thinking about her at home. Lucy Payne had tied Maggie to the bed and was about to strangle her with a belt when the police broke in. Yet Maggie still saw Lucy as the victim and could shed tears for her. Was she a saint or a fool? Banks didn't know. When he thought about the girls Lucy and Terry Payne had violated, terrorized and murdered, of Kelly Matthews, Samantha Foster, Melissa Horrocks, Kimberly Myers, and Katya Pavlich, paralysis wasn't sufficient. It didn't hurt enough. But when he thought of Lucy's violent and abusive childhood at Alderthorpe, then a quick, clean death or a lifetime of solitary confinement seemed a more apt punishment. As usual, what he thought didn't really matter, because the whole business was out of his hands, the judgment not his to make. Perhaps the best he could hope for was to put Lucy Payne out of his mind, which he would succeed in doing over time. Partially, at any rate. She would always be there. They all were, killers and victims. But in time she would fade and become a more shadowy figure than she was at the moment. Banks had not forgotten the sixth victim. She had a name, and unless her childhood was like Lucy Payne's, someone must have once loved her, held her, and whispered words of comfort after a nightmare, perhaps soothed away the pain when she fell and scraped her knee. He would have to be patient. The forensic experts were good at their jobs, and eventually her bones would yield up something that would lead to her identity. Just as the famous meditation at the end of the first CD started, his phone rang. He was off duty, and at first thought of not answering, but curiosity got the better of him, as it always did. It was Annie Cabot, and she sounded as if she was standing in the middle of a road. There was so much noise around her, voices, sirens, car brakes, people shouting orders. "Annie, where the hell are you?" "Roundabout on the Ripon Road, just north of Harrogate," Annie said, shouting to make herself heard over the noise. "What are you doing there?" Somebody spoke to Annie, though Banks couldn't hear what was said. She answered abruptly and then came back on the line. "Sorry, it's a bit chaotic down here." "What's going on?" "I thought you ought to know. It's Janet Taylor." "What about her?" "She ran into another car." "She what? How is she?" "She's dead, Alan, dead. They haven't been able to get her body out of the car yet, but they know she's dead. They got her handbag out and found my card in it." Bloody hell. Banks felt numb. "How did it happen?" "Can't say for sure," Annie said. "The person in the car behind her says she just seemed to speed up at the roundabout rather than slow down, and she hit the car that was going round. A mother driving her daughter home from a piano lesson." "Oh, Jesus Christ. What happened to them?" "The mother's okay. Cuts and bruises, shock." "The daughter?" "It's touch and go. The paramedics suspect internal injuries, but they won't know till they get her to hospital. She's still stuck in the car." "Was Janet pissed?" "Don't know yet. I wouldn't be surprised if drinking had something to do with it, though. And she was depressed. I don't know. She might have been trying to kill herself. If she did, it's—" Banks could sense Annie choking up. "Annie, I know what you're going to say. But even if she did do it on purpose, it's not your fault. You didn't go down there in that cellar, see what she saw, do what she did. All you did was carry out an unbiased investigation." "Unbiased? Christ, Alan. I bent over backwards to be sympathetic towards her." "Whatever, it's not your fault. Easy for you to say. Annie, she was no doubt drunk, and she went off the road." "Maybe you're right. I can't believe that Janet would take someone else with her if she wanted to kill herself. But whichever way you look at it, drunk or not, suicide or not, it's still down to what happened, isn't it?" "It happened, Annie. Nothing to do with you." "The politics, the fucking politics." "Do you want me to come down?" "No, I'm okay." "Annie." "Sorry, got to go now. They're pulling the girl out of the car." She hung up, leaving Banks holding the receiver and breathing quickly. Janet Taylor. Another casualty of the Paynes. The first CD had finished, and Banks had no real desire to listen to the second one after the news he had just heard. He poured himself 2 fingers of Lafroig and took his cigarettes outside to his spot by the falls, and as the vivid orange and purple colours streaked the western sky, he drank a silent toast to Janet Taylor and to the nameless dead girl buried in the Paynes' garden. But he hadn't been out there 5 minutes when he decided he should go to Annie, had to go, no matter what she had said. Their romantic relationship might be over, but he had promised to be her friend and give her support. If she didn't need that right now, when would she? He looked at his watch. It would take him an hour or so to get there, if he moved fast, and Annie would probably still be at the scene. Even if she'd gone, she would be at the hospital, and he would be able to find her there easily enough. He left the tumbler, still half full, on the load table and went to grab his jacket. Before he could put it on, the phone rang again. Thinking it was Annie calling back with more news, he answered it. It was Jenny Fuller. "I hope I haven't called at an awkward moment," she said. "I was just going out." "Oh, an emergency?" "Sort of. Only I was thinking we might have a drink and celebrate, now it's all over." "That's a great idea, Jenny. I can't do it right now, though. I'll call you later, okay?" "Story of my life." "Sorry, got to go. I'll call, promise." Banks could hear the disappointment in Jenny's voice, and he felt like a real bastard for being so abrupt with her. After all, she had worked on the case as hard as anyone. But he didn't want to explain about Janet Taylor, and he didn't feel like celebrating anything. "Now it's all over," Jenny had said. Banks wondered if it would ever be all over. The aftermath of the Payne's rampage, if it would ever cease taking its toll. 6 teenage girls dead. 1 still unidentified. Kathleen Murray dead these 10 years or more. P.C. Dennis Morrissey dead. Terence Payne dead. Lucy Payne in a wheelchair. Now Janet Taylor dead, and a young girl seriously injured. Banks checked for his keys and cigarettes, then headed out into the night. This was an audio production of Aftermath by Peter Robinson, read by Simon Slater. Published by Macmillan Digital Audio, an imprint of Pan Macmillan, a division of Macmillan Publishers International Limited. Text copyright Peter Robinson 2001. Recording copyright Macmillan Digital Audio 2018. The right of Peter Robinson to be identified as the author of this work has been asserted by him in accordance with the Copyright Designs and Patents Act 1988. All rights reserved. Produced by Strathmore Studios, Clerkenwell, London.